Today is my turn to bring in Jose Dioto. And in our morning meeting, he actually had a business idea, and for some reason, everyone loved it. When the other guys brought their pros in, it seemed like a really cool, fun thing to do. But Jose Dioto's really good at this corporate thing, and I don't know how to feel about it. Hey man, I picked up those coffees you were
I'm busy. Can you talk with my assistant, please?
JD took a chance on me when nobody else would give me a shot. He's the best.
How long have you worked for him?
Like 3 hours. He's a genius.
Well, I don't know what happened here. I'm kinda in charge of everything. People like what I'm saying and they pay attention to whatever I say, so it's really good.
Kick your ass on the links tomorrow.
Not if I play like a Disney Catalina. Yeah, it's really fun.
Jose Dioto has increased caster productivity by 34%. That is so not cool. I used to do nothing here. I'm like a 5-6% effort at most kind of guy.
So yeah.
That was close.
A little too close.
This is total bull. Jose Dioto is not my boss. I don't do business stuff. I don't do—
Come on, Flower. Market closes in 1 hour. Chop, chop.
I gotta go.
Here. And China's on line 3.
Jose Dioto, I'm done. No more of this. No more business mergers. No more paperwork. No more copies. No more interest. No more dividends. No—
Look, it's 5 o'clock. It was fun though. Goodbye.
You got big shoes to fill.
Come on, man. It's—
Katie,
Hello and welcome to the LCS. It's still Pride Weekend, and we are still celebrating here at the LCS. Welcome to the LCS waiting room.
I have never seen that game in my life.
What is that game?
Oh,
Cornhole!
I've seen this one.
Cornhole. I'm glad we
bringing
can
it
bring that back for you, Mark.
Yeah.
Glad we got it in
a
there.
great
Oh, those
action
are
shot.
some good throws there, if I do say so myself. Hello, Raz.
I'm waving at the fans back out in the parking lot.
Can I not say hello to you?
No, you can't.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is very
got-
aggro.
we got
Very
JD
aggro
over here.
start to the
We got
morning.
the Hefe JD over here.
Oh, there we go.
JD.
Yeah. Mark
Your boy
claims his
JD.
name is Brandon.
It is.
It
That's
is
his real
Brandon.
name. Just because he has Jose Deodo as his name doesn't mean.
All right, let's get waiting room started.
Danny's name is Kyle.
Exactly.
Right off the bat, I want to direct you all to Twitter and the official LCS account, LCS Official, where you can vote on a poll that we're currently running. We'll bring those results in later in the show, but please go get involved. And then, of course, we always have to start out with something a little bit fun, or in this case, rather serious. Ravish tweeted into us yesterday, if Dash was the tallest person on the desk, how would this change the dynamic?
It's a bit of a stretch of imagination here.
I can't imagine it.
You can't suspend
Yeah,
disbelief
no.
for that long.
Emily
No.
was the tallest person on the desk for some moments of spring finals.
That is true.
That
I don't
is-
know how she managed it, honestly. I have no idea how that happened.
And I thought that didn't change the dynamic at all.
You did, yeah, you're right.
So-
You're right.
So to answer seriously, there's a weird thing that happens when you put Emily like on certain positions on the desk because she's so short and other people are tall that it looks really funny. If Dash was taller, I don't know if he could have that seat.
Oh, you don't think I can be
because you're
far?
closer to the, if the
Yeah.
bigger you are, the closer you are to camera, the bigger you.
Yeah, I'd end up being. I'd look, ultimately this tall,
Right.
where my
We
hand
need to
is,
put this to
right?
the test.
Like, how do we put this to the test?
We're gonna
Do
put
I
your
wear
chair on a
platform-
desk.
Oh, okay, I thought you were gonna
That
like
works.
make me wear platform shoes
That
next
works.
week and just see what happens when I'm 4 inches taller. Yeah. Would you be intimidated by me, Raz?
Yes, I would
Are
be.
you intimidated by me now?
No.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got that straight.
There it is.
I'm gonna work on that. All right, moving right along, on to the real stuff. Let's take a look at the standings as EG is still in first and now remains as the only undefeated team in the league. Dig, the only winless team in the league. A couple of teams right behind EG, though, at 3-1.
I was just about to say, if this is what it feels like to be hungover, this is a performance enhancement right there.
I was going to talk about Team Liquid. I think, EG 4-0, nice.
Yeah.
Team Liquid dropping that game yesterday at TSM was crazy, and I think threw a lot of power rankings up in the air about, does this mean TSM is actually incredible? Is Team Liquid a dud? Like, where does this put these two teams?
Yeah, also threw up some, analysts' job security up in the air as well. I feel like people that are now, that didn't believe in TSM, kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. I don't know who would
They might
do
be
that.
Yeah, they might be a little bit worried for their future.
Yeah,
on
crazy.
the broadcast.
A little surprising.
I'm looking forward to Speaker joining you guys. That's going to be a great change.
I think he would be great on the desk. He's been great on the desk in the past. Those are the standings. Let's take a look at the schedule. We kick off the day with Golden Guardians versus TSM before Team Liquid Honda steps onto the stage against FlyQuest. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves in that third matchup of the day. EG versus CLG and Immortals Progressive versus Dignitas to close out the day. With all the business of the day behind us, let's talk about some of our squads. And in referencing the fact that Evil Geniuses remains as the only undefeated team, we have to talk about their opponent today, which entered the weekend undefeated 3-0 CLG. That was a surprise to a lot of people coming out of week number 1. Unfortunately, they fell just yesterday. And I want to take a look at a tweet because I think there's a couple of interesting questions that kind of come as a result of CLG taking their loss. So first off, RIP CLG hype train. This was summer 2022 week 1 to summer 2022 week 1. Is the hype train dead with a singular loss? Like, where are we at now on this team?
It has a chance to have switched directions.
Can a train just...
I mean, I don't know. It's a CLG
It hit the
train.
switch and it just...
So it can
The old
go in the
minecart.
winning direction, but it could just as easily sweep back.
Just reverse.
And it can just be like
In the losing direction.
the losing direction. Because they play EG, TL, C9 is their next 3.
Those are tough matchups.
We'll see. 'Cause C9 didn't look great, but they could be better in the coming weeks. So it's going to be tough for COG right off the bat.
I think the loss to FlyQuest felt bad because it was like maybe the last big win that they could get for that stretch.
And it was also very winnable.
It was a very winnable game that they ended up losing. Like basically one Nexus turret left alive. I think it still shows that, hey, they're not like totally lucky. They were close to winning their 4th game. But are they actually in the conversation for top 3, top 4? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and it's going to be really illuminating because
the conversation that we had just before their game was like, are they the Summer Split's version of FlyQuest and Spring Split?
Yeah.
Where you're getting a lot of free wins in the early portions of the split because of the compositions, the creativity that you had. People are now doubting it, being like, oh, you guys are just the Seraphine pickers. That's just what, that's just that.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay, I'm going to jump on that because I want to pull in this second tweet
Okay.
from Angie, which I think is a great follow-up to the first piece of the conversation around CLG. And the question here is CLG's win condition right now Senna, X, Enchanter, in parentheses, Seraphine, as you mentioned, Raz, or do they need to do more to make top 5? So essentially, like, and actually, I'll even bring in Jose Dioto, who we had on the desk yesterday, following that, JD, our boy JD, on the desk yesterday, who kind of followed up in talking about CLG around the fact that he thinks their drafting did them great service in week 1 in setting them up. But does that then mean that CLG is entirely draft reliant?
Yeah, I mean, you hate to use like a team's. I think they had amazing drafts in the first 3 games against them. That doesn't mean that. Doesn't preclude them from having other really good drafts throughout the year. But I don't think they're going to have that big of a draft win in the rest of the season. I think there's another concern I have about CLG, where when they are picking these double enchanter bottom lanes, it enables the strengths of Dokla very well. Because he loves to play with a lot of resources and try and do a lot of damage, and if you have support on the bottom side of the map, that works. However, when, like last split, this was supposed to be like the Luger Poom team. You can't have both at the same time. So they haven't looked good with traditional bot lanes, actually.
They've died a couple times in lane. They also went from Luger being one of the highest gold percent AD carries in the league in spring to one of the lowest now in summer because of this change to this double support kind of style. But I don't think that means that they can't play that in the future. And I think that's the biggest question mark is like when that primary strategy goes out the window, can Dokla play weak side and you play back towards Luger and Poom with Contracts and Palafox moving down there?
Yeah, and I'm still a believer, like 100%. I think the hardest question is like the last word, basically. Look, the last word.
He's 100% a believer.
Because Angie said top 5. Top 5 for me is a little hard because you're already talking about 100 Thieves, EG, TL, C9, right?
They are currently.
Those are you expect to be top 4.
That's only 4.
I think CLG will sneak into top 5. I mean, they're already there. People have been doubting.
Wait, I'm smelling a bet.
Oh,
I'm smelling a bet. I'm smelling a bet.
Oh,
he just called CLG top 5. This is giving me the FlyQuest vibes.
Yeah, they're not.
From spring.
God.
So yeah, I was like, I knew Jal would be so quick onto the other side.
Who
of
do you
this.
think is top 5 then? Who do you think is the 5th?
Not CLG.
Right, the bet isn't
You
who
can't
he
take
thinks.
the field. You have to give one.
I thought that was he.
Wait, no, the bet is just
Okay, so we
is
both have
CLG
to pick
top
one?
5 or not.
Are all 3 of us picking one?
We can all pick one because otherwise it's
Okay.
unfair to be like you
Okay.
have to call the 5th and the other person
then
gets
just
the
get-
field.
okay,
So
Field's
he
too
gets
easy.
first pick,
So
and he
he's
picks
gonna go
I picked CLG
CLG
my
is
draft.
fifth.
My
Go
5th
pick.
place draft.
Hey, TSM Jat, who are you gonna pick?
It's between TSM and FlyQuest right now.
Yes.
He's gonna pick TSM. It always comes back to TSM.
It always
You
does,
can't
doesn't
make
it?
me
Yeah.
TSM when I'm
Forget about
actively
your rooting
against them.
story.
Oh, that would be so fun.
Don't make me pick TSM because
Yeah.
I'm actively against them. Remember?
Oh, that's gonna,
Because
yeah,
Spica
that's
wants me
really
fired,
gonna mess
so I
with
can't-
Mark.
Yeah, I
Mark's
can't pick-
emotions.
I'll have to pick someone else then.
Oh.
See how hard it
But
is?
then we all lose.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
so
win.
I'll pick. I don't even want it. TSM. I'll pick.
He's
TSM.
gonna pick TSM. It
TSM Jat.
always comes back to TSM Jat. All right, so he's
The
going with
origin
TSM.
story's
Mark,
real.
I'm going FlyQuest because I actually
okay.
predicted them in my power rankings.
As 5th?
As 5th, yeah.
Wow.
There
okay.
it is.
There you have it.
And we're off to
what
the
are we
races.
betting? What are we betting?
We're off to the races.
What
What
is the
did
bet?
This is the hardest
Didn't
part
you
of
eat
making
something
bets.
super hot?
I did eat something super hot.
He ate habaneros.
Let's do it again.
We'll do it. Just eat spicy stuff.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably
Do
the
we
best
do
bet.
we up the ante?
No.
Hotter than
it looked
habaneros?
really hot.
It
no.
looked really hot.
No.
It tasted
it looked really hot. You ate it.
It like
tasted really
murdered
hot.
This
him.
guy was outside his own body in that moment, watching himself. Oh, it looked hot.
My belly has never been like thicker in my life because I was just
Okay.
drowning in milk, basically.
So the bet is, let's say CLG is 5th. You two then have
Lose,
to each
yeah.
lose.
Oh, no.
All right. Okay. So it's each
Wait,
of you
wait.
then.
Oh no. Okay. So,
So-
if all of us lose, we're
If all of you
We're in it
lose,
together.
just you
That
all
sounds
do
like
it.
great
So if none of
content.
you are right
It's
about
like
your team's
Titanic.
being
It was an
top five.
honor playing
and
with
it's
you
top
gentlemen.
5. It's not fifth.
It's top
Yeah,
5.
okay, okay.
As long as
There
they're
we go.
in the top 5.
Yeah, good.
Okay? So if your team's in the top 5, you're safe. If they're out, you eat something hot. I love it. Okay. I'm super excited for our next topic of discussion because I really love theory crafting. I
Yeah.
love wild speculation.
fan.
And week 2 is a perfect time for it. So the question here is, who is your dark horse to make Worlds? Parentheses top 3. I'm going to go ahead and adjust it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to talk about what are your top 3 teams from North America going to Worlds. So we're going to flip the telestrator over to this wonderful little graphic that we've had made. Each of you have a column.
First,
let's grab a pen. Let's get up there. Let's start filling it out. I want to know
you get to
who
pick the
thinks
color,
who's
too.
going to Worlds.
You get to pick the color just as a reminder. As you
Oh,
get
they
it.
got a little green, a red.
There you go.
All right. I did say TSM was going to be top 5.
You did say this. Do not do
Team
this.
Liquid. You
Yeah.
team.
I mean, it's not even that funny. I just thought I could do that.
Right.
Appreciate the effort.
I mean,
So,
okay.
okay.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. All
I
right.
also should have clarified. Are you doing this in your actual 1, 2, 3 order,
Yeah,
or you're
or
just
like,
saying
I
they'll
think-
be top 3?
No, this would be like this has to be the champion,
one
the
seed.
second place, and then
Okay,
the third
I like
place.
it. We're
Okay.
getting
Okay, so
specific
this is
with it.
champions too. Not
We are
regular
getting
season.
specific.
Yeah, this is all the way. This is not like your power rankings that we, for some reason, always do end of regular season. This is the big
Yes.
stuff that matters.
Gotcha.
And I still got faith.
C9.
Boom.
Yeah,
Okay.
boom.
That is the worst.
That is the
draw
worst. I've
9.
never seen anyone write a 9
How
like
do you
that.
write a 9? Do you just
What? How do you write it? Does Mark
I
show
don't
me how to
know.
write a 9?
We're gonna get a lot of 9s. I'm
Well,
sure.
don't C99. I
C99, baby.
I
mean, the
assumed you
result
were gonna
looks
pick
pretty
C9 and just show him on your own column.
No,
No,
it's
all
fine.
right. Well, why would I
Yeah.
pick C9?
Yeah, C99 problems.
Mine's not that interesting. I forgot how to do an E.
What?
I started doing the G before the E.
GG.
That is-
Yeah,
It's
whatever.
really close to Golden Guardian.
It's
Wow, you think they'll take
That is very close.
someone's gonna Photoshop that little line out and be like, wow.
Marker knew it.
It's close between 100 Thieves and C9.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger here. Like all 4 of these teams have a really good shot at Worlds.
I said C9, and I still kind of believe in them, but right now, that's just me being optimistic. What they've
Yeah.
shown so far
Yeah.
is really sus. That game versus Dignitas, not great. I think
Okay.
there's a lot of things the team needs to work on. They can get there, but just using like a little bit of recency bias, I'd do it that way.
All right, Raz, let's get up there. Let's see what your card looks like, and then we'll discuss.
And our
Maybe I should've
producer,
put
our
easy.
producer, Big G, has told me to be better than all of you.
Be
Because I'm
better.
choosing a different
Oh,
color.
I
We do
forgot.
have 3 different
Yeah.
colors.
It's
Yeah.
like
I
you
know
guys
Gore.
failed. In fact, I'll go red.
going red.
Because I'm pissed off.
I hear you.
Does that mean 100 Thieves is going to be in first?
Boom!
Oh, change the color.
Boom!
Whoa!
I actually think that's going to be the case.
Whoa!
We'll see how it ends up going. And that's the worst
love
draw
what he's
9.
having.
This is my real 9.
C99.
There it
It's
is.
a new
Oh,
team.
I don't know what that is.
C9.
That kind of looks like
C99. I'll add even
Looks like
another
an
9.
C9 with a
That's
G.
a 4 or a Y. All of your
Oh,
9s
Jesus.
are getting
Okay,
worse.
that was tragic. We'll move on ahead. And then this is the biggest question.
You're putting EG out of Worlds?
Why do you hate evil
EG.
geniuses?
Okay.
Hey.
Before the split,
Man,
it was
the
100
100
Thieves.
Wow.
100
Before the
Thieves-
split,
I
it
was
was
going to say,
100
what's
Thieves.
100
interesting
Thieves
to
is
me
way
here is,
down here.
is the fact that 100 Thieves only makes one of your list, and this is a team that was just in the spring finals, won in summer the year before, so by all accounts, just kind of holding fast, keeping pace.
First and second.
Means they're going to go to Worlds, even if they drop another slot. So I'm a little surprised at the lack of faith in 100 Thieves right now. Where's that coming from?
Me too, Raz.
Seriously,
Pass
though,
that
is
buck.
it...
I guess they have been solid, but I guess uninspiring. And maybe that's just one of those needs of feeling like someone is changing in some way. Like even though TL didn't change, they and finished third, which I'm talking myself into a corner here.
Yeah, here we go.
You're good, just a
Yeah, I'm talking myself into a corner, but they at least have verbally committed to like a significant change coming into Summer Split. I think C9 made very big roster changes that I'm generally positive of,
Yes.
and I think EG has continued to grow, which I think it's going to be very close, but I guess that's where the lack of faith is coming. 100 Thieves just seems a little stale.
Yeah, that's fair. Those sound like legitimate
Yeah.
reasons
But
enough
like
to me.
TL is also stale, and I have them first,
it's
so
just- I guess, yeah, it comes down to that argument of like
Yeah.
when you see something new, shiny, and want
Yeah.
to believe that it'll work, or at least start seeing signs of it working, you're probably going to index into that, as opposed to the team that just keeps doing what has found them success in the past. But I guess there's an argument there about
Yeah.
like, well, is stale bad if stale is working?
Well, it depends, because working behind the scenes, evil geniuses that we've heard from the scrims in Spring Split were the fact they were like 80% or something, like they were winning a lot versus 100 Thieves. And the fact that evil geniuses by the end of it got it right by playoffs time and were kicking ass, like yes, the face should be there. Beginning of the split, before the split started, I was thinking 100 Thieves. But they started the split pretty shaky, even with the wins that they have. It feels like Abadaga has been, at least his laning phase has been uninspiring.
Yep.
And I would say that there's still some questions on like the carry options that they can play top lane at times, although some days really, really strong. So it's more so the inconsistencies that we're already seeing that we were tracking in Spring Split that I feel like EG is a team that's already growing, that's there right now. Team Liquid, we have faith in that. C9's made the positive changes. It's up to 100 Thieves to really upend those concerns.
Y'all haters. All I saw was, C9 struggling, dropping games left and right.
Yeah.
TL losing to TSM. I think anything you just said about those other two teams, about
It can
100
apply.
Thieves, it applies to the other two teams. I think 100 Thieves, are there times where you want to see a little more out of them? Absolutely. That's true with all of them except for EG, who is undefeated for the last 77 days in the LCS North America.
So explain why you have Golden Guardians as first. Mark, that's really
ignore that.
questionable.
You're right. That should have been the first question. I don't know why it took us so long to get to that.
That's crazy to me.
I do, we didn't plan this. The fact that we have 3 different teams in number 1 is exciting.
Yeah.
That is very exciting.
Right? There's definitely no consensus on who the best team in the LCS is going to be in summer.
No. And a lot of that, I think, comes from kind of, as you talked about, and you talked about, right? Like the aspirational, like what we believe C9 can become versus the version of C9 that we're seeing right now, right? And if you just take the teams as they are right now, I probably align a little bit more with Mark's list.
Let's
than
go.
yours, Raz.
Wow.
Yeah.
But similarly, because of the moves they made, and to Jat's point, like very hot on the moves, and if they ultimately, come to fruition in the way that we expect, I do see a C9 taking the split.
There we go. There we go.
There's that. All right, a couple more things to get through before we dive into game 1 of the day. Or maybe not. Did we run out of time?
I think we ran out
I
of
guess
time.
we're just getting...
They scrolled on you.
What if
They just said, nah, stop talking, Dash. That's what they said. You're going to take that from them?
I kind of have to. They are...
They're not going to run any more
They are my boss.
what we
You know what I'm
say.
talking about? They're yelling toss at me right now. Toss! Toss! Start the show.
처음 시작은 이제 20살 때 대학교 그 e스포츠 대학교에 갔었는데 거기서 이제 하다 보니까 하다 보니까 뭐 우연히 또 프로게이머에서 연습생으로 하게 되고 이제 하다 보니까 또 KT라는 데서 그냥 좋은 사람들 만나서 더 많이 배우고 설혜원에서도 뭐 많이 배우고 그러다가 이제 저희가 솔직히 설혜원 때 괜찮았다 생각하는데 프랜차이즈가 실패해가지고 그래서 제가 팀을 잃었었거든요. 그 상황에서 이제 북미 쪽이랑 연결됐었는데 잘 안 돼가지고 그래서 그래도 가장 가까운 LLA에서 도전해가지고 LCS 넘어오고 싶어서 그런 배경입니다.
Welcome back to the LCS. First game of the day. It's going to have TSM opposite Golden Guardians. And I want to dive straight in by talking about a player that I feel like we haven't talked a ton about when it comes to the changes that TSM underwent in this offseason. A lot of focus on Maple, but now let's put a spotlight on Mia.
Yeah, he's had such a journey, and a lot of us saw him play in Champions Cup, but I think it was kind of a coming out party yesterday, defeating TL. That ultimate actually was the moment where people were like, damn, this guy can play.
Exactly. And I mean, like, sure, like, we haven't been able to talk about him, the focus being about mid and jungle a lot of the times, but the person who has is tactical and talking about how he's been working well with them and connecting on how they want to play the game and all these things. They have been doing a great job, and that's a large part of why TSM is successful, not just about what's happening in the mid lane, but of course now the bottom lane is consistent, and Mia, from what we saw in Champions Q, is a good performer.
I think just also having someone else who can pull the trigger in team fights, so it's not just all on Spica. They were talking about the burden on his shoulders last split. Mia had multiple incredible engages there. Even that last one, the flash R to redirect the ultimate was insane. Even in laning phase, he set up the kill for Tactical, landing the handshake on them. Like, he is showing that he's someone that the team can rely on to be a playmaker, so it's not entirely on, Spica's hands to dominate the early game.
And I like that we've brought or kind of pulled Tactical into the conversation and referenced what he's had to say about Mia directly, simply because in the past, in the spring. Those few opportunities where TSM did come away with a win, a lot of times we're pointing to tactical as the primary carry and win condition in the late game. Now to have a support that he's confident playing next to in lane with him, hopefully gets them to that place a little bit more often. And while I did say we've avoided, or rather just kind of not had the opportunity to talk about Mia as a result of talking about that mid jungle duo, well, guess what? We're going to do it again because they still are the focal point of the roster.
It's an important mid-jungle duo.
It is an important mid-jungle duo.
And there's a lot of, I guess, reevaluation that I'm going to have to do with Maple as this season goes on. I wasn't super excited about his acquisition, but I mean, yesterday he looked incredibly strong, and Spikas had nothing but amazing things to say about him.
I think also just the fact that, he was struggling a little bit in the LPL, but that's not a shade. LPL is a very tough league. A lot of great mids there, and to see him pick up kind of where he left off from international play, where we've seen him pop off time and time again, coming to North America, and still kind of be acclimating, I would say. I don't think this is his ceiling, and already you see him and Spica turning 2v4s around, making plays, making good team fights, landing those paddle stars to chunk people low before fights.
Yeah, and a crazy silver lining at the end of week 1 was the fact that even when they were in a lot of losing games, they still were like top 4 in the early game. Like their early game stats were just really positive. It was just getting the dragon fights and all these sort of things together. When they went up against TL and kind of upended their undefeated run, it was because of their mid-jungle. Spica had a strong performance in team fights. Maple's Zoe was exceptional. The Sleepy Trouble bubble that he found in one of the dragon fights was like a game winner in a way. So huge props, and I hope to see this kind of consistency from their mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, with the consistency conversation, though.
Yes.
Ooh, yes.
Cooney had a solid game. It was 2-0-4. You didn't necessarily notice him. There are a lot of games where you notice either Hooney or Tactical for the wrong reasons. Tactical set an LCS record last split for damage percentage in a game, but also they get caught and die a lot in isolated scenarios. So looking at the stats right here, you can see so 9th is a bad thing when you're talking about isolated deaths as a team.
Yeah.
That's not, you don't want to be high in that number. And this is why I think there's so many games for them where they do look like they're doing decently, and then it just starts to fall apart because they've had a hard time being consistent and cohesive.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing where if your mid-jungle starts popping off, support's starting to play better, the side lanes, as two people who started dying a little bit too much, if they can pick up, and I think you saw exactly how TSM can look when Hooney is just on an island pushing against this counterpick Olaf, having no problem taking turret plates. That's kind of what they're going to want out of him, I think. And it was an incredible game to start fixing some of the problems they were having in spring.
I was going to at least say, though, by looking at this graphic, Raz, that in this matchup, seems like we can levy similar criticisms over at Golden Guardians, right? And so it can, at least in this case, be very much a battle of who makes fewer mistakes as opposed to, necessarily winning moves.
That's certainly going to be my focus. I think a lot of our focus, including the coaching staffs for these teams, is that if they find themselves a slight lead in the early game, that you do not want to be randomly dying in side lane.
Right.
And also, you don't want to default to just grouping mid when there are certain situations that we saw yesterday for a different team, specifically Dignitas and all that. But if you are putting yourself in a side lane situation and you are dying oftentimes, that loses trust. And then as the season goes on, you're like, okay, then we're just going to group up as a team, and you're making the wrong macro plays. Better teams will be able to kind of focus on that and kind of surgically take you down. So this is the time a year where you have to be playing properly on your side lanes to give your team confidence.
Yeah, I played Renata for the first time in ARAM yesterday.
Yeah.
Very strong when everyone is in one lane.
In one lane. Yeah.
It looked like a 60% win rate when I checked Analytics. So isolated death's bad, Renata good if you group up. It's important to play side.
It's like playing Aurelion Sol or Nunu on ARAM, right? You just start in the base, roll all the way out there, and it's impossible to miss. I think, though, it's also interesting, too, because we can kind of draw a direct line to the spring version of Golden Guardians, right? Where very much the story of that team was quite often building early leads and then sometimes managing to close them out, and in others essentially throwing them away due to things like those isolated deaths. And particularly, I'm going to look at solo laners in those situations because we get to mid to late. Usually those are the ones who are isolating themselves to try and push lanes. So Licorice, Blaze Olive, they got to step up if they want to keep putting wins on the board.
100%. I think they've been drafting a little bit better than we saw in Spring Split. They're focusing a little bit more on scaling elements, so they're just not beholden to their early game advantages, right? But that's where we should be looking towards, as you were mentioning, players like Licorice and Blaze Olive to be able to step up in those moments. Because if we were looking at just yesterday's games, there were a lot of times, initially, oh, great, Licorice got a solo kill on the top side of the map versus Someday, right? That's a huge positive. Oh, he got solo killed immediately afterwards. And then it started to spiral against him, right? So consistency is something that is just, it feels like a buzzword a lot of the times. You can tag the teams, but if you give them a specific goal, and in this case, for Golden Guardians, if you get an early game lead like you did all spring long, you have to give responsibility on those individuals like Blaze, Olive, and Licorice to be able to hold them and not fall randomly on sideline.
Well, and now with Stixay rejoining the roster as well, there's actually a fair amount of veterans on this lineup.
Absolutely.
Ole, Stixay, and Licorice, I think, are all LCS champions. At least Licorice played in the finals. So, like, this is a team with a lot of hidden experience in it. Yes, Blaze Olive is not as experienced on the LCS stage, but he's still a little bit older, played a lot of Academy and Challenger Series stuff. Pride Stalker as well, even though he's younger, has actually been around in the ERLs and forever. So, like, this is a team that does have the experience to actually make good late-game decisions, you would think. It's about getting everyone on the same page, and that's the same reason that isolated deaths often happen. People aren't resetting when they're supposed to, or respecting the lack of vision and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, so ultimately, right, I mean, it's going to be interesting because it's weird. I actually think it's very rare that you would ever look at TSM and say maybe a less experienced roster overall. I don't know. The top side of the map is pretty damn experienced.
Yeah, Maple.
Maple, yeah.
But that bottom lane, and maybe that's where, funnily enough, then Golden Guardians can find a bit more of an in, right? Is actually through their bot lane play. I'm just now waxing and waning in my own head about like, actually, I mean, Stixay Ole versus Tactical and Mia. That's a
both these teams
matchup.
have had fairly similar strengths and weaknesses when we look at the games that they jump out to early leads in and then have trouble closing. It's weird, like this early in the season, to say it's like a make or break game for a team, but less TSM, more Golden Guardians, I think this could be a really big mental game for them because, like, if I actually just take a big zoom out, even for like the organization, they had so much momentum at the end of 2020, lost all their players to 100 Thieves, and this is like the fourth split of their rebuild. And last split, there were so many positive things where you're saying, hey, they're about to turn the corner. Look at their early game. They're still winning half their games. Turn of the bit. Now you suddenly have 12 wins, and maybe they're going for Worlds. But if they're starting the season 1-4 with the same roster from spring in the end of year 2 of their rebuild, that's going to maybe start becoming a big issue and high stress for the team.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be stalling in elements that you are actively working on. And it feels like you could tell they were actively working on their early game and laning phase. They have like a lot of positional coaches for each role. In fact, Stixay was going to be that coach before he moved back into playing. And so the fact that they're now coming into this split and, hearing that they're focusing on their mid game, because a lot of the times, I remember just yesterday they were going up against 100 Thieves, but last split, it was famously huge lead, 11K gold advantage, faltered because they weren't able to make the correct calls. You don't want to see that happening and stalling throughout the summer split.
The clock's hit 0. Jad, I know you're pulling double duty, waiting room straight to the cast, so I'm going to let you go. Hop on up there, join Latigris. And Emily, who I believe is waiting in the wings, is going to fly in here.
Summit gang out.
Look at her fly.
There was
absolutely what?
Client issues? Is that why we hit 0 or something?
What do you mean?
Bug.
I heard the trade bug again.
Oh, yeah, trade bug.
Classic.
Our favorite.
Classic trade bug.
Our
So we
favorite.
bought ourselves an
Wow,
extra minute or
this
two.
seat's so different, Rez.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, you're in the middle this time.
I'm never allowed in the
Now
middle.
you have to do what Raz. Now you have to do what Raz does, and you have to move the chair every time you move to change or look at somebody else. All right, let's dive into some predictions. Also, welcome to the tail end of Waiting Room. Did you enjoy the show from the sidelines?
Yeah, it was cool. I was just learning.
Did they have smart things to say, or do you feel like there was a lot of dumb,
I mean,
dumb
I
stuff?
think the big thing is your handwriting all sucks ass.
Doesn't their handwriting? Their handwriting is terrible.
I will take bad handwriting if you just agree that my list was the best.
Oh yeah, actually, whose list did you?
I actually do agree.
There
with
it
Mark.
is.
I don't care how bad my handwriting is. Big brain.
Let's see if you have the right
Let's get into predictions. All right, Raz, what are you thinking?
What is
I'm
the right
starting
prediction?
here with TSM. I think TSM, we've already sung a lot of great, praises for them. I feel like they're the team that's actively growing and getting better here, and makes it an easy prediction.
Okay.
Yeah. I also chose TSM. I talked about this a bit yesterday when I did my State Farm neighborhood tactics, but it's kind of been a return to basics for them for their top side. And I have been really impressed with how well Huni, Spica, and Maple are all kind of working together. And you guys already talked about what an amazing game Mia had yesterday. So like Raz, I think this team is like learning and improving, and you can see those incremental improvements from game to game.
All righty.
Best jungler in the league right now playing on TSM side. It's an easy prediction for them.
Oh, there we go.
Really?
You're pandering to him already.
No, not me.
Our
Not
predictions
me.
are basically the TSM.
All I know is that
TSM,
these predictions
TSM,
only
TSM.
serve Jat in the bet that we made
this is true.
earlier today as well, though. So
We're
I just
just at the
want
beginning
to
of the
point
split.
that out. You could be willing Golden Guardians into a victory, but it appears that everybody here is backing TSM and this new roster. With that, it's time for us to dive into day 2 of week 2 here at the LCS. Let's get to it.
I think our success in week 1 was just, I don't know, we just played better. I mean, I don't think many of the teams are good.
Well, the first week of LCS went perfectly.
3-0. It's a good start, usually.
I think Bwipo is not bad. Like, I was like impressed a lot. Like, he was playing like Olaf and making solo kill, like versus Gnar. It was like good to see.
All activated from Bwipo. Bwipo's back.
He's a very strong opponent. If you try and play on his turf, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. That said, fortunately, his coach from last year is on my team, so I can always ask him what I need to do in order to get in his head.
Team Liquid came to Summer Split to play. Inspired reset after reset, finding more and more to kill. In the rumble of the top lane turret, Z does everything!
I think EG are very good. I think it's going to be a really good test of like where we stack.
Boom emotes that insult to injury.
I think it's pretty close in skill in the bot lane versus Danny and Vulcan. They're all getting a bit cocky, so we'll take them down a peg or two.
G picking up where they left off, crushing every team in the LCS. Where were you when CLG ended week 1 in first place?
Welcome, everyone, here in the studio of the LCS. We have our first game coming up on this lovely Sunday of week 2. They're not here, though, but we are.
Yeah, both teams playing from home for the first game. There was a trade bug, which is why we're a little bit late, but they're pretty much done the draft, and we're going to be getting into game very soon, and we'll be able, I still don't know what's been picked, but we'll have the draft lower third coming up fairly soon, so we can see what we're going to be playing with.
And there we have it right here, the draft order and all. Let's take it in.
Yeah, so first pick, Senna from Golden Guardians, and actually matched the Seraphine from TSM. So that's what COG pioneered here in the LCS. But you're seeing Senna get through more and more because Seraphine has been a big counterpick to it. So it looks like TSM's got the Seraphine Karma bot lane. Yasuo Gnar, not sure if that's going to be mid-top because that can swap back and forth. But it's also a Mundo, likely Senna Mundo for Golden Guardians. So we missed a pretty spicy draft, but
I know, right?
It'll be a cool game.
Already a switch up from what we've been seeing. I mean, when Sven was on the desk yesterday, he was talking about how bot lane, for instance, is so led by the AD carry. And a lot of times you're just picking the support that's kind of going hand in hand. But we're seeing a difference this time around.
Yeah, and so many bot lane bans, as has been happening a bunch of times. Biofrost remarked on that yesterday where he said all the spicy, like the nice spice bot lane picks are banned away here. Zeri, Lucian, Ezreal, and Kalista have all been banned. So you're left with the salt and pepper. But honestly, this is still different to me, Senna Seraphine, and really kind of enables the rest of your team to be big-time damage dealers.
The Seraphine really coming through nicely for CLG in week 1 and now making that appearance on other squads because we've heard many players talk in their interviews about the power that she holds, especially when enabled in a team.
Yeah, and we'll see as we get into game for TSM who's playing the Yasuo and also who's playing the Seraphine between Tactical and Mia. And I think this is the correct choice kind of all around with Tactical being on the Seraphine and Maple being on the Yasuo.
All right, we're getting into it. Golden Guardians versus TSM. Golden Guardians are definitely trying to prove that they are a threat within this split, but wanting to find their angle. TSM fans starting to rejoice in the audience because they upset one of the previously undefeated teams yesterday in Team Liquid and probably have a decent amount of confidence coming into this one.
Yeah, and I think that when you got to talk to Tactical afterwards, he was, I think, controlling his emotions a little bit, but I think it's very important that he was able to get his first win there against Team Liquid. Also got the first blood in that matchup, so big start, big finish for him, and TSM definitely wants to build on that momentum of beating Team Liquid because it was such a ridiculously grim spring split for TSM, spending most of it in last place, finishing with a 5-13 record, and then making 2 roster changes in mid and support. So if they can build on that win against Team Liquid and move into a 3-2 record, which would put them in the top half of the standings stolidly, it would mean a lot to them and I think the fan base.
It feels that those switches in the roster have left everyone feeling pretty renewed. Spica having a lot of life in his interviews when speaking specifically about Maple. We saw what Mia was able to do all the way across. The top lane is where Licorice has seen a lot of action throughout the weekend previously. Going and throwing it down with Someday in the top lane versus 100 Thieves. And now here with Huni. And the Fiora specifically, we have seen from Licorice already in the past willing to bring it through.
Yeah, and we know Licorice is a type of player who's willing to play a very volatile lane matchup and also has the green light from his coaching staff to do so. There's one game that actually pops into my memory from Spring Split where Licorice played against Summit, who was the Spring Split MVP. Very narrowly missed out on a solo kill early on, but then went like 0-5. Afterwards. But afterwards, Anero said, hey, he saw the angle, he went for it, he didn't quite execute, but that's the type of aggression we want to see. So I expect him to be making the same type of aggressive plays as Fiora against Huni's Gnar.
It makes sense, a player that was brought in as a veteran looking to be the leader of the team and being enabled by the staff to play the way that he wants to play. But while we have seen him on this pick before, you know that he's going to try to harass and really get those advantages in the top lane. But Gnar, always seen by top laners, just a test that you want to be able to position yourself for later on in the team fights.
Yeah, he actually has the wave in a really good spot right now, as well as winning those trades. He's going to start pushing back towards him, and both junglers are pathing topside. So decently high chance of conflict fairly soon as he continues to chunk Huni out.
And Spica being in the vicinity, as you just mentioned, both of the junglers here. So even though Huni's a bit low on HP and trying to reach the wave to the best of his ability, has some of that safety if he needed additional assistance.
Yeah, Licorice is pushing now. I feel like he had the ability to let it push into him and freeze a little bit, but instead, I feel like Huni's actually kind of getting out of this scot-free, as he will just end up losing his teleport, but doesn't lose that many minions. Also, just to note, these players are CSing. Unfortunately, the scoreboard is currently bugged, but they'll be able to fix that shortly. There it is.
Hey!
He's up by 5 CS in the top lane.
There we go. You have all the information you need now. But yes, choosing to push that wave in, but Huni still able to pick up as much as he could upon returning through that teleport. Here down on the bot side, we mentioned it a little bit when we saw the draft. So Ole coming through with Dr. Mundo. What do you make of this choice? As Spica's also hovering around.
I mean, it's going to be a tough laning phase. I think the question later will be, can he become relatively unkillable because he's able to get farm? But by no means do I think they're going to be able to win this lane. The poke and the double range from Tactical and Mia is going to keep them pushed in for most of it. And it looks like Spica's going to try. He's going to think about a dive, but there's no way this one works. He's actually got to worry about getting caught by Pride Stalker.
Pride Stalker coming on through. Ole still continually chunked down. Spica is caught out. He just decides to retreat to the rest of his team, even though he's locked down here by Stixxay. Doesn't matter, gets away scot-free.
Jeez, but look at that poke Ole continues to take. Does have a Dorn shield that'll keep him up. So a little bit of lost time there for Spica. Like the idea of going for the Krugs, but all of them did go over to Pride Stalker.
Tactical and Mia both a bit more ahead in XP here when you're looking at that compared to Ole wanting to get some kind of harass. But the damage rate now, that is what you have to worry about when you're getting continuously poked down, and Stixxay can't find any safety. No one to really be able to blockade him.
Yeah, I mean, part of why we're seeing Seraphine more now is send a counter pick if you've been practicing enough Seraphine to play it well. I know Tactical has actually put a lot of games on Seraphine. One of the players that's in bot lane that's actually quite flexible. He played a lot of Ziggs last Summer Split as well. Played some Cassiopeia in bottom lane as well in early 2021. So pretty good mage player in his own right as well.
It's one of those things that's been really fun to watch in his development of a player, because he hasn't been around that long, but the longer you are within the scene, the more you can show that flexibility, because as you're growing, you're starting to expand the pool through different metas, and a lot of times those things will shift back in. It's something that Bjergsen has talked about a lot, where, oh, I've played for so long, it's not that I have a mastery of all of these champs because I'm always practicing, but because I've played through every single meta that has existed during that time.
It's an interesting... It's actually a very interesting discussion, because some of the older players can't pick up new champions because they're so set in what they're doing. If you think about Reckless retiring in 2018 because mages were in the bottom lane would be a prime example of that. But Tactical is definitely one of those players that is willing to play a lot of different stuff.
And continuing to do so at that. But even though we saw some early attempts at action with Spica going for that setup of the dive down bot was answered by Pride Stalker's presence, we haven't necessarily gotten a lot of that early skirmishing that we saw in some of the games yesterday.
Yeah, TSM has played quite up-tempo, but nothing happening in this early game. Part of that, I think, is because Spica's move into the bottom lane was matched right away by Pride Stalker and didn't leave a window for anyone to gank. But the second thing is the lanes are actually just playing in a pretty non-volatile way so far in this game.
The most danger is really over on this bot side because of that range matchup. Tactical and Mia taking full advantage. Even right now looking to circle. Can I land a Q here on Karma? Can I get a little extra something before returning to the lane?
Definitely with the teleport on the Mundo was able to just kind of brush off a huge amount of the poke that he took early. So only about 12 CS down so far in that lane. Pretty even game overall.
And all the while, some ultimates are finally coming into the table, so something to consider with the junglers clearing out as much as possible. Spica just remaining in his for now, has a few camps that he can go through if he so desires. Control wards in the advantage of Golden Guardians along this riverside.
This is going to be an interesting game to watch progress because when we look at the strengths and weaknesses of both of these teams, it has traditionally been early game power, but then a suboptimal ability to close out the game. And with it being so close, one Drake over to TSM gives them a slight advantage, but that by no means signals that they have this game in hand.
That's a very good point because for Golden Guardians, that was this story pretty much the entirety of spring. A lot of belief in the potential of these players. You see them acquire early leads, but can they close out when some of that decision-making became a bit more unclear in the latter portions? And even yesterday, we saw them willing to scrap against 100 Thieves, but then unfortunately, around to the Dragon Pit, for instance, just a turn that didn't work out for them, and then from there, couldn't really scrap back in the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, and if we look at how much playmaking each team composition has, there's not a lot of playmaking on Golden Guardians. They have slows, which maybe they can run tactical down with.
They do get his flash, but under the turret now even throws out the ultimate to try to get something, but that's first blood for Golden Guardians. All on the top side though, Licorice getting targeted by
here.
And Spica is here as well though. Pride Stalker going in, zips in with the winds becomes lightning. It's an ultimate all the way across the board. A Blaze Olive is followed by Mia too, so even on that, has to return to the opposite side, can't join the rest of the team, but that's 3 kills that just happened in a very short instance.
Absolutely, and Licorice bought so much time for Pride Stalker and Stixxay's Senna ultimate to arrive. He procced all 4 of his ultimate sides to get the healing fountain on top of himself. And before that play, I think just a big mistake by Tactical dying while being isolated in that lane to give Golden Guardians a slight edge so far.
A bit of the reaction there too, using some resources to flash and the ultimate, so that will be on cooldown for some time here. But the Herald is here for Golden Guardians to pick up. This is known information to TSM, and they have multiple within the vicinity, but no real reason that they see to contest this at the present time, being everything that just went down prior.
Definitely a good start for Golden Guardians. This is more reminiscent of the way they jumped out to an early lead in many of their spring split games. Good early lane movements. You can see how Stixxay was rotating straight out of the base to that Rift Herald. And then they were also the team most likely to get first turret, but you can't get caught like that!
They knew that they were there! Maple going in gets exhausted, but Stixxay falls. Golden Guardians, they were aware of the intel, but still lose 1.
Yeah, many people missing for TSM there. Ole would have needed to scout that with a cleaver, or they just take the safer route. Unfortunately, they do not.
Licorice blasted against the wall for a moment's time, but nothing else to follow from here. But that was a great chance for TSM to be able to even things out, slow the momentum that Golden Guardians were really starting to build. They do still have that Rift Herald that they picked up previously with plenty of plates to take.
Yeah, going back to how Tactical got caught out here, Ole just walks up to him, basically undodgeable cleaver range, lands a couple cleavers in a row, takes him down, and then this is the one where TSM is trying to make a return because Licorice is trying to crash this wave desperately before recalling, gets in range of the Gnar ultimate as Spica arrives, and they're really just dumping as much damage as possible. You notice how the heal procs right there for Licorice as Senna ult comes through. Actually very close to being able to get a double kill if Spica can't get that ultimate to land right at the end. This nearly makes it a 2-for-0. This is a different replay. This is Senna getting ulted by Yasuo. Goodbye.
The transition was too smooth.
Well, I thought they were just going to show the long-range Senna cannon that nearly clutched it out, but it was actually just Senna dying.
Yeah, unfortunate moment for Senna there, but previously did have an impact when you're referring to the ultimate and how that was so helpful for Golden Guardians on this top side. But returning to the action, Blaze Olive is making that movement towards the bot side, decides against it for now. Still was able to get some warding though deep. Trading over your top, Licorice going low, flashes forward. The grand challenge has been activated, but a flash away from Huni. Spica forward for it. Stixay finishing off. Gnar put him into bed. Spica jumping to the opposite side.
He's
Licorice
out.
with the fast feet over the wall. He goes and is safe.
That is playing on limits. Licorice goes for it. Wouldn't have had the solo kill for himself, but they have the global presence of the Senna, and then very fancy feat at the end to not only get Spica's flash and ult, but not give him anything in return.
And following immediately after that Licorice Fiora Pog moment, a Blaze Olive getting the attention of the Rift Herald in mid, able to knock off a few of those plates, so extending those advantages. Stixay, a veteran player, always using that map awareness to have an impact.
Definitely needing to watch that, but lands the slow and the attack speed slow, crucially from that W, so Huni's not able to immediately return that much damage. Licorice needs to flash to be able to proc that final vital. And then here, look at how much healing that was as he was walking back over his ultimate, and then switches directions to speak up in the air. Makes it look easy.
It has the same, I mean, I'm only thinking of this because Dr. Mundo's in it, and I'm just thinking of Mundo dodgeball in the pit.
Okay.
And I feel like Tactical is thinking maybe I should be working on that a little bit going into this lane, and then Liquor saying, I like to move around a bit, just dodging in a different way here.
And also during the longer replay we showed, Golden Guardians picked up a Drake, so definitely keeping this game very even. The overall Corki poke is normally extremely powerful. I'm curious how that's going to work with Seraphine and Karma shielding and healing coming through. Tactical has gone for the Leandries for a little bit more damage. Of course, that's going to reduce their overall healing output, as Mia looks like he's going for the healing reduction in Chantry item before his Mythic.
Mia now hovering over on this mid side. Golden Guardians bot lane coming through to move together as a unit. But still quite a bit of time until those next objectives come on through. So returning to lane, a Blaze Olive has had a lot of time to farm up though, and just in this matchup, which is why so ahead in gold, able to get that build that much closer to completion.
Yeah, and this is the complexion that many of the games have taken so far in Summer Split, where with durability up, early game action is down, but that doesn't mean you don't get big explosive team fights later. It's probably quite different from the scrim meta, where these games are still probably quite explosive as players are testing limits, but it's just, with durability, so much easier to keep the game even when you're on stage.
It does mean you have to be wary of when those spikes do come later for that, because, I mean, we saw in that last game yesterday, for instance, right, between CLG and FlyQuest, where CLG had a lot of leads, and then once Twitch had multiple items on, FlyQuest were able to turn things around, big old damage, and get the victory. So even though things feel slower, and that is kind of a chance to just keep your mind going, you have to make sure that you're still very, very focused until the end and wary of those spikes.
Yeah, I don't think this game has quite the ticking time bomb that Twitch Yuumi is, but I would say the Corki has tremendous late game scaling. Fiora has very good 1v1 late game scaling, but I've still kind of yet to see in LCS this kind of late game Fiora taking over. Inevitably with Dragon Soul and Elder Dragon and Barons, the Fiora has to group, and I think it's going to be relatively difficult for Licorice to team fight well later on in this game. So I'll be very interested to see how the late game team fights do end up playing out in this one.
especially when you look at the way a lot of these ultimates work. If you're finding a lot of jungle fights, Seraphine, for instance, very much likes to just collide between that territory to really funnel Golden Guardians where they want to go. Right now, though,
well, we got a fight.
TSM is on the Rift Herald.
Give it up.
And Golden Guardians decide not to go for it. So that's a trade. The first Rift Herald, Golden Guardians were able to drop mid. Now TSM picking it up. Spica's got it in his pocket.
Yeah, I really do wonder about this Herald pickup for them, though, because they're giving basically a free turret to Licorice down bottom. All second Herald does is helps you break a turret. So they give up a wave and a turret in order to pick up the Herald. Doesn't seem like a very ideal trade.
But in the end, Golden Guardians up 2,000 gold right now in their FPX gold lead. Turret goes down. Licorice having a lot of time to be able to push that on that bot side with the flip that they did. And now Huni returning down here as well. So starting to break things open, and as soon as you take that first turret, that does open up a lot of movement for your team in the way they can start establishing vision. TSM did take a lot of time to establish exactly that around this dragon, finally coming up so they can stack this for their second.
Down in gold, but up in dragons, and just completed their mythics, which actually makes them pretty much the same in terms of combat power.
Spica just wanting to get a little intel here. Pride Stalker, Stixay, and Ole making sure they don't run into too much trouble. Grab a root here onto Spica, but he can escape with ease. We're at that point too where just on both sides of this, a lot of the teams are moving collectively. They don't want anybody to get caught out in this position. Just leave your top laner to go push wherever you want him to go, and it'll just be matched. But right now, the movement coming over towards this mid side. Tactical, pretty chunked down. Rift Herald here, able to crash into the tower. A couple members of Golden Guardians, and Licorice is coming through from the river side, but they give over this tower, and they're able to prevent the second charge.
Yeah, good brute force tower there. TSM now 1 turret to Golden Guardians 2, but they have the more important turret to take down in the mid lane, which makes it relatively even. I think it's interesting that the teams are playing this way when there is so much potential for, I guess, side lane action to happen when you got a Yasuo and a Fiora on opposite sides of the map. But with what we talked about on the analyst desk before this game, in Spring Split, this was the worst and second worst team in terms of isolated deaths, which is a stat that accumulates how often a player dies when they are not in range of any of their teammates. So it has been a big problem for both of these teams, essentially just getting picked off alone. They're not leaving much opportunity for that to happen in this game. I'd almost say they're slightly over-grouping. It's going to happen somewhat naturally when you have a Seraphine Karma team. They're going to want to stay together. But for instance, Huni and Maple are very passive in the side lanes. If you look at how far they are generally pushing up, which is giving Golden Guardians a lot of map control, giving them first access to a lot of these waves, and helping to increase their gold advantage.
That is one of the things that's very just unique about this matchup, because they're both so hyper aware of that specific aspect, making sure that they don't give over those isolated deaths. Very mirrored in their movement as a result, where even if there are opportunities for them to take skirmishes, just making sure to back away from them. We get a little bit of contact here. Ole making the wrap around. Mia has to flash into the red buff pit. Nobody follows.
Yeah, Ole's gonna possibly have some really powerful feeling moments in this game, because if he ever runs into what is traditionally like the mid lane squad would be the bot lane plus the jungler, in this case it's Seraphine, Karma, Volibear, they can't ever kill him with just those three. They need to have Yasuo or Gnar, which in a normal team comp you would have an 80 carry in that spot to be able to shred through the Mundo. TSM doesn't have that. Situations like this are where Ole would be at more risk, but is able to avoid that knockup and maybe turn it around to Spica.
Pride Stalker was there in pursuit, but Spica does escape, and you do have Ole on this Mundo, so kind of treating in that way where, yes, the support position, but can position in the lanes when you have things opened up. And yeah, exactly as you were saying, it'll be very difficult to kill him later on. You've got the Frostfire Gauntlet already, the Bramble Vest to also try and punish some of the healing on the opposite side. So with this build getting more and more online, becoming that much more durable, everyone's favorite word.
Yeah. Durability.
Durable. That's kind of a hard word to say really fast, back to back, actually. Durable. Yeah. I'll stop trying that.
I'd say as well, Huni and Maple need to really get damage quickly, otherwise there will not be a way to kill this Mundo. So, again, it's a slow game because Golden Guardians doesn't necessarily have that much playmaking, but the press R and run at them will be relatively effective at the next Dragon fight because of the current lack of having 2 completed damage items by Huni or Maple, and the fact that Ole does have 2 completed tank items.
Right now they're warming up. They're doing like 50-meter sprints. I don't actually know the breaking points for length in runs. That's probably more of a Dash question, but I'm like, you know, then later they'll be willing to go all the way the distance, 1,000 miles down the stretch to chase after TSM. Not yet, though.
17 seconds, and because Golden Guardians gets first access to mid-wave because they have Mundo, who can't necessarily be killed, and then because they have mid-prowl, they're able to get those side waves pushed in so frequently. So it's just really difficult for TSM to access any of these objectives. I think they need 100% crit on Yasuo and at least a second damage item on Nara before they can even consider this. So a uncontested Drake for Golden Guardians based on the current state of the game.
And it feels like TSM are trying to figure out what they want to do with this time. If they're allowing Golden Guardians to take this Drake because they can't break their way into it, is there somewhere else that they can create an advantage on this map? We're at 22 minutes, so you're past Heralds, obviously. Baron, it's a little too early to be doing something like that. So instead, just get a bit more of the clearing over in that mid wave and start pushing over on that top side. They even out the turret score as a result.
And something that's going to be interesting in this one is how TSM can play from this deficit. In spring, you'd say this game would probably be lost for them, but maybe Maple, his experience working with Spica as well, can help them come back in this. Or maybe Huni can just beast mode something on a side wave, definitely trying to make an effort here.
Pursuing Licorice, that's for sure. Pride Stalker is here. Licorice going back in for it.
Oh!
And you get the ultimate coming through from the Senna again. Licorice, she slams. Maple is here, though. You have to be wary of that TSM Spica collapsing on the opposite side. Stixxay also making his way into the vicinity, but Licorice eventually loses his life.
It still brought all 5 members of TSM down to the bottom lane for 1-for-1. So now Blaze Olive gets to push an entire wave in mid. Ole gets to push an entire wave in top, and that'll be a gold positive trade for Golden Guardians, taking 2 jungle camps on the way out as well.
Yeah, look how many little blue dots are on that mini-map pressing over here onto the top side. Ole being able to usher that in. So 3,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians right now and drawing so much of that attention. Maple's response is to continue pushing on the bot side. They have now taken out all of the outer turrets for both of these teams.
Yeah, Maple is going to have a very impressive carry effort. And more importantly, TSM is going to have to scout this Baron pretty soon, because this is a really good timing for Golden Guardians to take it.
It's
low as well.
Down.
It's gone.
It is burning. It is gone. Do TSM try to follow up with a fight in return?
I don't think so, but they're there.
So Spica, yeah, he's just chilling. He's getting targeted by Licorice over on the backside. Huni gets blasted on down in the center of it all. It didn't quite look like TSM wanted it despite staying in the vicinity.
That looked to me like TSM was just stunned. They didn't expect Golden Guardians to take Baron, and then when Golden Guardians had Baron, it's almost like they didn't process it, because there's no reason they should have stuck around in that situation. 5 full health Golden Guardian members, and Maple wasn't even close. They just stood there in a 4v5 and let Golden Guardians kill them. So now Golden Guardians really exploding this game. They get the Baron, they get a kill, and because it's a 4v5, they're getting multiple turrets right away.
They take down the mid tier 2, about to pressure over on this top side as well. Baron empowered minions helping to do that work. So Golden Guardians getting a decent amount of value off of this. At TSM, it felt like they were at the zoo and they were looking at the Baron exhibit.
Ooh.
Going in for Pride Stalker, and now they're, let's break down the glass, let's go into it, let's get the charm onto Pride Stalker, bring him into our own exhibit and take ownership, so they at least take one of them off the board for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, a very small consolation prize after losing a lot. It's something that I mentioned on the analyst test for Golden Guardians before the game, was that this might be somewhat of a make or break game for them. because they showed such a strong trajectory in spring, have the same roster coming back into summer, aside from an AD carry change, and are trying to make a big play. And here it looked like Licorice is going to lose it, but they have Zinzao on the way, and most importantly, Stixay is tracking this fight the entire time. Licorice tries to turn it around, and this whole sequence, pulling 5 TSM members towards the bottom lane in order for that nice little flash behind to work, is eventually what got them the Baron, because all 5 members of TSM moved down. They lost vision control, they lost the wave push. Golden Guardians get the Baron, and now they have a 5,500 gold lead.
Licorice is showing just how comfortable he is on this champion, not just in the movement, but knowing how long he can stay, how long he can prolong things before the rest of his team is able to join him. And it's proven to be an advantage, whether it's actually acquiring the kills or even just getting some of that attention. Now Golden Guardians can continue this push on through. Less than 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. So they're able to take another turret with some pressure from their team, even get the root onto Spica so that he can't step up.
Yeah, getting that turret is going to improve that Baron power play to about 4,000 gold, making it an above average Baron power play, but still possibly a lot of League left to play. 2 dragons away from an Ocean Soul, and still a long ways away from that next Baron. Positive signs for them, though. Another large gold lead at the 27-minute mark. The Achilles heel of this Golden Guardians team has been the inability to close from such a state. But with this, Drake will be on Soul Point at 27.5 minutes.
That timing worked out so well. Push as much as you can with that Red Bull Baron buff, and then immediately move to the Dragon as it's spawning afterwards. A lot of that map that you were able to acquire as Golden Guardians meant that once again, TSM could not make their way to the objective. So Soul Point good for Golden Guardians. And TSM, though, really you are looking for how can they just have one of these fights where if you get a Seraphine ult, if you go and you charm a few of them, if you take enough of them off the map when the timers start to get longer, then you can try and even things out. It's just that gold lead has been ever so growing for Golden Guardians.
It has been, and it's been growing because TSM can't get a fight. They haven't been able to push a single side wave ahead of where Golden Guardians is, so they never have a timing where they can group as 5 people and actually force Golden Guardians to fight them on an objective. It's been a very good job of Licorice, Ablaze Olive, and Stixay, but it's actually Ole playing a side lane a lot of the times on Mundo, just keeping the waves pushed and then having these timings to group. So the advantage of TSM's team, which would be like, hey, group up around Seraphine and Carmen, run at them, that opportunity hasn't presented itself for TSM.
Which is why most of the impact we have seen from Maple is just in clearing those waves before, as opposed to where you want this maple tree? I don't know. Where you want Maple to pop off on this Yasuo is what I was going for.
He's got Infinity Edge now, so he definitely has enough damage to actually make an impact in a team fight. But so just not being able to push waves is one thing. The second thing would be just like, look at who is the ones dying on the TSM side. It's 3 deaths for Huni, 1 death for Tactical. The majority of those were actually isolated for both of them. It is what has been a problem for TSM in their losses, is the consistency of Huni and Tactical. So Team Com has a little bit to do with that, but it's what's given several opportunities for Golden Guardians as well.
And it's not just about the opportunities they're getting, it's Golden Guardians making sure that they push those advantages, something that sometimes before when their decision making isn't necessarily on the right page. Right now, it looks like they're all following what the game is telling them to do. Hey, you got this gold, let's just keep pressuring, let's just make sure that these waves are pushing up as much as possible. And it's led to them being in such a comfortable position here at 30 minutes.
Yeah, Golden Guardians also with now a Guardian Angel on Corki. He's waiting in base. Maybe for a control ward. He's got his package there, but I think he should actually delay his package until they actively want to play around an objective. He picks it up now. Okay, so they're actually going to try and use it for this Baron setup rather than waiting for the Ocean Soul. Respectable that they're trying to push the tempo a little bit. They feel like they have a big power spike right now, and they're just going to start it.
TSM, everyone except for Huni is in the vicinity. Huni does have teleport available, though. Some trading of that vision prior, but Golden Guardians have started this up.
Huni's almost mega, and he's got flank.
He's used. He's here on the opposite side of the rest of his team in a great position to beat as Golden Guardians go for it first, going across with the Valkyrie. A decent amount of damage for Golden Guardians onto TSM. Pride Stalker into the back line. A Blaze Olive coming back to life as well. Huni still separated, wanting to work up that rage a bit more. Mia also completely blocked off by Ole, who can join the rest of the team. Spica in the center of too much gold, dipping onto his head and burning him down. Tactical, not long for this gold. Licorice with the blood in his eyes. The hunger is real, gets the kill, and Golden Guardians take 4. They're looking to take 5. TSM cannot stop the onslaught that Golden Guardians have been bringing to their face time and time again.
What a call there by Golden Guardians to just go straight for the Baron, not dilly-dallying around waiting for the Ocean Soul. They just start the Baron, they wait until they see TSM, and then they just run at him. So Pride Stalker flashes in as the package cuts across, and you can see TSM just not necessarily prepared for this level of aggression. I don't think Tactical actually used his Empowered W, which would be a big miss. They needed that shield to try and counter that engage. Huni can't make it in onto the fight, and then TSM scatters and loses.
And it was a great starting position from Huni, but yes, that aggression happening so immediately from Golden Guardians, not enough time to be able to catch up to it. And Licorice, even here, I feel like this is kind of the epitome of what we've seen during this game. He just got that killer instinct. He really wants to take them down, and it's paid off well for Golden Guardians.
Look at the item gaps right here. 4-item Fiora, 4-item Corki, and half a Void Staff. Full 3 items on Xin Zhao. TSM is just so much weaker, but feel obligated to try and contest this Ocean Drake. Golden Guardians, I think they're going to try and find an angle to just run at them again.
GA still available for Licorice, still down for a Blaze Olive. A good amount of poke, though, coming from Corki here. So even though TSM feel this pressure to try and step up to it, Golden Guardians, they're already in the vicinity. They're already starting it up. This is going to be soul for them. Spica hopping on over the wall. Can he go in for a Pride Stalker instead, slamming him on to Spica, who has to just hop right out. Huni is on the opposite side. Grand Challenge activated once again for Licorice, and Golden Guardians, they've zoned off the remainder of TSM. While Golden Guardians focus onto the Dragon, they take it down. That's Ocean Soul. So much more sustainability for them in these fights.
Looking very grim for TSM to try and win this one. They trade junglers, but losing the Ocean Soul. And also, like, Stixxay could just end this game in mid lane as Golden Guardians take this fight.
They're going for it. Huni has to hop away, and Maple as well gets burned as soon as he steps up to Golden Guardians. Some shielding for TSM, but the poke is still good. Ole, he's on him. He's got that eye for him. Mia tries to get the lockdown onto Licorice, but Licorice keeping on to Huni. Tactical and Mia in retreat. Look at that damage onto Mia. Luckily has some little bit of speediness in you when you are Karma, but it's not enough. Stixxay says, all right, I'm still here. That was just a delayed fight from everybody else on my team, so I can clear into this base right now. Baron buff still in tow, takes down one of these turrets. 30 seconds before Maple or Huni can come up. Still another 15 on Mia. Numbers advantage for Golden Guardians. Even with Pride Stalker being so far away, Golden Guardians, they're able to get it. Eyes on the Nexus, picking up a win here against TSM. Golden Guardians finding the victory.
A very solid game from Golden Guardians, pretty much from start to finish. They pull out the Mundo bottom lane, which ends up presenting some huge problems for the double enchanter bottom lane of TSM. So Golden Guardians has lane control pretty much the entire game. They translate that into forcing objectives at just the right time, and they never gave TSM a chance.
No, they made sure as soon as they started to get some semblance of a gold lead, they were continuing to expand that as much as possible through control of the turrets. Even a Blaze Olive getting a lot of time to be able to accrue as much as he could in lane. And this is a good look for them, having that consistent game plan and following it all the way through.
And I think very important that they pick up this particular victory as well, because Golden Guardians is competing with this type of team for the slot in the LCS. I don't think many people are expecting Golden Guardians to break into the top 4 like the TLEG 100 Thieves C9 group, but they can be that 5th team, especially with the trajectory that they were on in spring. They had a very poor-looking start to the season, but if they can put together more games like this, where they have a solid draft, they play the early mid-game well, and then are actually able to close, that's the final piece for them if they want to become a top team.
Yeah, reminding everyone of why they got so excited about them towards the end of that spring, because it did feel like one of those things where people thought, oh, if they just had a little bit of a stronger start, maybe they would have been able to edge through a bit more, make it, and not have to do those tiebreakers. And then you come into week 1, they pick up the win against Cloud9, but the rest of the game still looking a little bit identityless. So you're thinking, where am I supposed to be focusing on with this team? And they brought that focus together here in this game.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of variance at the start of the season, so every game we're kind of reevaluating the way we think of teams. Yesterday, TSM had a good game against Team Liquid. Today, a very poor game against Golden Guardians. Part of that could be kind of related to them not having very many tools to start fights, not necessarily having that much damage. But overall, a bad look for TSM and a happy game for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, was that enough, though, to break into the momentum they were gaining from the Team Liquid win, though? That's what you kind of got to ask yourself.
What have you done for me lately? That's how I feel like they're at right now. They beat Team Liquid, but now that they've lost this one, they're probably going to go into next week disappointed.
Yep, memory only goes so far into the past. For now, though, we are heading over to the stage to join Emily and Blaze Olive for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, thank you for joining me, Blaze Olive, and congratulations on your victory. Obviously, I kind of have to start with the draft because it was pretty spicy, locking in Mundo Fiora at the very end there. So how did you guys prep for this? Because I know Mundo's actually a huge concept pick over in Academy for Golden Guardians, and I've heard Ole's been spamming it in Champ Q as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Mundo is not something we were really prepared for. At least I was not prepared for. I wasn't aware that it was a pick into the Seraphine Karma, but it was something that we brought up in draft, and it looked really good with the picks they had locked in. And we trusted Ole to really bring it home, and I mean, basically nothing happened this game, and we just won. So I guess it worked out.
You say basically nothing happened in this game, but with a draft like this, you guys really have to leverage your side lane pressure, especially around the Fiora. So who is making those calls, especially at the Baron around like 24 minutes when you guys were able to sneak it after that bot lane kill?
I think that's a lot of myself and Eric. In this game, because we had the support playing the side laner, I was kind of stuck clearing mid lane, and so it was a lot on Eric. So at least from my perspective, I was just kind of sitting mid, farming every single thing on the map. But it was a lot of Eric, and especially that Baron call, that was 100% Eric. We knew that Yasuo would probably go for the bot tier 1, and we had vision control topside, so we thought we might as well try Baron, and they reacted too slowly, so we just got a free one.
And then in this overall season, I feel like you guys definitely haven't gotten off to the start that you would like, obviously, especially having spoken with you at the end of the season after Golden Guardians were kind of still figuring stuff out and you made playoffs. So what has been behind your rough start, and how are you going to use this win to kind of leverage that for the future?
Well, I think a lot of our rough start can be attributed to just not being able to play in studio. At least for me, I know that it's a lot harder to take away that it's a stage game and separate that from scrims because we're playing in the same room. So I think in general we're a lot less focused than we could be. But I think our rough start for the most part isn't too bad. I think it's just mainly the fact that we can't play in studio, and you know, cross our fingers, next week we should be back. So
once you guys are in studio, you'll just be on a tear.
Yeah, we'll be stomping everyone.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And on the other side of the break, we're going to get ready for the next matchup with a special story time with Mark Zimmerman. I'll see you guys then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork! I got 10 forks right here, baby!
A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock. No king! The people shall have the right to vote. Even the stupid ones? Yes!
That Citizen, can I be honest with you? It stinks.
Nobody's going to the moon, ever. Why not? It's far. It's too far. It's far.
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。バカか。出て行け。語りがいいでもやるぞ。語り。
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for FlyQuest vs. Team Liquid. With the rise of Twitch Yumi in the meta, which FlyQuest used just yesterday, I think it's the perfect time to revisit some classic literature. The Cat on the Rat, written by Dr. Afromu with illustrations by our own Emily Rand. Let's begin. CLG was 3-0, but Fly came to play. The Cat on the Rat were their picks on that day. Heals and peels, speed ups and slows. Even when invisible, she goes where he goes. A Q left the brush, and the cat bopped and blocked. CLG tried to flash, but Luger still got dropped. The cat will spoon feed the rat to get fat, but sometimes in the mid-game, the combo falls flat. So Afromu said to his young bot lane carry, just get to 4 items, we'll show them Tom and Jerry. And when Contract stepped up, the rat sprayed and he prayed, and the cat's final chapter kept all the danger at bay. In the final team fight, the rat flanked to the side, while the cat with the monkey made sure CLG died. And that is how Fly achieved their dream, with a cat on a rat to beat an undefeated team. I love that book. As for me, well, FlyQuest, I tip my hat, but personally, I hope someone kills that cat on the rat.
Amazing content.
Absolutely brilliant, brilliant dramatic reading.
Best part of it is that cover
of the very famed and very well-known Cat on the Rat by
This is
Dr.
beautiful.
Alphamoo
The fact
and
that they
illustrated by.
laminated
Can
it
we
for
get a
me?
close-up of this? Emily
Drew that by
this
hand.
this morning.
In
we
10
literally
minutes.
we showed up for our read-through to go through stuff for the day, and Emily's just casually drawing this, cutting it out, and putting it all together in the moment. Absolutely spectacularly done.
Thank you.
Mark, you have a career as a children's,
beautiful.
at least as a children's book reader.
Not my kids.
That much, I'll tell you that.
At least I proved that.
Not Raz's
At least
kids.
I proved I could read.
You can read. I'm proud of you for that. We put it to you, though, out on Twitter. What should Yuumi Twitch be called? And the verdict is in. It's Tom and Jerry. And honestly, I'm with you, Twitter. I think you've landed on it. It is Tom and Jerry. That is the nostalgic A+ in my book.
I'm not going to go by the result of these.
I'm a more well-cultured person. Better cultured person.
You're a what?
Oh, God, let's move
You're
on.
a what now?
You're a what?
I like the Catatouille, all right? I'm a fan of
Catatouille is exquisite.
It's a good
exquisite.
option.
It's a dark horse
There
for
we go.
sure. All right, well, there you have it. Let's talk about FlyQuest and moving into the matchup today, because as they were able to get the victory with the Cat on the Rat just yesterday, I think it's a question of, how do they further that success here today? We're going to start, though, in the mid lane, because it's a huge mid lane matchup. Takui has long been talked about for FlyQuest success from spring to summer, but we're going to get a word from him on what it's like to face off against some veteran mid laners.
I think I learned a lot from Bjergsen. I learned a lot in general from a veteran player, like Maple, for example. I learned a lot playing against them and watching sometimes the Champions League game, how they communicate. I definitely learned a lot against these kind of players because, they've just been around for so much and they know so much that you can just steal some of their skills.
Takui versus Bjergsen. Bjergsen did fall down for the first time in summer just yesterday, and we did begin some discussions earlier today in waiting room about okay, now what's the assessment of Team Liquid? How quick are people going to be, to jump away from this? They look unstoppable, they look unbeatable, kind of version of Team Liquid to what they are now at 3-1.
I mean, I think if anything, we've shown that best of ones, anything can kind of happen.
Yep.
TSM looked so good yesterday, just struggled in game one, and so for Team Liquid, it sucks you lost that game yesterday, but I don't think their dominance should be questioned. I think it's just about get back up on the horse, bounce back, and try and take down FlyQuest.
And this matchup's really interesting too because not only you're right, I agree, Team Liquid should still be the heavy favorites here. You're gonna slip up in a best of one circumstance, but I'm interested in this matchup. It's All Pro 1 versus All Pro 2. These were our two best players in this previous split, and Bjergsen, still the criticisms there is because we have seen him in the past just be head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the competition. That hasn't been the case this time around, but at the beginning of the split, he has just been untouchable. And we would have came into this segment talking about how he's been unkillable if it wasn't for the death that happened just yesterday.
Yeah.
But still, kudos to him having such a monstrous performance at the beginning of this split.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously there's the TSM loss from yesterday, but I think looking at these mids is really interesting given how TL said that they want to play through bot lane. Bjerg has been roaming down there a lot more often. Previously, I think he roamed topside a lot more in spring. And then for me, for FlyQuest, we talked to Jose Deodo on the desk yesterday where he's like, anyone can be anyone, but it's still definitely about the mid-jungle duo for them. I still think that everything that FlyQuest wants to do, as much as we talked about the Cat and the Rat, really starts with them.
All right, well, as we get ready to head into draft, FlyQuest has a helpful PSA for all of the casters. Let's take a look.
Decoy.
Decoy!
Decoy also. Decoy. Decoy. Decoy.
Tucoil. Tokau will. Tuku will. Takuwa. Tukui. 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 Tukui.
Takui.
Took Nasty. Taken starring Liam Neeson.
Thank you very much.
FlyQuest. I will admit I have indeed struggled with the pronunciation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you again. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm here with Jat and Azael. Jat, it has been years since you and I casted together, and Isaac, it was at least yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it's been like 24 hours, maybe.
But it's been too long for both of us, I think. Everyone always wants to be casting with Captain Flowers 24/7.
Who doesn't want to be casted with Jat, man? Come on, you're one of the OGs. Well, let's get into it. We got the three of us here. We also got the literal world champion back again to bless us with this incredible cranium of knowledge. Now, I'm ready for this, because, wait, what do you mean, what the heck? Come on. We gotta build each other up here.
Incredible cranium of knowledge.
Yeah. Sounds like an item you try to get an Elden Ring or something.
Oh, there you go. I like
I'd
it.
go on a side quest for that. But now, let's go on a quest for Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. Team Liquid wanting to bounce back from a loss yesterday against TSM. FlyQuest sitting on 2-2. Man, they would love to tie Team Liquid in the standings here.
I personally just got very confused because I believe my client dropped out of this draft and I didn't know we were started yet. But
I think it'll still get in the game. This happened to me yesterday.
I think I will be able to. But yeah, I'm just excited to see these two teams go up against each other. Interestingly enough, they were 1-1 against each other in spring. And Jose Dioto did not seem afraid of Team Liquid's reputation yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking to a lot of different players, a lot of different coaches, people are saying they think this is the closest the league has been in a long time between the top and the bottom. There's not a tremendous amount separating these teams. They are feeling like they can overcome these top teams.
Yeah, even in waiting room today, Mark, myself, and Raz had to just on the spot predict a top three. We all picked a different top three in a different first place in 4 different teams throughout it. So it's going to be a really interesting split.
Well, we've got our first part of the bans all said and done. It's Jace, Yuumi, Ari, Volibear, Lucian, and Twisted Fate all removed. And TL gets first pick.
Also really interesting to see how few marksmen were actually banned out this time. You know, we've been seeing 4+ marksmen banned out almost every single game. You know, Zeri available, Senna available, Kalista available, all on the table. Zeri's going to be grabbed on one side. I wonder if FlyQuest would be willing to go towards a Senna-style comp, which has been super high prio, but not necessarily for them. Yesterday, they did go towards the Twitch. Yuumi is not available as the pairing, but that's something that they've now played twice, and Johnson has looked quite comfortable on it.
I don't necessarily think the Twitch would work without the Yuumi, but never say never with this one. It would make the laning phase definitely something that Zeri is going to try and punish, and they're going
for it.
And I think you can go like Twitch Lulu. I think other enchanters work really well with it. You know, I do think that obviously there's a lot of power in that specific combo, but clearly comfortable, willing to go towards it, does have incredibly good scaling. And honestly, ever since the durability update, Twitch's laning phase is much harder to punish, which is one of those things that helps you get to those later spikes.
Yeah. Get to the 3 items, get to Runaan's, get to the team fight cannon stage where you can delete everybody in a couple of seconds. But if we're talking about team fighting, we saw how Twitch can work together really well with Wukong yesterday. We got to see the Yuumi, of course, was involved in that as well. But Wukong's been popular in the jungle for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, actually comparing yesterday's draft for FlyQuest to today's draft, CLG first picked the Zeri, FlyQuest answered with Yuumi Wukong, but then Twitch on 3. So in terms of champions in the game right now, it is a spitting image of what happened for them yesterday.
As close as it could be.
Right?
Take the Lulu away.
Yeah, it's really actually interesting. So they're going to grab the Lulu themselves as a takeaway. You're expecting for sure it's going to core. I've seen a tiny bit of Enchanter's mid lane, but I'm not expecting that to actually be the case. Now we have to see, is FlyQuest going to grab their own support, or are they going to, kind of have different attempts here, try to look towards a solo laner?
Rakan comboed here with Wukong.
Really good
ton of engage here for these guys.
Definitely needing to gank that lane and have a numbers advantage, because I believe the Zeri Lulu will be able to push up. It's also a slightly different look for Team Liquid. So even though CoreJJ did win a world championship playing Enchantress in 2017, in his time in NA, he's almost exclusively found success with hard engaged support. So even though he's a great laner on Enchantress, it's a much different style of what CoreJJ can do on the map after the laning phase.
And it makes me wonder, is Bwipo going to bring engage? Because right now they don't really have any, right? That hasn't really been the meta for mid laners. So, are you going to be going something like a Blind Ornn along those lines? If you are, you'd want to ban out things like the Fiora, potentially even the GP, which has been pretty high prio. But I feel like TL are going to probably want that, unless they're happy to just kind of play it slow and look to kind of kite back and forth, utilize the pillars and the Zeri speed.
Well, it is FlyQuest banning towards some of those more ferocious top laners here, with the Mordekaiser being taken off the table. You can see the Corki banned out by TL, so they don't want to have to deal with that mid lane presence. They're focusing more on that other solo lane instead of the top side.
I'd say with the Lulu as well, like even if it's not hard engaged, just Lulu Olaf would still be good. Whippo has played top lane Olaf twice. It can really allow them to run down Twitch, and it is unbanned. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw that pick on the 4-5 for Whippo.
Well, we do see the Ornn banned away by FlyQuest there, so eliminating one of those big engage options like you're talking about, making sure that Team Liquid can't just default to one of those most powerful options for that. 10 seconds left. Does TL also want to look towards the top lane, or are they just going to double ban towards mid here instead? Come on, guys, what's it going to be here? Running down the clock. All right, Corki Azir taken out. So of those big 3 control mages, only Victor remains.
Well, I think this is kind of a nod to Tukoy as a player, right? You know, he is such a strong carry force for FlyQuest. You know, Philip, if you're less concerned about him, maybe you don't feel like you need to actually spend those bans on him.
Yep.
Also think that it's more likely to counterpick top lane, as that's been the general style for LCS since the teleport changes. And that's a locked-in LeBlanc there for... How the FlyQuest tell us to say it?
Tukui. I think. I'm from a cornfield. My French pronunciation is not going to be good no matter how many times I try, but I'll give it the best darn try that I can. Let's see how TL wants to respond. It will be Gangplank up there in the top lane. One of those champions that you named thinking about like, hey, maybe this is going to be one of those things to bust up something like a tank or whatever. Well, it's Team Liquid taking it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, GP is really strong as far as like adding additional slows. If you are going to try to play that sort of a style where you are looking more for kite, you can play weak side pretty comfortably, drop ults down towards bot. You have the GP ulti slow, you have speed ups, you know, from the Zeri, from the Lulu, Trundle slows as well. Swain would be really interesting here and would give them at least a little bit of pseudo engage. You can fish with the E. It's also incredibly strong against dive comps. So I think he's seeing Wukong, he's seeing Rakan, he's seeing LeBlanc, he's saying, you're gonna come at me. And that is where Swain is really at its strongest. I do think it's an incredibly strong mid laner. What will be the answer, though, from Philip is really going to tell us a lot about, you know, are they fully committing to the dive, or are they going to have a little bit of split push in the comp, look for something a bit different?
Okay, it's more go in, right? Aatrox, Wukong, Rakan, everybody's going in like this. And although Team Liquid, they're limited in engage options, and by limited, I mean, it's pretty much a Swain Claw. But the disengage, the zone control, if you try to dive onto barrels, onto Trundle Pillar, onto Swain's ulti and Lulu, it's tough.
Yeah, and also trying to think about how Team Liquid would try and achieve victory with this team composition. It's winning lanes, getting set up first on an objective, and then poking and waiting for FlyQuest to come into them. It's still, you can still play up-tempo with champions that don't have engage if you're strong enough in laning phase.
And I think TL have more of an ability to play like a 1-4 split. You know, LeBlanc can go to sides to try to answer GP, but you know, because FlyQuest drafted Aatrox is much more of a team fighting champion. You can get advantages in lane, but you generally bring that to the 5v5. I think the Swain is incredibly strong, and it feels like Bjergsen called the bluff a little bit that they weren't going to go towards a Fiora, weren't going to go towards something that is, you know, more of a hard commit towards sides where he could have struggled. Because FlyQuest needs to dive. It's 4 champions that are going forward into you. And Swain is so damn powerful in those situations.
Especially with the way he can just keep refreshing the ulti now over and over again. As long, like I've seen the clips where they just throw him into a bunch of target dummies in the fountain and he can't die. So hey, I'm looking forward to seeing how Bjergsen plays it. I want to see if Team Liquid bounces back or if FlyQuest can keep on trucking in this one, get themselves up to a tied record if they beat TL here. Let's do it.
That would be quite the shocking start for FlyQuest if they could tape down Team Liquid. And also a disaster week for Liquid if they dropped to TSM and FlyQuest. But they are definitely the heavy favorites going into this one.
Absolutely. Taking a look at what we've got across the board here will be the grasp up there on Gangplank. No first strike on him this time. We've got ourselves PTA on Trundle. Everything's pretty similar there. Ignite versus Teleport there in the mid lane. So it is going to have some summoner spell discrepancy there in terms of late game rotations. Just general macro play with Bjergsen having the advantage. Down in bottom, Exhaust versus Cleanse. They're on the AD carries, Ignite on both supports. So Johnson really trying to pay respect towards some of that CC. Does not want to get grabbed by a Swain Claw and immediately blown up.
Yeah, Polymorph also, you know, really concerning. Exhaust really concerning. It's like Twitch, you have to be hyper powerful during your ultimate. Like that is where almost all of your kind of bills get paid, so to speak. So having Cleanse is really, really valuable to make sure you're free firing during that. Also going to be really interested to see what Bjergsen actually builds here. You know, there are kind of 2 schools of thought. Leandri's is more individual power. If you feel that you're going to be playing heavily with your team, the Rylai's Mandate build is really, really strong. You know, being able to actually proc, get the move speed, get the slowdown, really stay in on top of people. But that does rely on your teammates to be able to proc those little bursts of damage that do also give you that move speed. So it will be interesting to see if he wants to build for that.
Yeah, it would also make him a little bit more vulnerable in side lanes, since typically, especially in pro, you're needing to play more side lanes, although last game was an exception to that, where they had the Mundo going side and they put a Blaze all of mid on Corki, but we'll definitely be looking forward to seeing Bjergsen.
A little bit of cheese.
Yeah. Oh, and a very little bit.
Step.
Yeah, didn't work out too well. All right, nothing more to it. I like the fact that they at least went for a little bit of something, but yep, FlyQuest being ready for that, stepping away from the bullets there. Hansama finds just a little bit of extra trading. Both of our junglers starting off on the top side of the map, so they will be pathing towards this bottom area. We'll see if anybody can make anything happen early on or if they get into a fight over the crab.
I really like how TL's bot lane was playing that, though. They're trying to actually zone them off XP, right? They're using the Q from Zeri, just spamming it out, trying to keep them off of that ranged XP. Very clearly, TL will have the push in the 2v2, but they're trying to get them to deny some of this experience. I'm not quite sure if Fly's bot lane got all of the XP. Either way, the wave is going to crash. It's just going to be about how much can you pick up as this does come to you under the tower. 3 Relic Shield charges should make it so that FlyQuest can get most of it. If any are at awkward health, you expect Afro to use a charge.
Yeah, and also you can see in this triple screen, this is what you refer to as 2 lanes of prio. So top lane prio for GP against Aatrox, bot lane prio for Lulu and Zeri. But Bjergsen is pushed in by LeBlanc. So when you're thinking about, like back when Crab was a little bit more valuable, still now, you're trying to figure out who can actually collapse on me with Crab. And with the mid lane being in the side of FlyQuest and the bot lane being in the side of TL, that bot Crab is still contestable for both teams.
Well, we do see both of those crabs about to spawn here as the waves are getting cleared out a bit. You can see Philip and Johnson have both finally got back out from underneath the turrets. They're farming up. But let's see who goes to the crabs first. We are going to get both junglers showing up. Santorin walking into the Drake pit. Likely to have to flash out of this one. Stands and fights. CoreJJ coming in to try to save him. The flash follow. Santorin stuck around too long. Greed is a deadly sin for Team Liquid. CoreJJ flashing back into the pit, trying to get away. Takui's coming up from the other side.
Gotta
Can we get
land
a chain? Can we stop him? He's got the
They
chain.
got him.
CoreJJ thrown up into the air, and the money goes to Jose Diodo.
Oh, that is huge for FlyQuest. They get first blood on a Johnson and the double buffs onto the Twitch here. Philip getting really low, and his wave is quite awkward. He's got to pay respect. If you get hit by another barrel, flash auto Q, and you're dead with the passive. Philip has the base, but his wave is screwed, so he's not wanting to, but he's going to have to TP back and try to fix this wave.
And it's really hard for Jose to go back up there to help him, but to talk about that play in the bottom lane, a very heady play by Afromu to be able to be first on this play. So they knew they had the mid prio through LeBlanc, so LeBlanc could move down through mid, but you can see Afromu just dips into the jungle. Santorin is expecting his bot lane to be there first, which is why the mid prio doesn't matter. Then Afromu shows up, and he immediately has to move.
And Santorin could have actually just flashed out instantly and lived, but they decided, clearly, they made the call. No, Core's going to be here. We can actually win this fight because we have bot prio. But they lose track of the fact that Takoi's coming down. Santorin has lost too much health by the time that he flashes over. Flashes into the waiting arms there of Johnson, giving over first blood and double buffs. So, you know, misreading that situation. A great roam from Afro, really punishing TL hard.
And the icing on the cake is the first blood and the double buffs went to Twitch, who was the champion who most needs the farm and was most disadvantaged by the early laning phase. So the perfect outcome for FlyQuest.
And again, I'm going back to looking at the fact that Santorin could have got away over the wall so easily. It was Team Liquid making the call, saying we can outplay it, and FlyQuest just answering that skill check.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, once the Ignite is on, it's like there's no healing coming through. You know, the Lulu's not actually going to be that powerful as far as the shielding. So TL clearly underestimating the amount of damage that was going to come across, and do get punished very, very hard. Strong early lead now for FlyQuest. We'll see what they can make of that. If they want to play down towards bot side, try to look for some of those dragons if they can use mid-prio for that.
Johnson's not having a great time down here against CoreJJ and Hans. As Afromu was roaming around, you can see some vision has been placed down both in the river and in the enemy jungle. But that just means Johnson is hanging back, farming up. That fight that happened, yes, it was 2 kills for FlyQuest, but it didn't lead to a Drake take early on or anything like that. There haven't been any other advantages coming from it. Back up here at top, Philip started to try to stand and fight against Whippo, lands most of the combo, doesn't get the sweet spot on Q3, so loses a little bit of damage on what could have been. But honestly, just trying to fight back here against this Gangplank. And what you had already pointed out, Isaac, was not a great lane and wave state earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see. I mean, Philip now, he doesn't have level 6 yet. Whippo has hit level 6, so you're going to have to be pretty respectful. He has no TP. If he gets dove on this is a fat wave pushing in.
Oh, no.
So Philip really needs 6 here to try to survive. But this is looking like an easy dive. We'll see how far off 6 he is.
Might get it. He has 6.
Well, Philip trying to stay alive here.
Oh!
Flash Q3! Philip with the outplay to make it a 1-for-1.
Still a massive win for Philip there. Something about playing top lane for FlyQuest Split. You're not going to get that much help, so he needs to be able to clutch out in fights like that.
Johnson immediately popped by Hans Sama. Team Liquid getting a kill here in the bottom lane, but Jose Diodo shows up, and he's ready to go in for the Team Liquid AD carry. One more hit with the stick and point and click. Core JJ nearly kills off Afro move, but now he's able to get on back as Jose Diodo keeps the chase alive and scares the Team Liquid support away 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
Yeah, at the end of the day, really nice outplay here, from Philip to be able to get the kill. The Q3 flash was big. You can notice how he's actually focusing on the wave, trying to get them in, spending his Qs on the wave, gets 6 here, pulls back, pops R, then Q3 flash straight in onto Whippo, who does have the turret angle. Really well played from Philip. Unfortunately for him, he's still going to lose a lot of experience on this. The next wave even crashed, so he loses about 2.5 waves on that, and the wave will bounce. And on the other side, TL are able to get this 2v2 kill.
Yeah, and this was huge for Hans Sama and Core JJ.
Okay.
This was also then huge for Johnson.
Kill. Johnson's revenge immediately after just taking out Hans Sama on the Zeri. 2-1-2 now. 4 out of 5 kill participation on the Twitch feels great.
Man, that's going to be plates as well. That was a pushing wave. Actually,
so big.
You die, solo kill for Hans, dying with that wave pushing in. So it's at least 1 plate has already gone down there. So that's like a kill and a half going over there to Johnson. Because of that plate plus the kill, going to deny some minions. And Johnson is out ahead significantly over Hans here, nearly 1K in the lead just in that 1v1.
Another fight here at Rift Herald.
Yeah, we might have some problems. Team Liquid pulling away from the Herald, looking towards Whippo now. And Jose Diodo runs in to steal the Herald. FlyQuest, they end up coming out with the objective, but can they get everybody away? Jose Diodo flashing over the wall, not going to give him the opportunity. Takui trying to get out of there. FlyQuest doesn't lose a man. They get what they came for. Philip needs to get out of town now with Santorin coming back up here, but that was an awesome steal from Jose.
FlyQuest is clutching up right here. So they got 1 plate and the solo kill by Twitch bottom, and then they wait until just the right time to make that Rift Herald the flip. They also engaged on Whippo in the top lane as that was happening to make it so they couldn't get collapsed on. But we're going to watch this solo kill one more time.
Yep, he got 6 in stealth.
Hans Sama never saw him.
So you never see that he's 6, so you're not paying the respect to that. Queuing up, only needed the Canyon for the XP. Really well played here. Gets all the autos, kites it out well, lands the E in. Whippo now.
Whippo eating those oranges just in time to avoid some more serious threat of death. As Takui loses his clone here in mid lane. Bjergsen still doing just fine. Gets the claw onto Afromu there, so gonna get a little bit of extra soul shard power out of that. We still haven't had any single Drake take just yet, despite the fact that this has been a pretty scrappy game early on. The only neutral objective is still that Herald, which is still in the inventory of Jose. Bjergsen trying to get out. Johnson needs a little bit more. Will that poison kill him? It's still ticking. 20, 11, 1! Dead! Holy moly! I thought he was going to live at 1.
Bjergsen messed it up, though. He actually activated the claw, which pulled Johnson into range for an additional auto. In that situation, he's going for the heal, and I think the heal would be less than the additional autos that Johnson was able to get. I think he should have hit him with the E and then just allowed him to sit there rooted and run away. It's hard to judge, though, in those situations, because when you pull the soul with the reactivation, you do get a heal. But in this case, it seemed like that was the little bit extra that Johnson was able to need.
Johnson's Twitch is absolutely the champion to watch this game. 3-1-2, Bork is already done. The guy is making things happen.
Having that Blade of the Ruin King is just making him a menace anywhere he goes. I mean, Core has ult and flash, but he might need both.
Core JJ trying to stay alive in this one. Johnson's going to get exhausted. Can't find the kill just yet. Hans Sama looking for a little more damage. Santorin coming in from the side, and Johnson is shut down. Good punish from Team Liquid.
Little bit of a caster curse. We are definitely watching the Twitch.
Yes.
Try to make plays.
As was Team Liquid.
We're watching him run into the enemy jungle and die.
A nice collapse. It's still, that doesn't give Twitch any less gold, though. He's still very accelerated in this game in comparison to the game yesterday where he still took over. Something, Azael, I wanted to talk to you about here is just like trying to figure out where the power spikes are going to hit in this one, because yesterday against CLG, Twitch wasn't relevant until he had 4 items. It was like 14,000 gold. In this game, though, because he's accelerated, he's activated early. So if this game stays relatively close, who do you actually like in, like, say, like 20, 25-minute fights?
I mean, I think I like FlyQuest in the earlier stages, with Twitch this far ahead. When you're this far ahead of the curve of the game, I think that it can be difficult for Swain to actually sustain through, that much damage. If you can hit that critical mass where you can kind of burst through Swain, it can become very, very difficult. And Johnson, I think, is far enough ahead that they could potentially reach that point. I'm interested to see if he's going to go Kraken, though, which is kind of the more single target damage, or if you're going to go for that 2-item spike on Hurricane.
I tend to agree with them having a slight advantage, but also because they have so much engage. So, like, Aphromoo has been really on point, and LeBlanc can threaten Lulu like crazy in the mid game in terms of trying to establish vision control. So I think FlyQuest should be very happy with their current state in the game.
Well, they did manage to at least get value out of that Herald. I was starting to get a little bit concerned because the timer was getting dangerously close to 0, but they get the expected value and more, as it was about 3 plates left on this bottom lane tier 1 turret. FlyQuest are able to strong arm that one down up to a 2,000 gold lead 12 minutes into the game. They also got the first Drake, so really everything here in these early stages of the game is going their way. Yes, there's been a couple unlucky deaths there, like Johnson wandering into the jungle. Yeah, you don't like to see that happen, but overall, going up against a team like TL and having a showing like this at 12 minutes feels great.
I mean, it is great, right? And I think people are going to have to start paying more respect to Johnson's Twitch. This is the 3rd time he's got it this split. It was massive in their win yesterday. To your point, Jat, it didn't really turn on until very late. But in that final team fight, he did nearly 8,000 damage in one team fight. Like, it was a great engage, from Jose, who was playing the Wukong. But the follow-up from that Twitch in the later stages, when you do get to 60% crit with IE and Hurricane, you can shred an entire team. And, Blade of the Rune King does kind of push that spike back quite a lot, but the 1-item spike is so powerful that pretty much everyone is prioritizing it these days. It also allows you to have early game sustain, because you're building the Vamp. That helps Twitch get through the laning phase that much easier.
Yeah, and I mean, in situations like this, where they're able to just push the mid lane so easily and then move, it stops anyone on the side lanes from being able to push up until Twitch shows again, because with that Blade of the Rune King, he is like the most threatening ganker you have from the mid lane.
It's just a very scary proposition to walk into the fog where he might be waiting there. Aphromoo, of course, can just dash to safety there, Trundle Pillar. And this is kind of what it is with Team Liquid, too. They don't have a lot of good tools to make these picks. You can throw up a Trundle Pillar, but it's very easy to get away from something like that unless there's backup. Really, aside from a Swain Claw, what is going to punish FlyQuest from stepping forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that is going to punish FlyQuest more than anything is if they don't have a good engage, right? If they engage for a fight and it is done poorly, then all of a sudden, Swain, Trundle, Zeri, the Lulu ult comes out. You can't actually get a kill initially. It becomes very, very difficult. You're not going to be able to kite away then from the Zeri and disengage, and if you can't actually nail that initial engage and burst down someone like the Swain or Lulu or whoever, then it can become very, very difficult. So they've got to make sure that they're on point when they do actually look for these fights.
And on that point, that'll be looking at the Wukong and the Rakan mostly. I'd say Aphromoo has had a very effective game. His level is very low, though. If you notice, both supports like level 6, and this is Aphromoo forced. Like, Lulu Zeri would dominate that 2v2 just straight up with Rakan and Twitch, so Aphromoo has just left that lane. He helped get them the first blood. Also, when he pulled Core away afterwards, Johnson got 6 from invisibility and was able to get another kill. But, like, it makes him a very squishy engager, but the way he got here, I think, was also very well played to prevent Zeri and Lulu from being able to get that lane advantage.
And the EXP state is still favoring FlyQuest in terms of bot lanes overall as well. You can see Johnson level 10. Hansama was level 8 only just recently within the past couple of seconds. He hit level 9, so having the advantages for that Twitch, who's also ahead thanks to the kills, making sure that he continues to stay ahead of things here. As we've got 20 seconds before the second Drake of the game spawns, will be a Hextech Drake. Jose Diodo has the second Rift Herald already in pocket, so if FlyQuest want, they can drop that as a distraction, head over to the Drake, get a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I always favor that play. Second Herald is generally not super useful, but just dropping it mid, getting Prio there, walking down towards bot is the expected play here. The Dragon about to spawn, Herald goes down, they have the mid prio, Teal have to respond to this, you walk into bot side river. They should be able to get this tower actually because it's already low enough, so a couple autos, then move into bot side, and they're going to look to try to play for both Dragon and that turret.
And it's so hard for Team Liquid to contest this, partially because they do not have engage. When we talked about the draft, we were expecting them to have an advantage in the early game, but they're just going to try and go with slows. But how do they lock them down?
Aframu just dashes away, makes it look easy. Yeah, Jose Dioto takes a big chunk of damage, and you can see that FlyQuest, they had Jose and Afro moving up. They were thinking, okay, maybe Core JJ walks into the jungle trying to ward or something, and we can catch him out. But unfortunately for Fly, they're the ones who end up taking most of the damage, but it still won't matter. They've got prio, they've got control over the bot side river, and now they've got a 2-0 Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the vision. The observers are just showing us, you look at the vision line, there's not much of anything, and now Johnson heading up towards top side. Bjergsen does have stopwatch, and he has ulti and exhaust, so this won't be an easy kill.
Well, Johnson's still gonna go for it. Bjergsen buying time. There's your stasis. Johnson still got the ulti ready. Contaminate's got him ticking low. Bjergsen will live through this one. The potion and the healing on the ulti was enough. And Johnson just gets smacked to death by the troll and the pirate.
That's the one where Bjergsen bought just enough time. It wasn't the last tick of poison that kills him this time, but Johnson sticks around, ends up using all of his summoner spells, and still falls.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, exhaust plus stopwatch are so powerful in a one fight like that. And the quick TP coming through, they have the answer. They get the kill onto Johnson, which is going to set him back quite a bit. And Bjergsen very clearly should work towards a second item. Zhonya's almost guaranteed against these hard engaged comps. It is really, really smart. Helps you to get value out of that stopwatch that you already had purchased up here as well. And Johnson, had those 3 early kills, but hasn't been able to get any more in these last couple of minutes. His farm is fine, but it's not outstanding. It's not like he's farming at 10 CS per minute here. So he has been slowed down over these last couple of minutes, and the gold lead is dwindling slightly.
Yeah, Bwipo actually the gold leader in the game now after picking up that kill. And he's also probably the one most capable of dealing with Twitch in team fights. Just pop the ultimate as soon as you see Twitch and make it hard for him to hit.
Philip going in after Bjergsen here knows that Bjerg does not have that stopwatch anymore. There is an ulti for Bjergsen, I do believe, but finally gonna pop that one now. Philip, this is Q2. Still chasing after him. Come on, somebody's got to get this kill. Philip dashes in. There you go. Philip grabs himself a kill on Bjerg.
Takes them a minute, but they get the kill. There's no counterplay to be had on the other side of the map, so it's not really a big deal whatsoever. TL pushes up top side, but Takui is there to actually answer. They knew Bwipo's TP was down, so there was no sort of response that was going to be coming through. We'll see it. Oh, nice barrel chain.
Yep. Not a whole ton of damage coming out of it. Jose Dioto is going in, and Afro moves right beside him. Immediate pop on Hans Sama, and there's the gold we were looking for in Johnson's pocket.
Just a really nice gank there. Hans Sama never saw him, didn't have a big time to react. He was knocked up into Rakan, into dead, so dies with both summoner spells, but really had no time at all to react.
It's interesting, because it is a good kill, but at the same time, I'm kind of questioning, was that even worthwhile to spend 2 flashes for no summoners and 1 kill with no objectives up? And that is kind of the concern here. With 2 minutes onto this dragon, you want to be able to move towards Soul Point. Sure. And now there'll be no flash on Afro, no flash on Jose Dioto. Hans will have both sums and will be really tough to take down.
That is a good point. I would say because the kill is onto Twitch, probably because getting him to 4 items is so important, but that's very apt to be proven wrong if Team Liquid wins this 3rd dragon fight, because the Soul Point is a very important objective to move towards. It's still going to be hard for Team Liquid to get the waves pushing in the right way so they can move in first. They currently do have the waves. It'll be interesting to watch the next minute and 40 seconds to see if FlyQuest can retake.
Well, you can see FlyQuest coming back out of the base now. Control wards in inventory in a lot of places here. Jose Dioto, Johnson, Aframu, all buying up some of those, ready to fight for this vision, try to get control over this bottom side river, put themselves in a good spot. The Drake will spawn post 20 minutes, so Baron will also be available. If this fight happens to go completely wild, there is always an option for something to be followed up with that. Team Liquid setting in this bush, though, waiting to see just maybe if FlyQuest will get a little bit too brave in terms of their vision application. They're sweeping, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here just yet. Takui down here in bottom lane, but backing up as he sees Bjergsen show up down here. Nice little bit of poke through the wall. Aframu gets hit by that, but can immediately exit with the grand entrance. And Team Liquid maintains control over the bot side river. 60 seconds to go.
They do have control in this area, and all the vision has been kind of cleared out. You can see there's nothing from FlyQuest in this entire section of the map, but you lose mid control, and it's still 50 seconds until the dragon spawns. There's quite a lot of time. Philip's actually on that top side turret. You know, TL have both their soul laners on the bottom tier 1, trying to get one of their own. And FlyQuest also cheating up towards Baron, so willing to at least threaten that they could try to start this.
And one thing I also want to point out here, because it goes with what Jat was talking about earlier, talking about some the ways that the Swain can work in these fights. He's got Ghost, thanks to Summoner's Spellbook. So when they go in, if they don't have that proper engage from Aframu, from Jose Diodo, Bjergsen's ability to navigate around in these fights and just keep that ulti going and keep the DPS maximized, it could be very scary.
Also really big that he completed his Zonias. You know, that coming through is such a big deal. And now FlyQuest are moving in here. TP is already coming in early from Bjergsen, trying to help them maintain vision. They want to force FlyQuest to walk through this Swain, which makes the claw very powerful.
But it was so important, actually, that Team Liquid, about a minute ago, used both Gangplank and Swain to kill that bottom turret, because it gave them control of at least enough of the map to move in for this dragon. So really nicely done to pick up that dragon from a 3,000 gold deficit.
Team Liquid outmaneuvers them. FlyQuest now on a 2-1 Drake lead, and I feel like we don't really have any reason for anyone to be demanding a fight now with that dragon having passed, and it's only just now past 20 minutes. You don't normally see Barons that early, so where can we kind of expect the next big moment to be? Is it 5 minutes from now on Drake number 4?
I think it's very likely around that, or it's around FlyQuest trying to make another pick, right? You know, we've seen them go for those a number of times, you know, trying to pick people off in the side lanes, trying to pick off, you know, Zeri here in the mid lane. They're the ones that really have the ability to actually start these plays off aggressively, so it's just really up to if they can find a beneficial situation. You know, Johnson now has his Kraken, he's got the Zeal, so he's closing in on the Hurricane. That 3-item spike is very big. The 4 is going to be even bigger with his IE. But at the very least, FlyQuest was able to get, you know, a bit of a gold advantage from TL taking that dragon on the bot side. You know, they pushed up top, they took the tier 1 tower. Yes, that was traded back, but they stole away some camps, so they got a little bit of extra farm. So they are sitting, you know, in a pretty big gold advantage at this point.
And also, shoved up. Oh, yeah, also the item advantage. Like, we saw them complete 3 big items right in a row. It was Death Dance, and also the Shirelias from Rakan. So they didn't have those when that last dragon was happening. To answer your earlier question, I think it's going to be 3.5 minutes until, well, 3 minutes until the next fight. But it could very well be a catch like this.
I think they just made a liar out of you, my friend. Hansama face checking a brush with Philip waiting on him. Johnson flashes in trying to chase, but that was not the right choice. JJ destroyed as they catch him instead. Santora now going to be in trouble, has to flash up the wall. Aframu trying to get in with the quickness, but right back out. Bjergsen coming in, seeing if maybe there's some sort of a counterpunch to be found, but Takui is also on the flank. They find Shane's over the wall. Whippo's gonna get brought back, but he flashes away. Takui jumps in, and he finds Hansama. Whippo won't laugh, and Bjergsen is draining nobody but the red buff. FlyQuest just got 3.
Takui played that so well, going over the wall, bursting down this area, then snapping back to his W in the red pit. Bjergsen pops the ulti to try to answer him there, and then he R's back over the wall again to be able to break his ankles. They get the kill. They're gonna take the Baron here as well. FlyQuest looking great. TL trying to move over here to
TL doesn't want to give this up.
But there's no flash on Santorin. There's no ult on Bjergsen.
Well, Bjergsen at least still does have his stasis. Jose Diodo jumping in there, seeing if they can have any sort of success in this. FlyQuest is going to be scared away from the Baron. They have low health bars. They don't have a lot of resources left. FlyQuest disengages.
That, to me, should not have stopped Baron. That was a very weak try by TL there, but then FlyQuest was like almost overzealous to never let it get stolen and try to pick up a kill. But they could have actually just stayed hitting Baron and then turned once it got close, because Santorin had no way of knowing what was inside. But this play itself, a huge one for FlyQuest.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Johnson opening up here on Hansama, pushing him right into Philip. Flash away, exhaust already used there by Hans. The TP comes in from Whippo after his ulti, but then Jose Diodo gets in onto Core, absolutely deletes him.
And we're going to get to see the LeBlanc play coming up shortly as to re-engage. Philip was actually someone who did the most work in this fight in terms of overall damage. There's also a 1v1 going on live right now in the bottom lane, which we're going to cut to.
Well, we got Whippo trying to get away as Jose Dioto arrives first, but Santorin's looking to join in this one as well. Whippo can disengage it with the power of those barrel slows and the movement speed bonus that he gets out of danger.
And just looking at this game right now, yes, FlyQuest is still in control. The Twitch is going towards a critical mass moment, but if FlyQuest end up not winning this game, I think that pull off of Baron will be the moment that broke, because I feel like if they get that Baron, they'd have so much control and really probably won this game.
I agree. I mean, they overcommitted to the turn too early because you didn't have Rakan ult, you didn't have Wukong ult. Your turn is not that powerful. You needed to let TL actually walk all the way up, then just turn and kill. I mean, Santorin had no flash. They knew that. So it's not like you can just wander into the pit and just smite it in your face. So I do think they should have stayed more heavily on the Baron, but they made the call, turn for it, and do get punished.
Well, fortunately, gentlemen, this series of events has made those 3.5 minutes of what we were assuming was going to be downtime very exciting. And now we are almost back up to the point where we expected the next fight to be. Here with 20 seconds until the Drake spawns, it's FlyQuest who have players and wards in the bottom side river.
And now you have to look at Hans missing Flash here, while Flash ulti is available on Afro. So there is the ability to try to dive into the backline. Bjergsen also really powerful double summoner setup right now. Barrier Ignite is very, very nice here. Both to kind of cut down on a lot of the healing, but also keep himself alive.
Hans is missing Flash, but he's also missing an item.
Yeah.
Johnson has a whole other item. So this is a Drake that actually Philip is just taking by himself, and we're seeing a possible cross map by TL, but not much doing. Whippo might be able to steal that with a barrel if
you can see
Philip's not careful.
He's placing the barrels over the wall.
Oh, he failed his chain.
Oh, no!
Pan away! Close your eyes, you didn't see
Johnson's
that.
ready to try to make a move out of this. Johnson unloading! Rat attack, fire the gas! Whippo is down!
Cut the video.
That's a rough one. That's one of those moments that you want to forget real quick. Fail the barrel chain, get solo killed by Twitch. You really hate to see it happen.
No, that was a series of unfortunate events for the Team Liquid top laner. FlyQuest is loving it. They're on Soul Point. They're the ones who just got more money on that Twitch that, as you guys are saying, hey, he's 3 items. Runaan's Hurricane is done. Next one's Infinity Edge, and that's the game breaker.
It really is. I mean, with the engage that they have right now, here's another one onto CoreJJ. No one is in range to follow, though.
Yeah, Core will get away from that one. It's kind of just ulti trade for ulti trade there. Jose Dioto spending the Cyclone, CoreJJ losing the Wild Growth. Neither one of those having incredibly long cooldowns, so I don't feel like this will be super consequential. It still might square off a little bit further, though. Team Liquid really wanting to fight back for some control over this river, but little bit of a jump over the wall for Takui to try to grab some poke. 1-0-2 here on the LeBlanc, 0-2-2 for Bjergsen Swain as Bjergsen face checks the brush, eats a little bit of damage. Goes into the ulti, so FlyQuest are backing off, not wanting to immediately engage into that massive zone of control, but it's Takui into the back line, finding a ton of damage onto Hans Sama. CoreJJ, remember, no Wild Growth. Bjergsen gonna get rooted there by the chain, but they do not have the tools to follow up. Everybody walks away.
This is such a hard game for Team Liquid to play in the current state. It's like they're just hoping that FlyQuest drastically over-engage, but FlyQuest is doing a really good job of not over-committing. Like, Jacori just there, in a couple buttons, procs Hans Sama's shield bow. They also get the ultimate out of Bjergsen and haven't really committed that much themselves.
And I mean, so much of the power when you are playing champions like Swain and Lulu is having this extended duration in the fight, where Lulu's getting multiple rounds of shields out, where Swain is able to really be extremely durable, keep that ult up for a long time. But when you are this far down against multiple burst champions, you just never get to that second round of shielding. You never really are able to have enough of that sustained. So we'll have to see if TL can kind of withstand the storm. But Twitch from this far ahead just never kind of stops running you over.
Yeah, and it's almost a counterintuitive thing for FlyQuest because they've gotten to this point by making aggressive plays. Johnson has snuck around, tried to go for solo kills. Afram is looking for engages. But, like, just wait. Just wait the 2.5 minutes and get the Ocean Soul, because then the game becomes so much easier. I think Team Liquid, they can't push the waves very well. They're just hoping that a Twitch overextends somewhere.
Oh, Jose Dioto already after him, looking to flash to continue the chase. R2 ready to go, and with Hans in the dirt through both subs, FlyQuest is loving it.
Alternative suggestion. Don't listen to my suggestions and just kill Hans Sama and go for Baron.
Joshua Chat Leesman is not responsible for the actions that may result from you listening to the opinions of Joshua Chat Leesman. Now we've got FlyQuest going after the Baron. They've got it down to 4K.
GPLT is hurting.
Team Liquid coming in, trying to stop it. Santorin looking to challenge. Johnson's going to be taken to half HP.
Oh, no!
Bjergsen with the shutdown. And FlyQuest will crumble. Afromu tries to find something, but Bjerg's going to make it a double. And with that play, Bjergsen breaks 2,200 kills in the LCS, and they break FlyQuest back.
Just like that, FlyQuest have been playing such a good game all game long. Try to do the Baron on top of the GP ulti. Everyone comes in from TL, stacking up for that perfect fight. FlyQuest missing key ultimates there. TL just erase them.
Rawcat flipped the switch replay for FlyQuest tragedy of Baron. Look at that GP ultimate. That's the big thing. It takes everyone to half health, and then Bjergsen plus the pillar make it so they can't run. That's the only way TL can get a fight.
Yeah, that's a rough one too. I mean, Johnson in the GP ulti. Santorin comes in, pillars him. He flashes away from the Trundle into the Swain ultimate. There's no escaping that. And the wheels just completely fall off. I mean, it went from a 4,000 went from a 4,000 gold lead to nothing with your opponents having the Baron. And now, can you even actually fight for this soul? It is so rough all of a sudden. You know, FlyQuest's work has just been immediately erased.
They were in so much control. They thought the pick was going to be the Baron, but if they just wait for the Ocean Soul...
Oh, look at Johnson, though, wrapping around.
They're going to go for it. He's on a control ward, though.
Oh, Johnson's got to get out of there. Hansama goes for him. But now FlyQuest, they want to try to turn it around. Hansama's going to be taking some damage, but in the middle of everybody, Jose Yoda looking to make the plays. Johnson running out of ulti time here. Philip needs to heal up a little bit further. He's going to die to Hans. Johnson's going to pop. FlyQuest have absolutely crumbled.
Santorin lived with no health there. They couldn't quite finish him off. The stopwatch on Santorin, the Zonius on Bjergsen, completely changing that fight. And now TL on the push here. Bjergsen TP's to bot. They'll deny the soul here. The Let's Go Liquid cheers erupt, and TL on the march.
Team Liquid is just galloping over them now. FlyQuest, they have lost their opportunity at the soul. They have lost their gold lead. They have lost control over the map. Everything just crashing down in these last couple of minutes after one mistake, one call to go for a Baron that they shouldn't have gone for. Team Liquid's punish is massive, and the momentum is not slowing.
I mean, this is like a 6-7K gold swing in, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It just absolutely fell off a cliff. If they can stabilize here, they still have opportunities in this game. You know, Johnson has got to be getting close to the IE here. He has enough for his crit cloak, so he just needs enough for the combine. You know, so give him another minute or two, he'll be there. We can watch this one more time. Look at this pink ward from CoreJJ, just kind of perfect. Assumes that Johnson may be coming from that angle. They go in, but it looks like they were going to be able to turn it around. They just can't quite burst them down here.
Yeah, you can see...
Oh, that wild growth is so good. It denied Afro on the entrance.
Yeah, Afro never actually got to charm Hans.
And then Johnson does open up a lot, but 2 stopwatches at just the right time, so it stops him from being able to hit. Also, Takui can't actually finish off Santorin either, and since Johnson is sticking around waiting to hit, thinking it's a one fight, he dies as well. So it was about the 1,500 to 2K gold before the Baron went down, a 4,500 gold Baron power play, and a delayed soul. But still, when Twitch hits IE, he's going to still have so much power. But I guess there's a stopwatch on Bjergsen always because of Zonius, and a fresh stopwatch on Hansama. So it will be hard for FlyQuest to get those executes because all TL wants is long fights.
Yeah, it buys them the time for those extra rounds of shielding to come out, for the extra little bit of sustain to come out there. You can see Kempunk Chainsword, you know, already bought up there from Jose, and Executioner's up there onto Philip. Johnson really close to IE gold if he doesn't already have it already. He's heading back to base, so he must have it, I'm assuming. And that was just such a close fight. I cannot give enough credit to CoreJJ for the timing on that wild growth to actually knock Afro out of the engage.
Yeah, that was sick.
If Hans gets caught up there, I think Hans just dies at the start of the fight, and maybe they can just run them over, because they had to commit so much extra to try to kill Hans on the backside of the fight. You know, Takoya coming in, Jose going around, you know, kind of giving their HP and their cooldown to try to finish someone off that would have already been dead there. So just really well played by Core. The timing on that is so critical.
We've got 2.5 minutes until that next Drake shows up. FlyQuest with the Infinity Edge on Twitch. They always have that ace in the hole, no matter what else happens. If Twitch gets the right moment to just free fire for 2 or 3 seconds, you win the team fight. but Team Liquid have found themselves in such a better position than they were 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely, and with with the luxury items coming through, I mean, Anathemas, that's going to be on Twitch for sure, so that's going to reduce his tenacity. There are the stopwatches as well that could buy that time. Philip could be in trouble, and Johnson as well.
Santorin's going in for him. Johnson, however, he has his team nearby. He still has to flash away. The subjugate is burning. Johnson's going to be saved by the shield, but FlyQuest have to fall back. They don't have their AD carry ready to fight. Team Liquid, they have this Twitch figured out.
And they got his flash as well, so it's not even about waiting for the soul. They're just going in for more.
Takui, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Hansama gets the kill. 5v4, Team Liquid.
Pearson got him over the wall with the claw, and then the polymorph there to follow up. He could not get out. Ends up going down here, and now on the push, if they can dive on a Johnson, it's no ult, no flash. They can look to end, potentially.
No Twitch ulti with a numbers advantage in the first place. Hosadioto nearly going to be killed. Gwimbo just going in. He gets a killing spree. Team Liquid losing for 25 minutes, and then they win in 10. They will take down FlyQuest and get their dub.
Back-to-back claws from Bjergsen. Catches the Koi over the wall to set that up, to get the kill there. Then the final kill they need on Twitch. He nails the claw on him as well. Pulls him in, and with no flash, there is no way out. TL turned this game on its head. It was all FlyQuest for so long, but that Baron fight changed everything for TL.
That's what you look back at in the VOD. That's the moment you go to, because that's what changed the game.
Multiple moves at Baron actually for FlyQuest. The first Baron, they peeled off early instead of finishing it. The second Baron, they probably shouldn't have gone to it at all, but throughout it, Team Liquid was able to minimize their losses. They were on the back foot for so much of that game, did not have engage tools, but then as soon as something does break their way, they absolutely make the most of it, and they never allowed FlyQuest to recover.
Absolutely, and once FlyQuest was no longer kind of monstrously ahead, you saw how powerful the TL composition can be. When you can't get that initial kill, whether it is because of shielding or peeling, or whether it is because of a critical stopwatch on Santorin in that jungle fight, or the zone is there for Bjergsen, they need that initial kill to really be able to win these fights on FlyQuest sides. They spend all their cooldowns. TL's damage is not going to slow down. It's actually going to ramp up here with Derry stacking up the ulti, with that Swain ulti staying on. It's just so tough.
And I liked how well you called it, because I think it was within 5 minutes of you saying, this game just feels so rough for Team Liquid to play from this state. You're basically praying for FlyQuest to make the wrong call.
That's all they were waiting for. And there was 2.5 minutes for Ocean Soul. I told FlyQuest to just calm down. They get a kill, and I'm like, oh, that's why they're not calming down. And like 20 seconds later, they lose the game.
Yeah.
So League of Legends is tricky. It's very tricky when you're in the moment to be able to have like enough patience to know that they could. I think they just win the game if they wait for the Ocean Soul, and if they don't go for that Baron. But there's a lot of games that they'll win by looking for picks, going for Baron. The other team will FF and chat as soon as the Baron gets taken because they're playing a scrim and it's over. But that's not the game we're playing on stage here, and Team Liquid, with the experience, pulls through.
I mean, honestly, I'm still really impressed with what we got to see from FlyQuest for the first 25 minutes or so of this game. Johnson on the Twitch is proving to be a problem again and again. FlyQuest knows how to use these invisibility windows with Twitch, with Wukong. Like, we talk about the catch on Hansama in mid lane, where it's just like, yeah, he never got to see anything coming because Wukong and Twitch can both just appear out of nowhere.
Well, and I think a lot of teams, credit to TL for being able to capitalize on the mistakes from FlyQuest and pull that game back. But I think if FlyQuest play that game out versus most other teams in the league, like, that's just a comfortable win, right? So I do think that they can be happy with what they turned in for the most part. Of course, some really key points where they did kind of fall apart. But I think overall, they've had a pretty successful weekend, and I think a good bounce back from how they looked last week, with the win yesterday and a near win here today against TL.
Yeah, people are definitely going to have to start respecting their comfort picks. People are going to have to start saying, like, okay, they want to play Invis. They want to play this ambush style that also has really powerful team fighting. And Johnson is showing that you just can't keep leaving Twitch open. We're living in a meta where we're seeing marksman bans, tons of them, usually like 4 of them in the first 6 bans. If Twitch isn't getting banned against Johnson, you're probably inting draft a little bit, because he's doing good on Twitch. But now it's time for High to go pro to pro with Team Liquid Honda's Santorin.
Hey, we're coming. Hey everyone, I have Santorin here. Congratulations on the win. 2 weeks from now, you're probably not gonna remember how you won, but you will remember you won. So that's a dub, So I have some questions and some clips for you first off. I'm basically curious, when you're playing jungle, when do you decide where you're gonna path? Because I'm watching you here, are you deciding right away, or do you decide after you see where the enemy jungler started?
So this is a tricky one because we actually thought they could have leashed both sides because Twitch and Rakan also came very late to lane.
So you weren't sure where he started when you looked up
I'm actually not sure where he started because I have a feeling he's gonna path down because H4 stayed for a long time and also just makes more sense in the game. But usually you decide pathing as you're loading into the game because you'll ask who has power in the different lanes, and you can kind of like decide from there. And then also sometimes a certain matchup will be super volatile, and then you like make a path happen to like go to that place. So usually like I've already like kind of pre-planned my path, unless I get some kind of info level 1 that, then I have to adapt and change it.
Gotcha. So obviously, since you started top and you made your game plan to path down here, were you expecting the fight here with you being pushed so far up bot? You seemed a bit surprised at this, so can you tell me about...
So I'm surprised because, we didn't really call that Rakan is moving first. So I should also flash out with the second W's here. That was a mistake. But, I know they're mid-prio. I know we've had bot prio, and the thing that caught me off guard here is the fact that their support was moving first because I was expecting we're bot prio. I'm calling them, playing it through bot. I will also say if FlyQuest played slightly better and the Blanca's like hovering river a lot earlier, I think I might not even be able to enter for bot scuttle. In that case, either I'd have to go top scuttle or golems, but it's just the way Tukui was playing mid lane. Like you can see, he's like literally in the middle of the lane. So I feel comfortable walking into river, assuming my bot lane can move.
Right, you guys are pushed up bot.
Yeah, so I will fight Wukong and move down in river, like fight down, and then it should be a winning fight.
Gotcha. It's quite unfortunate that happened. Sometimes comms just aren't there, right?
Yeah, and then obviously I misplayed. I should just flash out, and worst case is just I lose one flash, and the game is still very good. But I didn't flash, so sorry, bot lane.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they forgive you, right? Hopefully.
Hopefully.
So my next clip here, I have a Rift Herald player, and I'm basically curious. On your team, who is the ones that's deciding to do this Rift Herald? Obviously, you can talk about this later, whether it's a good or a bad Herald, but I'm just curious about who's deciding this call in the first place, like just in general.
So
who does Rift Heralds
it's kind of like a mixed, like it kind of everyone kind of decides at the moment. So for example, like we'll call who has priority, who can move first, and then if we feel strong in the 3-3 top side, then we'll usually feel very confident just fight like that. But sometimes you have to have bot lane rotate, and it's kind of like on bot lane to call when they're moving first. But in this fight, it kind of just got like too separated. I'd prefer to fight around the Herald and not be moved up to top, because then, the eye is getting pushed in a position where I actually can't auto-smite it.
Right, he's jumped in.
Yeah, he can just auto-smite it, but I think if we, played more like a ball and walked like a long way to Herald, we'd probably have a better fight, because we should be stronger here. It's just like, we'll be winning the fight no matter what. It's just like making sure we actually get the Herald as well.
Gotcha. So it's like pretty much a team call, like the collective when you guys decided to Herald. Okay, cool. So then my last clip is it's 29 minutes into the game. You guys have kind of been getting, dumpstered a little bit for like most of the game. However, you come into this fight 4v5. How confident are you winning the fight, or is it kind of like a YOLO fight here at this point?
It's pretty much a YOLO fight. I mean, it's kind of like do or die at this point. I feel like if they play well, we'll lose. But, luckily they didn't play well, so we win. But in general, it's kind of like, I mean, the game was in a very dire state. It kind of feel like we're not actually hitting item spikes that'll like win us the game. So it kind of just feel like they could do anything they wanted in the game. I also feel like, with the lead they had, we should have lost. That's why this win doesn't feel like a win to me, because, they can literally anytime have Twitch just run bot lane, take bot tower. Like they have so many options. Luckily, we just kind of outplayed them at the Baron fight, or we probably lost.
So gotcha. So when you're coming into this fight then, and you're kind of like YOLOing, are you trying to YOLO to like trade the 50-50 Baron, or are you trying to take the fight? Like, are you saying, hey, let's go for the fight, or are you saying, hey, let's go for the steal?
I think that kind of comes down to how they play it. So like in this case, they actually went on me, which means they're not playing to finish the Baron. But if they're finishing the Baron, they're positioning very defensively. Maybe I can, flash smite. But in general, it kind of depends how they're initially turning. So they're turning at 3k here, which means it's gonna be a fight no matter what. So in this case, it kind of is like the being just versatile in the moment, and if they give me an opportunity to smite steal, I'll smite steal. Yeah.
Gotcha, awesome. Well, that's all I have for you here today. Is there anything else you want to say about this game?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take the dub, but there's definitely a lot of improvements that we have to make, but we'll come back stronger.
Awesome. Thanks for joining me on Pro to Pro, Santorin, and that's it for us. We're gonna toss y'all to break.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake.
Runaan's not the squish.
For surprisingly great rates to fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
The main issue for me in Berserker was the language barrier. I talk really fast, and I'm hard to understand sometimes, even now maybe. So for him, it's even harder. And he's not the greatest at English, I have to admit, but we try to dumb it down a little bit and use some words he understands. Sometimes he writes down words on Notepad that I use, and it's like my lingo.
Yeah.
But it's getting there. Yeah. So at first, it was a bit hard to communicate in the game. It's very simple, like pings, or I go here, I go word, you know, like nothing else, no complicated. Oh, if you use this spell, I'll dash here and exhaust this guy, and blah, blah. Like, that doesn't work. Just very simple stuff, and I think it's working for us.
Welcome back to the LCS, and the State Farm analyst says, what a pleasure it was to have Sven on the desk yesterday following their victory and his return to the LCS stage in a new role.
The one thing that scares me is the lingo part. I remember when you had imports coming into the C9 team with sneaky, and suddenly everybody started using sneaky colloquialisms. We're like, wait a minute, we're talking like sneaky now.
While I'm sure it is an obstacle, it is very cool to kind of hear their approach and how they are. They're going all the way back to the basics. Let's pare it down, and we'll build from there. I want to do something that we did yesterday. I thought it was a cool way to frame the segment. With knowledge, my own prior knowledge, that you guys disagree on who you think is going to win this game. I want to fly out the predictions for all three of my analysts.
Who
here.
disagrees with
that
me?
way we can kind of discuss ultimately where
Oh,
everyone.
Raz again.
So it's Raz
That
who's
is
gonna
true.
go with. Did you not know? Or you forgot?
I was
You
wondering.
predicted?
No, I couldn't see the
forgot.
screen from here, so I was like, oh, who's the? Oh, that's me.
So to be fair, it is in line with the waiting room predictions where he did not have them in his top 3 end of the split. So obviously he's a doubter.
So I think that was less of a hot take because it was like such a long. It was like end of split when they've gotten through all their issues. This one is more so just like my thing with C9 a lot of the times is that it's been a while since they've actually got to be able to play together, the bot lane specifically, like Berserker and Sven. I thought Sven actually performed much better. Not a lot of people actually could see it just because he was playing Tahm Kench, and it's not the flashiest role, but he was eating Blabber, and he was doing the same with Berserker at the exact right times. I felt like he was playing really well in this game. The team fights weren't working well for them, just weren't on the same page, but for me, I'm a lot more positive on the trajectory of C9.
I mean, I thought this game was a very big struggle for them. I think I agree about the points of Sven playing well, but Blue was 1v9 this game, and they should have won for Dignitas. You just heard Santorin talk about some wins feel good, some don't. You know, this is one where I think for C9, they're happy they got the dub because they were winless, but it did not feel like a good win.
100%.
I love the way the high said he's like, in a couple of weeks, you won't remember how you won this game, but you will remember that you won it. Probably a similar thing for Cloud9 from yesterday.
So I agree with what you said, Raz, but the trajectory thing is like not now for me, right? So like they're facing a 100 Thieves team that I think, despite the kind of struggles that they've had, I think they're looking a lot more cohesive right now. And I think it's just going to take C9 a little bit more time. So the fact that they're facing them in week 2 is just unfortunate, because I actually agree with the analytical part of what you said.
The problem that right now 100 Thieves is facing is their mid lane. And that is the prime strength that their C9 is going to be challenging them with, is that the mid-jungle duo right now from Cloud9 is getting stronger. The only aberration you can mention is the Yone game from Jensen, but his Victor game was exceptional, and I feel like his laning phase is just stronger, whereas Abadaga has just been struggling. He has been at the bottom of the barrel so far this split in his early game stats. It has just been a problem. Later on in the game, he has been saving them. The TSM game in particular has been the strongest one for him. I just think that right now, if we're just talking about what C9 has ahead of them, their drafts have been smart recently, and also the mid lane has been strong for them. So that's the one thing that I'm looking out for. Same with Fudge. Fudge saved them in the Kale game. So I think that those lanes will be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think for me, the bot lane is something that I just have my eye on regardless of what our predictions are. Yeah. Obviously, you saw the graphic there about FBI being one of the most consistent bot laners in the league over the last year, going up against a new bot lane that you heard Sven in the thing talking about having to still figure out their communication and whatnot. And I just think it's a good matchup for a skill check for this new bot lane of C9.
For me, that's if we see Huhi and FBI in their top form, I am very scared for the duo of Berserker and Sven. But that is up for the players to show us out there on the stage. With that, we're back over to the TriCast of Captain Flowers, Azael, and Jat to get into the game.
Welcome back. I'm still Captain Flowers, that's still Azael, and that's still Jat. And it's time for C9 versus 100 Thieves. Last game was a banger. What's this one going to be?
Before the day, I thought this was going to be the banger. So who knows what's going to happen. I just can't wait to see another day of this C9 roster together. I think for many, a dark horse to be extremely, extremely good. Raz, in the waiting room today, predicted C9 to actually win the championship. And they're going up against a 2021 summer champion and 2022 spring second place team in 100 Thieves today.
I love that poster. Flew from New York City to CC9 2-0 this week. They're one of the, what could possibly go wrong with Zen support?
No.
There's a little Timmy there playing support.
I'm always impressed by how well people draw some of these signs. Like, we have the sign art, we have Emily being legitimate, like, Dr. Seuss
Even just the handwriting, man. You ever write a note and then look at it and like,
Dude,
the?
I
What
can't
did I
read
just
half the
write?
crap that I write. These, like, some of the talent out here is impressive, but this game here that we're about to head into, I'm excited for this one. C9 obviously needs to, their fans are waiting for them to look a lot better than they've been looking, and 100 Thieves would really like to also just continue to level things up, you know?
Yeah, I think in terms of the record, it might lie to you a little bit with Cloud9 being 0-3, having 2 subs at the start of the split. But Sven talked about that a little bit yesterday. It's a difficult situation when you have subs that are also just knowing that they're going to be subbed out as soon as the other guys are available. The rest of the team can have a hard time buying in. So definitely a slow start to gelling for this Cloud9 team.
And I love Sven's interview yesterday. Like,
He's so honest.
He is so honest. It's great. I mean, straight up got asked, like, would you be preferring, playing marksman or support? He's like, hey, I had to play support to be on a team that I think can win the title, and that's what I want to do. Like, this guy is such a competitor, and I love the honesty. You can really see it in his professionalism and how hard he actually works every year. He's known as a solo queue grinder. He's always near the top of the table. So you can definitely put the faith in him that he is going to be grinding to become the best support that he can be.
He definitely has the work ethic. He's always one of those guys that he demands that out of the people around him. He's one of those guys who's always pushing for it himself. So I'm excited to see how he develops in this new role throughout the split. But let's check in on how the bans are going. We got Corki and Wukong banned away. Lucian going to be the final ban from Cloud9 here in the first half of things. Yuumi banned out by 100 Thieves. And then that Fiora that we've just seen slamming top lane.
And again, fewer ADC bans than we have generally seen, a little bit like last game. Lucian does come in, but Zeri's still available, Kalista still available, Senna, Ezreal, all those things.
And I've got to say, paying respect over to Fudge's Fiora, which even in the loss in game 1 was so impressive last week for them. To be banning that on red side, that's basically saying you're good enough to actually blind pick Fiora, and we don't necessarily have the answer. So I do think that is pretty impressive that right out the gate, Fudge has looked like a natural up in top lane. Captain Flowers just got unreasonably excited. Don't get baited, Flowers.
No, I'm just seeing it. I know they aren't going to pick it, but just seeing it.
Maybe they will.
You never know.
It's gonna be pretty sure. Yeah, it's I'm glad that the crowd's behind me on this. Thank you. I appreciate all y'all.
Because Fudge isn't here, so he couldn't hear the booing.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's done. The pain he's caused you.
Hey, I take it as a shout out, man.
Okay.
I take it as a shout out.
That's good. Glass half full.
Exactly. Well, we've got Zeri locked in for C9. Over on the other side, the Senna and the Azir, 2 very powerful scaling options with a lot of range as the game goes on.
Yeah, Twitch hover. I think we've seen the success of Twitch and Azeri, but Senna has also been historically not necessarily a counter, but an answer to Zeri. And I think FBI in particular has been a very good Senna the past couple years.
And I also think who he plays the farming supports really well. Like those kind of things are really in his wheelhouse. It's not just the TK. He's really great on things like the set that kind of fit that style of role. We saw the Mundo earlier today, which I think is another great option. I think there's actually a lot more than just Senna TK. I think Senna Mundo, Senna Sion, Senna Cho'Gath, like there's all kinds that you can experiment with depending upon the draft. So I'll be interested to see if they are going to branch out a little bit. It is going to be Zeri plus Lulu again. This is like the TL draft that we just saw last time. Zeri, Lulu, GP as the first 3.
Well, how's 100 Thieves going to answer? What gets paired with that Senna? If it's Senna Seraphine, remember that is what CLG played back in a little bit of that in week 1, right? Well, maybe they just don't want to go for completing the bottom lane at all. Maybe they care more about getting this priority over the junglers, but instead it looks like it's Senna's good old best friend, buddy. The Kinch is unbitched.
Not a huge fan of this gut reaction because I think the double ranged is supposed to block the Tahm Kench, but there is a lot of comfort in playing these two together. The engage range of Tahm Kench recently is still very high with his W if they do gank that lane, but I'm expecting them to get pushed in by Zeri Lulu for a lot of the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of it just comes down to, when you are playing Senna TK lanes is how good is your Senna at actually hitting pass-through Qs through the Tahm Kench? Because if you can consistently hit the Lulu or the Zeri with those Qs, it's such a health positive trade because you're dealing 100, 150 damage to your enemy while also healing 100, 150 to the Tahm Kench every single time you're doing it. If you're very active on that and you're very accurate with it, it's just almost impossible to push Tahm Kench out with the durability update.
Well, we do have mismatched roles in the first part of the draft here between the teams. Yes, it is both sides drafting their bottom lane, but then with top drafted by C9 and mid drafted by 100 Thieves, bans won't exactly be lined up here. It's Orianna banned away by the Thieves as C9 takes Kale off the table, getting rid of one of those incredible scaling options in the top side. Victor also banned out by 100.
And those range top laners also very effective into GP. That's a matchup I really do like, and it's starting to see, more play in pro. Will be interesting to see what else they are going to look to actually target here, up towards someday. Gwen GP is a matchup that a lot of people are pretty happy to play, and they think it is fairly skill-based, slightly favored towards the Gwen early on. And that is available if they wanted to go that route, but I do think 100 Thieves could also just draft the tank top and really look to play, 4-5v5.
I think they could, because it's also hard to play split push compositions when you have a Lulu support. It's more of a team fight composition already from them. They also can still save top lane for a counter pick, because a jungler is not a hard thing to blind pick, which they could do right here.
Well,
but there's Gwen.
Nope, yep. It looks like we're going to go ahead and lock that Gwen in for the side of 100 Thieves, so they will opt into that skill matchup like you were talking about.
Yeah, I do think it's slightly favored early on. If GP gets ahead, it goes really bad for Gwen, because you have to be able to threaten the all-in to actually continually play this matchup well. GP just needs to poke and farm, so you can kind of be chilling no matter how you play it out. We'll see if there's going to be any sort of spice coming through. Don't get too baited, crowd. You're getting baited
I feel like that's what the teams are doing in this draft. They're seeing who can bait the crowd harder, just with these different hovers of Darius and Aurelion Sol and Draven and Skarner. But we get the Gragas lock.
Not impressed with the Gragas.
Well, that's what we got.
What if it's a Gragas Yasuo? Then would you be impressed, crowd?
Well, Gragas Yasuo, I'm not going to lie, that would be pretty exciting. I'll take Gragas Yasuo.
Okay, let's see if they can redeem themselves here.
It actually might be, or Gragas Yone. I mean, with the Gragas,
I'm down for that too.
You want an AD pick
It's his
in the
brother,
mid.
it's close enough.
There we go,
All right, now they're happy, now they're happy.
Gragas Yone, last 2 picks for C9.
We've now understood. They're willing to accept the Gragas if it means they get a Yone. It's like when you have to eat your vegetables before you get dessert, Yeah, Gragas is really just the broccoli.
It's a trait, exactly. Scarf down the veggies, get straight to the ice cream.
It's Yone for dessert.
Well, unfortunately, 100 Thieves doesn't look like they're going to finish things quite as spicily. Instead, if junglers were seasoning, Volibear would be flour. So let's just... He's locked.
Cook your steak. It's well done with some ketchup.
Oh, no. All right. Food analogies aside, gentlemen, how are we feeling about this now that we see all 10 of them?
That's all I can think of now, so chat, you answer.
Yeah, Jack, you're up.
Cloud9's comp is a lot more colorful. There's more variety on there.
That's a good angle. I like that.
100 Thieves is very gray. Gray and blue. It's just a lot of neutral shades. But I'll say 100 Thieves definitely look like they have the stronger front-to-back teamfight composition. Huge amount of sustained damage coming out of the Azir and Gwen. Good front line with the Tahm Kench and Volibear. Whereas C9 needs to be able to play all over the map. A lot of pressure is actually going to be on Blabber and Jensen to find the right angles to engage and threaten.
Absolutely. And Jensen did not have the best Yone game. When he played it last weekend, I was really not impressed with his Yone, so we'll see if he can actually step up. One thing I will say with Gragas that's so nice about it is you can ult both the Tahm Kench and the person that he devoured in, or split them up.
Yeah.
So it is really powerful engage against Tahm Kench in particular.
Unfortunately, everybody, I have to be the bearer of the worst news. The dreaded trade bug has once again found its way into the League of Legends client, so we will have to remake the lobby. We'll be getting into game as quickly as we possibly can. That does mean we got a little bit more time to talk about what we expect to see in this game, my friends. I see Volibear, I better see early action. If I see 0-0-0 Volibear by 10 minutes, why the hell are you even picking Volibear?
Frontline?
He's got some cool skins.
Bro.
Turning off turrets?
You want to be a bear, perhaps?
You have not convinced me. If he's 0-0-0 by 10 minutes, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's generally about the early action. His 1-2 items is the strongest part of the game for him. You can definitely win out, in the duels if you can actually match where Gragas is going. That can be pretty beneficial. Depending on how bot lane goes, if they could win towards bot, if they can make plays towards that, they can maybe stack dragons early. Gragas is not good at taking those early objectives by himself. He does it very, very slowly. But on the other side, I'm looking more about playing around mid jungle. It does feel like, even though it is not Gragas Yasuo, Gragas Yone is this aggressive duo. You want to be playing Yone from ahead. You do not want to be locked into a passive farming lane against the Azir. You want to be proactive, get that mid prio, then move around the map from there and try to really make plays. So I'm excited to see if this reunion of Jensen and Blabber can get that early momentum.
And Yone is so strong if he does get ahead of things, right? This is a champion that when played from ahead, like just, the crit passive combined with the split type of damage that he's able to do, it makes him such a threat, whether he's in a 1v1 situation or whether he's in a team fight situation with the ulti into the charged Q knockup, he's just so damn strong.
And to be clear, he is a scaling AD mid laner, right? This is not something that's going to fall off a cliff. He can spike early and have some power, but this is a guy that does scale incredibly well towards the later stages of the game. The amp damage with the E in the later stages, if you get into the back line with an ER, a couple autos on the carry, snap back, like that can be enough alone to actually pop someone.
And I also just think that in terms of the overall flow of this game, it is a little bit more towards what 100 Thieves would be considered comfortable, right? And they've had not a bad start to the split. It's
3-1.
It definitely, we had this discussion in the waiting room at the start of the day, and Azael, I'm curious what your thoughts are. Like, 100 Thieves, I thought maybe they're a little bit stale. Like, they haven't necessarily been that impressive. I think the fact that they got swept in the finals was very disappointing. And then the fact that there was no reaction to that loss, so to speak, and it was just we're just going to do better next time. Because clearly the goal for this team is to win the entire LCS.
So here's my take, and we'll see if you guys agree. My take is that the meta actually hurt 100 Thieves quite a bit. When I think of 100 Thieves at their best, I think of early aggression from closer, snowballing the game through setup dives on towers. It's harder to make early ganks happen. It's harder to actually have organized dives because the towers do more damage. That was 100 Thieves at their best. Orchestrated four-man plays, moves generally towards bot, but also heavy aggression around topside. You think of like the Viego games from when they actually won, Viego and Lee Sin all through playoffs. It was always getting early kills, then snowballing the game through repeated ganks. That style is kind of dead. And when I looked at what the team really needs from their junglers, I thought Dignitas and 100 Thieves were the two that were hurt the most, because I thought those were the teams that were most reliant on their jungler to create early advantages to play at their best.
I like that opinion because I would completely agree. Like, you look at more of it as the closer is setting up those dives. I was looking at it as FBI and Huhi were so good at prepping waves, getting enough poke, but then they had to complete it with a dive. Otherwise, now they just kind of bounce the turret back. And then for me, like, Abadaga played well in the second half of spring and most of summer, but has looked very poor at the start of this year and is really kind of carried a little bit by team fighting. But they need to get, I think, much cleaner in laning phase through mid lane to have success.
The trade bug has been fixed. We're just about ready to hit the rift. Let's do it. It is time. C9 on one side, 100 Thieves on the other. Let's see ourselves some League of Legends.
The crowd today, we're getting some hype with the light show going off. 100 Thieves, C9. It's gonna be a really exciting game.
We've got light shows, we've got champion hover bamboozles, we've got everything a League of Legends crowd could want. But now, I just want to see some spicy early game, because that is going to be the icing on the cake. Oh! The online fans are talking trash with the fans that are here in the studio.
Now, see, what the guy in the crowd needs to do is go make another poster to respond.
Yeah.
And then we can show that poster later on, and they can have some beef going on.
Analog Twitter right there. Show it through signs.
Back in my day. Anyway, it doesn't look like we're going to get that level 1
down
fight
there.
that I was hoping for. We're actually not going to get a whole lot of anything. You can see one ward placed down by 100 Thieves on the red buff of C9 in the backside of the pit there. Thank you, observers. But other than that, man, not really a whole lot here.
Oh.
Hasn't updated the sign yet.
That's just a difference.
No, I think it's just a different sign. That would be incredibly fast if he redesigned the entire poster.
All right.
Yeah, with that level of detail, too.
Yeah.
Flowers, for your question, like, where would we see the early aggression? Huhi and FBI, like, if they don't want to get pushed in, they're going to try and get level 2 first and just engage right away. Because if you want to get on top of the Lulu, that would have to be their play. Or in trying to get level 2, Berserker or Sven could get very aggressive. If we don't see something here, I would say top lane is the most likely as GP or Gwen are trying to reset the wave.
Right, yeah. I mean, we always see top laners go for that type of a thing, right? Like, whoever gets prio, they're going to try to bounce the wave, try to get up there on that timing. Jensen versus Abadaga here in the mid lane. I don't expect this one to probably be a whole lot of a target. I think they both have enough of an ability to get away that it's not really that big of a deal, but I guess we'll ultimately see what the junglers decide on. They are both still in the bottom half of the map, both of them starting down there. And once again, our shiny new tri-view camera showing us what all the lanes look like as Abadaga roams out of his as he gets pushed up. It's C9 with complete control over the push here in bottom lane like you were talking about, and Fudge doing the same up in top side.
Actually, the same 2 lanes of prio that we saw in the last game. Bot and top is on the blue side, which is C9 prio, except Azir Abadaga does have the push in the mid lane. But this time, the junglers are actually swapped onto different sides of the map, so less likely we'd see a big contested stuff trap.
Jensen getting a little scrappy with Abadaga here nice and early, snapping back for that little bit of bonus damage like Isaac was talking about. Of course, at low levels, it's not quite the mini Zed ulti that it feels like later on in the game, just a little bit of extra here. But it's 100 Thieves still just trying to farm up underneath these turrets. As you can see, it's the Volley Bear in the top side of the river here first, with Scuttle Crabs about to spawn.
Yeah, and you also saw that Someday, even though he was pushed in by GP, kept his health very high. So quite comfortable in that state. GP could move down, but Azir would match as well.
Yeah, GP's coming right now.
Yeah.
But and Jensen, you know, will he be able to actually hold this wave enough? So they're just going to give it up.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like they just back away, maybe look to send closer to the other one.
And that's actually great for C9 because Fudge actually just takes a recall. The CS, by the way, is clearly bugged on the scoreboard, so ignore that. It's trust me when I say at least one person has a CS.
Right there.
Yes, they're right there. Just, thank you, Chad.
Thank you for confirming. I appreciate that. Before I was pretty sure, but I wasn't positive.
He's about to get another one, I think.
Let's see.
21?
Yes!
Yeah, that's another one.
Nice.
At least 2.
Well done, well done. But we do have a little bit of Roman coming out here from the Lulu as Berserker is left by himself here in the bottom lane. So FBI and Hu here able to get back out from underneath the turret. Still, nobody making any big moves just yet. It will be one crab for one crab here with Cloud9 getting that one in the top and Closer rotating, getting the one in the bottom side. Instead, it is one camp up for Blabber, who does have a level 4 versus level 3 advantage down here in bottom lane. Berserker down to 200 HP gets ignited, but he's close enough to the turret that he's able to stay safe. FBI has to flash away as both AD carries are taken pretty close to 0. FBI and Hu, he's still retreating here. Guardian procs to prevent any additional damage, and Berserker and Sven are right back to controlling the lane.
Yeah, 1 for 2 summoner spells, so very good by C9 being able to take that 2v2 advantage. I think their comp is better for winning lane 2v2, but it's still very early on in the life of the Berserker Sven lane, so nice to see them working together to get that advantage.
Fudge with a nice barrel there. Someday just dashing on right back away.
And Someday's got to be careful now because Fudge already had that base. You know, he took a cheater recall early, got the Sheen on his first buy, so that is really nice. I'm not sure if he was futures market to actually complete that because we didn't see how much CS he had when he went back.
Yep.
But either way, no buy yet for Someday. Is going to want to collect this wave before he does base, but you've got to be respectful when you're just on the D shield with no potions left. You're using the mist there to immune one of the Qs, but he wants to at least pick up most of his farm and prevent the wave from crashing before he actually gets back to base.
And while it can feel nice to ignore some of the damage from the Q with the mist's cooldown much longer than what Gangplank has there on his pistol with that parlay. So unfortunately for Someday, it's going to be a lot of this point-and-click trading pattern that can make Gangplank really frustrating for a lot of other melee champions, especially early on, as Jensen just wants to get this wave shoved up here in mid. There we go, picks up the cannon. Now he's able to take his opportunity and grab a reset. You guys mentioned earlier talking about how Gragas takes dragons slowly. This is not a great solo the objective type of jungler, but you don't need to solo it when bottom lane has this much control.
They had such a good timing, forcing FBI and Huhi into that recall. This will snap back a little bit of temporary pressure for 100 Thieves, but it's, again, a perfect time. 6 minutes, Herald's not up yet. Jensen also hit 6 first in mid lane, so Abadaga couldn't follow over. That's how you do it if you're Gragas jungle team to be able to still get the first dragon.
Massive wave crashing up here topside that Someday can just clear out as Blabber, again, just rotating up to where they've got control over the top side of the river. They've got that wave shoved in that affords you more of these neutral resources with the Scuttle Crabs. C9's having a nice early game.
Absolutely. I mean, Fudge's Prio has gotten him both those top scuttle crabs here. But Someday still has not gone back to base yet. It has picked up him up farm now. Used the mist, I think, on that last trade. So may just go back, TP back here immediately to catch. We'll see if he actually wants to cancel that in mid lane, though.
I like seeing Jensen's aggressive trading here on the Yone. I always like to see people play these characters aggressively as you need to, especially in these ranged matchups, and just always try to go in. You know, whenever you've got that Q3, look for the knock-up, look for the E, look for the trade.
Well, and every time you have your E, it's really hard to actually trade back into the Yone because he can snap back whenever it starts going bad for him, and because he has the amp damage coming out of it, you know, you have to really do a good job of actually winning the trade very heavily for it to even go even by the time he snaps back. So it does make Yone really strong in these trading patterns, and again, in he goes, but can snap back.
But, yep, there it is. Sorry, that's your ulti, that's his E. He feels fine with that one.
Yep, still has a health potion left. I'd say Closer has had a very ineffective early game so far. Went up, lost that top crab because they didn't have the right lane prio, and lost a lot of efficiency when going for that. So you wouldn't expect a Gragas to have more CS as well as the first dragon. Closer had a very rough early game experience and impact-wise.
More CS, first dragon, and first to level 6. Closer still only sitting on level 5. I expect him to get that ulti from either the camp that he's currently doing or the red buff immediately after. Rift Herald is now spawning on the map, as you saw in the bottom left there, and as it spawns, it's Blabber who's already in the pit as they look to control more of the neutral game.
Absolutely. I mean, he is the faster 6, but also Abbedagge just spent his ultimate mid lane. Azir is not going to want to fight this with no items and no ulti at that Herald. So they have prio mid, they have prio top. C9 are just kind of winning out through the laning right now. They see Closer moving down as he cleared out that ward in Tribrush. But if Closer were to commit to this, he knows he would be in trouble.
Yeah, it's mid-prio for Jensen. Yone's walking up there. He has his ult. Volibear wants nothing to do with this. He's just going to have to walk away. C9 get that. 100 Thieves under pressure here in the bottom lane. And Gangplank contributing with the ulti. Boogie and FBI still try to get away. They will escape thanks to the power of Tom Kench. C9 trying to make a move down here as backup in top side. It's Someday unleashing the ulti here on Fudge. Takes him low, but Fudge is able to get away. Blabber's coming in. It's a snip the other way, and he's cut to pieces. The big man with the first blood.
Someday tries to go for the punish because Fudge uses ulti bot side, so he goes for the immediate all-in. But Hex Drinker, it looked like, keeping him alive there. As Blabber arrives top, they clean up this wave. Closer is here, so you gotta pay some respect to that.
Oh, Jensen
wants it.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I think if that lands, Jensen, he'd already used his R in another trade off screen, so a ton of action had just been happening there, but still a nice set of wins there for Cloud9. I'd say in the short term, the bot lane was actually advantage of 100 Thieves, but because Someday tried to punish while the ultimate was down, it ends up being a bigger win for C9.
Feels bad for Someday, man. He got it close, but as you pointed out, that Hex Drinker, that priority on the laning item that will give you that extra survivability meant so much.
Well, I actually think it's a really, really smart buy because not only is Gwen magic damage, Azir is pure magic damage, Volibear is actually also a fair bit of magic damage. So when you're kind of triple AP for what it's worth on that top side, it is going to be incredibly effective. Yes, it does slow down the spike towards Triforce, but the only way Gwen can play this matchup again is if you have the all-in threat.
Uh-oh, Ben. Flashing away, recognizing he was in a really bad place. So we'll see if 100 Thieves can punish that further. Now that that summoner spell is not available, send somebody down there, get Closer involved. Unfortunately, gentlemen, we are now 10 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, and Volibear is 0-0-0.
Yeah, you're very disappointed. Watching this one more time, though, you can, you understand why Someday is going for this play.
Okay. We don't have time for it right now. Jensen tries to make the move. The turret shot chases him down. They both live with 50 HP.
Oh my God. Jensen didn't want to snap back early, so he flashed over the wall there to try to get the last little bit of lethal damage. That would have been sick if he was able to finish it off, but Santa ulti helping out there as well.
Is Blabber just going to give him the ult?
He's got flash.
Just ult.
Okay.
Nope. Okay.
Makes sense.
Turret plate instead. Safe, respectful. Less exciting.
Speaking of turret plates, also only about 1/3 of the timer left on that Herald in Blabber's pocket. C9 have to decide where they want to use that soon. Someday, though, going in, looking for Fudge again. Has the ulti ready, goes back in. More Q, more R, all of the damage. He's trying to cut him up. Fudge slows him down, but Someday gets his 1v1.
Has the chase down there. Gwen ulti just so much shorter cooldown there. Fudge used his ult the same time as Someday used his. But the Gwen ulti is up. He finds the window to get the all-in there, even through the Hexdrinker. That is a huge kill for Someday.
And that's with no Ignite on the Gwen. You can see that cooldown timer is still just about to become ready. Still very scary and hitting exactly what you guys were talking about. He is letting him know, I have all-in potential, I have threat. You have to respect it.
And it's something that Fudge definitely wasn't keeping track of, just being pushed up, trying to get a little bit of plate gold, because I think Cloud9 was in a very comfortable spot in this game. I think part of that is the upgraded boots on Someday just allowing him to run down Fudge with the assistance of the slow from his ultimate. So that kind of makes up for the really low CS numbers that 100 Thieves is at. Their entire team is below 100 at 12 minutes, which is very abnormal actually, but the kills, especially from Someday top.
Well, they can dive here. He's 6. Turn it off.
Well, here we go. Time to turn off that turret. Or, nope, C9 doesn't want to give him the chance. They're just going to back away. Jensen goes in. And once again, just the ability to cause that level of threat, to make Azir trade his ultimate for your E. Yone controlling the pace of this match.
I mean, Yone can spike so early. When you do just go Zerker Greaves into a Zeal, it's so efficient, with that early spike of gold. It does slow down the Mythic, of course, but on the top side, they do take down their tier 1. Somebody will be able to prevent a second charge coming through, but C9, nearly a 2,000 gold lead here between that tower going down and the free money that GP is printing.
Yeah, I think pretty important to be able to get them that first turret, because they don't want Someday to be able to have that side lane threat throughout this game. It's really important, especially when you have a range support, that your side lanes can be winning, so it's easier for you to take space around objectives. So a lot of times I'd like to see that Herald drop mid lane, since it's usually a more important lane, but in this case, I like getting the gold on Gangplank.
Well, we will have the second Herald to still consider when that spawns here in a couple of minutes. Remember that C9 took the first one without any contest because of their control over the lanes surrounding it. Looking back here at mid lane, the teleport will bring Abadaga right back in. So now he's ready. You can see the item completion. Leandri's done there on the Azir. As they go in, Jensen wanting the knock up there with the ulti, just barely misses out on max range, but it won't matter. Or will it? Blabber immuning that last turret shot. Fudge makes sure that he takes the aggro immediately as Closer's not able to follow it up, and C9, 1-0 there.
Teamwork makes the dream work. You can miss your ultimate, but he still has the next knock-up, and the team decides to continue to go for it. The lane gets even harder for Abadaga as Jensen is able to assist on that kill.
Volibear's about to go right into the Gangplank world as Fudge can just say, nah, yeah, I'm going to harass you here for this one. Someday's heading down, though, so Fudge knows it's time to leave. He does not want to be dealing with this 1v2 situation. FTX total gold on the left side of your screen here. That is a lot of blue at the top of the charts, my friends.
Top 4, all the carries there. Sven way down at the bottom, but honestly, who cares? It's a Lulu. Don't really need to do much as far as the farming is concerned there.
Looking good for C9. 2,000 gold lead, 14 minutes into the game. Plates have now fallen, so no more extra money to be claimed from those. You can see it really just was that one turret that C9 took there in the top lane with that first Herald. 100 Thieves, however, are first into the pit for Herald number 2. They've got Abadaga rotating over. Bot laners getting into what could be a little bit of a scrap over this crab, never mind. But still, there's nobody from C9 heading up to the Rift Herald pit. This one's confirmed for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves were able to grab back a dragon of their own, so obviously stopping any potential stack towards Soul. The game has been very passive, but it has been C9 creating advantages, which puts the onus on 100 Thieves. If you are slowly creating these incremental advantages on the side of Cloud9, there's no reason for you to really push the pace of the game.
Abadaga jumping in here, looking for a little damage on Jensen, eats some back, but neither one of them really taking a whole lot of hurting just yet. Closer, level 9, Blabber, level 10, maintaining that advantage in the jungle that he's had all game long. Pretty much Closer still has not found a way to get involved in any of these kills. The one attempt where they were trying to bring him down bottom lane, C9 got back in time. Now he'll move into the enemy jungle, not going to find anything there either, but they could make this dive. Closer, can he get it? Back into mid, Jensen looking for Abadaga, meanwhile bottom, Closer still looking to make the play. Abadaga getting away back in mid as Berserker looks to fight in a 1v3. Gangplank ulti mid ain't gonna do it, but Closer gets the kill on Berserker.
Just as soon as you spoke about him not being able to get an impact, he gets the kill down there. I think both moves bot lane have been very productive for them. The first one pushed Berserker and Sven off the wave, burned the GP ult, and gave them an experience advantage. The second one gets the kill and summoner spells and ultimates from Berserker. So 100 Thieves keeping competitive by playing through that Senatom Kench.
Yeah, really nice, and it even allows them to finish off the tower, right? That they had softened up on that earlier play as well. So the pressure that was put on there on that bottom side from Closer, definitely paying dividends now. But Cloud9 still in the advantage here. has been just non-stop Abbedagge under threat, and he's actually down 40 CS now, which has become a bit of a familiar position for him this split. His laning really has been a liability. You know, against Maple, he was down 70 to 80 CS. You know, against Jojopian, even with Jojopian dying and giving him over first blood, he had been pressured very heavily there. So Abbedagge really needs to step up in these laning phases, and again here today, it is Jensen just constantly putting the pressure on him.
But on that same topic, I do have to give him credit because you're talking about the bad laning phases, and while I agree, like the Ahri games are what's coming to mind, like the Ahri lanes were just rough, but then as the game went on, as he got the Everfrost, as he found his playmaking tools, he really did find pick after pick and a lot of setup for his team, so that's the challenge. That's what he's got to do here on the Azir now as well. We've seen pretty much all of his ultis just be trying to yeet Yone off of him and get away from this. So now that we're going to start getting into bigger fights, it feels like I want to see the value that we can get out of that Emperor's Divide for 100 Thieves. Third Drake of the game has spawned. Both teams at 1 each, like you guys said earlier, meaning nobody's exactly looking for a soul point just yet, but 100 Thieves are committing a TP to this. They want to fight for it.
I mean, it's a 5v5. Fudge actually calls off the flank because somebody would be able to mark him, and it's just eye contact in the river here, which does have the advantage for the team with the better front line, which is 100 Thieves, and they just brute force C9 off this Drake.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber's down to half health already. Sven had eaten a little bit of poke there. No way for them to actually get in here, so 100 Thieves, they do commit the TP, but they're able to secure their third straight objective, their neutral objective, you know, grabbing last 2 dragons, grabbing that second Herald. It's been pretty good for them over these last couple minutes.
Especially considering they're still down a couple thousand gold. If you can go 3 neutral objectives in a row while being down that amount of money, it means you're doing something right with the way you're moving around the map. As Blabber, now gonna get locked up there by the Senna, tries to disengage, but Closer stays on him. Lands the damage from the E. Blabber with a bit of a late flash. He's still down. 100 Thieves, nice pick.
This last sequence has been very bad for Cloud9, not only in results, but also for what it could mean later. So looking at 100 Thieves team comp, they have more range. So if they can set up on objectives like that and just have eye contact against Cloud9, they'll be able to push them out. C9 needs to be able to win in the side lanes, but if Fudge actually can't push out someday and Jensen can't make too much ground against Abbedagge, 100 Thieves technically would be able to have the setup time and time again, and it's just icing on the cake if they can pick off Blabber like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just seemed like to me, Blabber wasn't really respecting the potential that he could die there, right?
No.
He could have just flashed early on the Senna W, and he would have just walked out, right? You know, but at the same time, it's a great pick from 100 Thieves. And I agree, Jet. You know, if they are forcing them into these 5v5s, then Cloud9, they're going to have to kind of depend upon execution with the engages, right? You're going to have to try to come from multiple angles, have the Yone and the Gragas knocking in one of these carries, killing them off instantly. Because if you're slow rolling it, you're going to get poked out, just like we saw what happened at that Dragon. You know, Blabber is very squishy on this Gragas.
Yep.
You eat much poke whatsoever, you can no longer fight.
And he really needs to complete the Zonias. I think that's going to allow him to play a little bit more of a front line, but it's still not going to be able to match like a Tom Kench Volibear in terms of their ability to peel and apply CC to people that are trying to engage.
And that Tom Kench being able to save somebody in these fights means a lot too, because then if you do have Yone trying to go in or a big Gragas coming in trying to take somebody out with a barrel, the ability for Huhi to find the clutch saves if he needs them could also be a huge game breaker, playmaker. Here at this midpoint of the game, 20 minutes in, Baron is now spawned. Top lane tier 1 fell. You saw Fudge try to protect it there with the ulti, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it was a good read from 100 Thieves. The solo laners knowing that they had enough damage to actually kill it even in the face of the GP ulti. I think a lot of people would have just backed off, but last 2 minions were enough for them to knock it down, get the trade, so GP can't just take that for free.
And someday trying to steal away that enemy blue buff, but as Jensen showed up, he did not want to risk sticking around and finding himself in a bad spot where he could get punished. Still 2,000 gold lead for Cloud9, despite the praises that we've been singing for 100 Thieves, but it really does feel like they're the ones who've got the momentum. They're the ones who've got the control, and they're the ones who are going to decide where our next fight is going to be.
Yeah, Azale, you mentioned in one of your casts yesterday, the gold doesn't actually matter. It's the completed items that do.
Yeah.
And the mythic completions on both sides are very equal. At that point, you start looking at team compositions, and we can see why 100 Thieves is in what looks to be control despite the 2,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what I was talking about yesterday is just for like what I use in my own games is that, you know, you don't have an accurate calculation of what the total gold difference is. So I just look at item completions, right? You compare across, you say, all right, you know, this guy has a mythic and part of a components. This guy has mythic and part of components. It's relatively similar. You look at things like that. If you're a mythic complete on both sides and one person has components for another, that they're significantly ahead, right? You just kind of have to calculate through that, and that's what I think most people do, and that's how pros look at it too. It's more about feel. It's not that pros have an accurate read of, oh, we're 5.4 thousand gold behind right now.
And as we're talking about items, the Zhonya's Hourglass completed for Abadaga just now. That one's going to be huge because it lets him go in, make those big shuffles to try to really start off the play and then not immediately die after, while also not requiring Tahm Kench to be right in there to save him.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at Senna's soul count right now, being at 88. That's pretty good for 22 minutes into the game. I've noticed around 120 is when Senna starts to get a little ridiculous with the range. It's like, it's when it feels longer than should be natural, and you'll see the Senna kind of taking half health before anyone can retaliate. So that timer is going to be hit before 30 minutes. And C9, I think, needs to have a good engage at this Dragon. They have the bottom lane pushed up right now, so let's see what they can do.
All right, Abadaga will be a little bit slower to this one than the rest of 100 Thieves. Closer walking closer to him, as now they're turning it back towards Berserker, but Abadaga's going to be knocked in. There's that Zhonya's I was talking about, but it ain't going to buy enough. Cloud9, nice pick. Gangplank ulti, Jensen coming over the wall. Ready to go with the Yone, but he snaps right on back into position. Cloud9 have killed the enemy mid laner. They have lost none of their own men, and they have earned themselves control over this river.
That was a huge engage there from Blabber. Abadaga feeling like he was safe because he had the Zhonya's available. But even with that, Huhi was not able to actually close the gap to save him with the Tahm Kench ulti, so he even has to flash out defensively, cost them a lot. They will lose the Dragon, so 100 Thieves will not be able to move to Soul Point here. But at the end of the day, it is just one Dragon and the kill and a trade of some summoners on both sides.
Gold lead extends, Dragons become equal, but with how good that engage was, Abadaga buys a little bit of time at basically guys to just get the one kill, and then as the Dragon was happening, you actually saw FBI Huhi just won the mid lane. Like, they're able to push the Zeri Lulu off even before the Mythic is completed for FBI, so it's a setback for 100 Thieves, but still a very close game.
Nicely done from C9 there, getting themselves that pick at just the right time. And it's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about a little bit in the last game, where we saw flashes and ultis used to get a pick that didn't turn into anything. When you get the pick can sometimes be just as important as getting it in the first place.
And a lot of this is just about the spread between the Tahm Kench, and Tahm Kench is way down here, so it's a lot of distance to cover. Huhi does go for the W to try to get in range for the ulti, but they're able to burst him down. Nicely timed body slam there from Blabber to help finish off that kill. Fudge with the Q as well, and then Huhi just has to flash out. And Jensen, unfortunately, was a very long-range E. Had he just R'd forward and then E'd, maybe been able to actually stay in the fight a little bit longer and finish off some of those kills, but got a tremendous amount of damage out. Just wasn't able to actually finish them off.
So what's the game now here for 100 Thieves, boys? Because they're down 3,500 gold. Yes, the Drakes are even. But if Cloud9 is just able to jump on you like that, what are they going to do?
I mean, I don't think they should be that worried. If I'm on 100 Thieves' side, I just say, well, you're too far from the Tahm Kench. If I devoured you there, we win that fight, right? And they do have incredible scaling with Azir and Senna, so play it slow.
And they catch Berserker out. I asked the question, and 100 Thieves deliver the answer, or do they? They try to go after C9, but it's Closer who's stuck in the stasis and punished. Fudge makes his way in, and they're looking for even more. Nice shuffle shows up, and 100 Thieves is able to fight back. Double kill him at a Jensen. Abadaga in a stasis himself. Someday looking to drain tank. He gets the health bars low, but nobody dies. Cloud9, 4 for nothing.
How did Berserker stay alive? He took the entirety of 100 Thieves cooldowns, stayed alive. 100 Thieves wins the huge fight, and now they're going to be in control of the game.
C9, man, that is what they wanted right there. FBI just gonna get jumped on by the Yone. A little more damage. There's the proc.
Yeah, you get late into the game. He's got that E-Max. The damage comes through so heavily. At the end of it, it's 5 for 0 plus the Baron. Now 7.5K in the gold lead. We can watch this one more time. It's 100 Thieves looking for the play. I don't think they need to play
They're not coordinated. Look at where Gwen is. Someday is in the middle of a recall as they're flying into this fight. So they actually hard engage in this 4v4. The GP ultimate makes it about a 4.5. Then he can TP in actually first. So 100 Thieves forced way too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fudge arriving here does land the nice barrel. Abadaga sees a window here as C9 stacks up to go in. Sven, great flash to avoid it. And Berserker just barely skirting out. And Berserker even hanging around in the pit here. This is cheeky. The Q over the wall, timing out of the Zonias, even at such low health, stays alive. They're able to get it all.
C9 are, wow, loving that one. 4,342 damage from Fudge. Topping the damage meters for that one. Just absolutely bombing them with the ulti and then the TP into the middle of everybody. And now C9 are set to really expand this gold lead and take over the game. They're taking down the tier 2s. They've got the Baron push in multiple lanes. 100 Thieves is in full survival mode trying to weather this storm. And C9 are not letting up on the pressure. Someday trying to at least secure the camps before Cloud9 take over the entirety of the jungle, but C9 is really looking to choke them out here.
Yeah, the items they've been able to complete make them very powerful at this moment. Jensen also level 16, a 2-level advantage over Abadaga, and you can also see, like, with the current power of level 16 Fudge, they can just chunk out that center before the heals come in.
Oh, and Huhi having to use the Devour there to keep FBI safe. That is a big defensive cooldown, no longer available for the Thieves. C9 backing away now. They got 45 seconds before the Drake spawns. They're going to reset and be ready for that one.
Exactly, and they'll still actually have that Baron buff during that spawn. So, going to be a lot stronger. I don't think 100 Thieves are really going to be in position to be able to contest this.
Yeah.
C9 intelligently didn't wait too long. They went back to spend up all the gold that they've actually gained from this Baron to be at maximum power here for this next fight. You can see Chemtech Putrefier just finished up there for Sven. That's another big buy. But we can watch this one more time. I think it's just the barrel over the wall, showcasing how much damage he's doing at this point.
Hello.
Oh!
And he doesn't even have an IE, by the way.
Yeah, casual 65% of FBI's health.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. Navori quick plays to make sure they can spam more abilities in fights now as he bops you with the sword over and over again. C9 shoving up that mid wave. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second till the Drake spawns. Honestly, you just send Blabber down there. He doesn't need any help with it. Everybody else just keeps the waves pushed up. You still have 20 seconds left on this Baron, so they want to enchant those waves, get as much value out of that buff as they can. Things are going to end up with around a 9,000 gold lead for C9 as the Baron buff fades. And for 100 Thieves, it's just such a difficult spot to play from now.
And I hate to be that guy.
Well, I think it sounds like you're about to be that guy.
Yeah, whenever you start that way, you're gonna do that. But people have been complaining about slow games, right? However, I think 100 Thieves was in a pretty good position as they force again.
Well, Volleyball can't catch Lulu.
I think last game FlyQuest was also in a really good position.
Yeah.
If they are just patient, they have, like, 100 Thieves composition needs to wait. They do not have engage tools, yet they just burn everything flying into C9, and it lost them 8,000 gold. If they can win the mid lane trade over and over again, if we go back 5 minutes ago, push out, control Dragon, wait for C9 to try and engage, and then counter it with your Tahm Kench, your Azir. They're trying to fly into Gwen, which is super hard, but they just couldn't help themselves to try and engage, and now they're down 9,000 gold.
Yeah, their eyes got a little bit too big. I mean, you see this angle where you think you can get even more, but when you're playing Azir Senna, you honestly don't really have to do anything except kind of just chill and farm. You know, just vibing out. Put on some tunes, get some souls.
Well, Blabber's going in now. They might have some problems. Abadog is gone. Closer's gonna join them. 100 Thieves have lost mid and jungle with the remaining players heading for the hills. He takes a little bit of damage. He'll stay alive just fine. Berserker will zone them away as the tier 2 turret falls here in the top lane. C9 just looking to continue this push, Baron or not. Fudge is going to make sure he's got threat in another lane just so they always have multiple things for 100 Thieves to answer as Berserker and the rest of C9 will now head into the tier 3 top lane. He getting jumped on. Jensen leading the way. There comes your fate sealed, but it's not quite enough. Tahm Kench, very tanky. Jensen just snaps right on back to the rest of the team, and top lane inhib will fall.
And C9 is vibing right now. They're just able to use cooldowns at will with the Azir down and Gwen in the base. There's no damage to retaliate, and also it's gonna get worse before it gets better for 100 Thieves. C9 did all of this before any of their 3 carries had completed IE. Berserker, Jensen, they have them now, and Fudge is not that far away.
That's exactly how I felt too, Kraut. Thank you for that.
Very expressive today. Gotta appreciate it.
Yeah.
12,000 gold lead now. All those items completion coming through. It's definitely going to be a very, very rough road from here on out for 100 Thieves. But they do have a really good wave clear with the Azir. You can try to slow it down, try to turtle it up. But I think C9 fully in control and have all the tools they need to be able to close out this game.
I've been informed we have a mouse issue on stage. What about the mouse? I don't know, but hopefully we'll be able to resolve it ASAP and get back into the game. So let me ask you guys then, we're already talking about how 100 Thieves, you would have liked to see them just hang back, punish C9 in the first place, like go for that sort of a style. When they're down this much gold, I feel like you're now at the point where there is no other option. It has to be a C9 mistake.
Yeah, and they need C9 to somehow overforce. I think at this point, like, you could say Cloud Soul is actually not something that 100 Thieves should necessarily contest, but I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think it
either.
swings the game.
Yeah, I think Azir probably needs to get death cap somehow, and they try and contest at Baron, which is at least going to help fight for them a little bit better, and try and kind of slow poke in with like Tom Kench tongue lashes and maybe Volibear ease so they don't get picked off. But they have to be extremely cautious, and I don't think they can force again like they did when the gold was even.
I agree. I mean, I don't think you really care about Soul anymore at this point. It's like you're down 12K. It's not going to actually be the big difference in this game. And a Cloud Dragon doesn't have enough threat that they're going to be softened up doing it. If they're on Baron, that's something where they can actually take enough damage. If it's on Elder, that's a game-ending buff, so you really need to contest. But besides that, I do think 100 Thieves just want to try to turtle it up and play it a little bit more slowly. But C9 don't have to allow them to do that. They have the ability to have these explosive engages. They're winning in side lane, so you can push out the side with Fudge, push in these super waves, and then really start to threaten the collapse as they have to defend their Nexus towers. You threaten the wraparound and threaten that dive to take out the rest of the inhibs.
Or, stay with me here, you give them the Cloud Soul, you turtle up for another 6 minutes, burger flip an Elder, and then just try to YOLO kill him in a team fight. Win the game. I think that's what I would go for. If I'm playing this in a solo queue environment, that's what I'm going for. It's just like, hope they don't kill us in 10 minutes and then YOLO Elder.
Yeah, what I think will happen.
Okay, what do you got?
Is C9 will just take a Drake. They'll probably be able to get Baron without 100 Thieves contesting. And then just GP barrels and Gragas poke will kill 100 Thieves. Like, they will not be able to stop the push. Like,
it's just, they're too far ahead.
Yeah, it's like 13,000 gold. And I do have to give credit to Cloud9 here. Like, 100 Thieves is a good team. They were 0-3 coming into this week. If you're looking at C9, Sven is playing his first 2 ever LCS games as a support, and they're on track to be 2-0. Yep. So it's quite impressive and puts them on a good trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely. Berserker there, obviously the one with mouse issue, getting a new replacement mouse, it looks like. So going to be able to hook that up, and hopefully there will be no further problems. But I mean, the big problem is always when you lose inhibs and you only have one good source of wave clear, that's the Azir, then you pressure multiple lanes, right? Yeah. It's like no one else is going to be able to clear out these guys.
Yes! Give him the thinking emoji, Fudge. Let him know.
Oh my God.
How does he know to do that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's getting some. Maybe it's some good comps. It's shot calling. Actually, we should really find out who's shot calling these plays. Is it Sven saying, "All right, hit him with a thinking emoji"? All right, peace signs.
He's a natural born meme lord. He's just this is the way he is. Ever since he first joined the league, Fudge has always been in tune with what the people want. So I'm happy to see him throwing up the thinking emoji. Hopefully we can get back into game here real soon. Honestly, if you're C9, you're ready to just put your foot back on the gas pedal and get this one wrapped up.
You want to finish it up.
Yeah, even though I've been saying other teams should be passive, C9, that's not the play here. They need to use these 2 Infinity Edges they just completed and continue to hammer home this advantage. Baron up in 50 seconds. I don't think they need to wait for a Cloud Soul. They should immediately start taking control of that top jungle and try and get Baron.
I'd just love to see C9 go 4 bot, have Fudge push in mid, let the supers push in top, utilize that Baron buff. As soon as people have to respond to the supers up on the Nexus tower, or an additional person has to go mid lane to actually answer GP, then you dive bot, you finish out the game like that. It should be pretty straightforward for C9. We'll see if they're going to be able to execute on that, or if 100 Thieves can really throw a wrench in the gears.
Well, Baron in 20 seconds, C9 clearing out vision from the 100 Thieves red side jungle, putting down those control wards of their own, taking away whatever resources they can find. 100 Thieves look like they might just be thinking about coming up to contest this. It's that hard part of the game where you have such a low chance to win. You have to figure out which is slightly higher, 0.1% or 0.15% chance of victory, depending on if you fight for the Baron or not. They'll try to push out as much as they can. They'll try to give themselves as good of a shot as possible to maybe contest if that's the call they end up making. But with C9's tools between these barrels from Gragas, these barrels from GP, the difficulty of engaging into a Lulu in general, it's just so difficult.
They're doing somewhat of what you suggested, GP, just solo in that bot lane. the other 4 mid, someone is going to have to respawn from 100 Thieves.
And it cannot be Sunday. He doesn't have the teleport. So it's only Abadaga that's able to go down there and answer Fudge and still be able to join in the Baron fight if that's what they want to do. 100 Thieves still staying grouped up, seeing if maybe they can find something here. Knocking the Banshee's Veil off of Blabber. FBI stepping up, but he doesn't get caught out by the Gragas ulti here. C9 still looking. Jensen going in. Looks for the Fate Seal. Devour from Huhi, going to keep the 80 carry safe, but Tahm Kench himself eating a lot. As Closer goes up into the ulti, trying to stay alive. Jensen finds his way right back into the fight. Sumday's in stasis, but it's going to be a nice golden tombstone. Berserker gets the kill, and Fudge has zoned Abadaga away. Jensen's unstoppable. Abadaga, run away, Chicken Lord! There's no way to survive the bullets in the back, and that'll do it. C9, they didn't even need the Baron. They'll take the fight. They'll take the game right here.
They find the fight. They utilize that massive gold lead, and C9 with the intended starting roster, they're going to clean up the 2-0 weekend.
From 0-3 to 2-0, C9 feeling good about that one. 14-3 on the scoreboard. They'll stomp 100 Thieves.
Sven back in the LCS, still undefeated as an LCS support. Tahm Kench, Lulu 2-0.
But I see the greatest support of all time, 100% win rate in the LCS.
Stats don't lie. But also, Jetson had a much better Yone game than the first time around.
You guys are such trolls. Stats don't lie. We're being absolutely dishonest, but they don't lie.
We lie, the stats don't lie.
We lie using the honest stats.
All right. Very good stuff from Cloud9, though, coming out to a 2-0 week after the rough 0-3 start. Fudge, you can see he's just absolutely elated with the
He's
victory
looking
there.
at the stat screen, 100%. He's seeing who did the most damage.
Wow, Sven still has a 100% win rate.
Yeah, really good stuff. Seems good. C9 2-3 in the records now overall. 100 Thieves. They're going to want that one back. Looking back at the mid lane, looking back at trying to force that play onto Berserker that just didn't work. Even the way you guys were talking about, Someday looking for a recall at that time, so it's like they weren't even on the same page to begin with. 100 Thieves got some comms issues to clean up, it seems like.
I mean, I think those calls are always hard because you don't want to be too passive of a team, because if you go too far that way, you're just giving up opportunities. So they obviously saw a window there. They weren't quite able to actually make it happen. If it does work, then they get Baron, and then they're the ones winning the game. But in this case, when they're already down, they just don't really have a good enough force, and I do think they could have played it more slowly, but it's so tough to know in these moments, because when you see an opportunity to engage, it has to be instant.
I do want to see how this team evolves throughout the summer split, though, because they had that slow start in spring, then found their identity again. But I think I agree with you where you say the big part of their identity was, let's dive. And like dives are just bad now in a lot of the early game situations.
They're way harder to pull off.
It's a team that really wants to play aggressive. They're good at playing aggressive, but they didn't have a team composition that wanted them to do that this game. And the early game changes didn't make it possible to do at 3 and 4 minutes.
Well, it ended up a massive victory for C9, and now we're joining the Tigress and Jensen for our Verizon post-game interview.
You can feel all the love in here for Jensen. A victory for Cloud9. We haven't talked to you yet here on the broadcast. What's it like returning to the LCS?
Yeah, where was the invite? I mean, it feels really good to be back. Felt like the first week wasn't ideal, but I'm happy that, you know, with today's win, it feels more natural to be back and finally start winning again.
It definitely feels natural when you see the reactions of the Cloud9 fans here. How does being on Cloud9 now compared to the last time you were on this squad?
Oh man, a lot has changed. I mean, we still have Blabberfish, the fish, so that's comforting. But other than that, you know, I know how C9 works and everything, so it was a comfortable move to kind of come back to C9 because I kind of know how things worked here, so it feels really good to be back.
A lot of those that have been following the LCS are a bit familiar with your journey, but can you tell us what you were doing in spring, the decisions that were made for you to come onto the squad?
I guess with the break, I kind of just tried to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, or if I still wanted to compete. And during the break, I think I realized I'm addicted to League of Legends. So I was just playing League of Legends all day long, and yeah, I mean, it feels good to be back.
Even though you are still continuously playing, it does feel a bit different when you're on the pro stage. You're looking pretty good on the Yone, though. How do you feel about your current level of play, a few of the matches under your belt?
Honestly, I was a bit worried because I thought week 1 I didn't play too well. But I'm glad I was able to pick up the win, especially on Yone, because I kind of ran it down last time I played Yone on stage. So I think I'm getting a bit better, but I still have a lot of work to do.
You did get player of the game because of that performance, though. So feeling good? Starting to rack up those accolades again?
Feels good, yeah.
So when it came to coming into this season, you know, everyone was talking about your name and the fact, oh my gosh, we have a split without you. There was a lot of talk of you and JoJo. I just want to know, is there anyone that you have a particular target on or any motivation to take someone down within this league?
Not really. I mean, I want to make Team Liquid regret what they did, but other than that, you know, I think I just want to focus on myself and make the team as good as I can, and you know, hopefully we can make things work and become the best team in the league.
Looking forward to tracking that journey. So great to have you back, Jensen. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Many things for us to celebrate here at the LCS, and as you know, we have been celebrating Pride all weekend. Check out how you can enjoy it during your gameplay.
You better get out your chair. Haters even be like, yeah. My crew everywhere like we in the atmosphere. Make it yell, woo, like Flair, we the champ. Never crush it on the regular. Serve your whole squad like Federer. Top of the podium like I won the gold medal, bro. I'ma take a time bomb. I'm about to set it up. Now what you hear? Ain't no test. This is real as real can get. And you know my deal, I ain't one to mess. So let me get this off my chest. Now I wanna go and act real crazy like there's nothing to lose. So everybody make way, cause I know what to do. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun.
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
LCS mid, you think has good side lane? Right now who's playing?
Jensen.
LCS? Jensen better than other.
Jensen's not
At
bad.
least Jensen was bad at that. Yeah, but still, you know, that bad, you know, too much bad or just okay bad, you know, like
Different tiers of bad.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid is the team to look up for. I'm sure after the tragic thing that happened to them in spring, they'll definitely try their best. And I think their team's really scary. So C9 is also a team to look up for, although Berserker, I heard, is having some trouble. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing him for a while.
I mean, I'm from Korea. I've been looking Faker, Chovy, Showmaker all the time. Like, Jensen doesn't impress me. I don't care what they did, but I just have a feeling more teams are gonna die for going to Worlds, so it's gonna be like much more fierce competition than Summer Split.
Is no one okay for you in LCS? Yes.
Impact when he goes mid.
Yeah. True.
Then it's okay.
Rise.
Is it good?
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. Yesterday, CLG were handed their very first loss of the split by FlyQuest, and it was a pretty wild game. So we wanted to play a little game ourselves to see, one, how well each of my analysts actually pays attention to each of the games at hand, what your recall is. So Emily, I'm going to send you over to the telestrator. You're gonna have the first crack at this game. But essentially, we are trying to, as best we can, recollect the gold graph journey of yesterday's game. So each of my analysts is going to take an attempt at doing the gold graph. Now, the values that you see at the top and bottom of the graph are values that were hit in the game. So we do know that everyone's gold graph has to at some point hit both the top and the bottom lines.
Get in there.
But the whole journey, and Emily, talk us through it.
So most games actually start like this, or it's like, nah.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly,
So this is about she's about
She's already failing
she's 6 to 7 minutes into the game. Now we're creeping towards 8 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like FlyQuest kind of took their largest lead here.
Okay.
And then they punted it at some point between 10 and 20. So I'll just whoop.
I like the preciseness. That's a large
solid
swing.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably more like this because most gold graphs aren't like, you know, massive.
Careful with
like
the self-editing though, it's gonna get messy.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't backtrack. The line only goes forward, Emily.
So it's like gradual thing up like this, right? And they probably hit their peak around where Twitch,
35
like,
minutes?
This is like Twitch gets 4 items right here, and then it's like off a cliff.
There it is. Okay. All right, so there's Emily's attempt at the gold graph.
I mean, I think what's important to note is that did CLG lose with a gold advantage?
I'm not going to say anything because I need to let the rest of you go. So Raz, don't forget to change colors here. That way we can differentiate.
While Raz
Pop to green. He's a.
Do whatever you want, Raz.
No, you can do whatever you want.
Don't let them.
This is the post-game breakdown of the perspective of these players.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I can tell you right now, Raz.
Okay, well, this
right.
is.
This is just a heart.
It's a heart rate monitor.
It's going wild!
All right, so we can be sure that
Raz is eliminated.
Yeah, Raz, we already know who lost this game. Hand it over to Mark.
I'm the most accurate.
Mark, bring us back to like some semblance of legitimacy here.
Okay, so the things that I think Emily got pretty right was that it was a little slow going to start, but then there was a pretty early kill on the bot lane by FlyQuest onto CLG's. Then there was a double kill by CLG's kill onto FlyQuest, and that's when they kept control of the game. I think I largely agree with like the shape of hers, but I think the actual gold values are wrong. I think it doesn't go down quite as much here, and it kind of stays there and then goes back to CLG a little faster.
Ooh.
And then it's gonna like kind of stay in their pocket a little bit. Like maybe there's a dip here, a little throw. Then they have pretty good control of the game. And then it's a big drop, and it kind of flatlines again. Then it's another big drop into like the end.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mark.
All right, but okay. So before we do the reveal, because we will reveal the actual gold graph, I think what's interesting here is that both of you, or rather Emily, you have essentially the red team hitting their max gold value twice in this game. Mark, you don't believe that they ever got that lead until the winning moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Fly like having pretty good control over the gold lead. I don't know if it's for that long, but I definitely think the switch was between 10 and 20 minutes.
All right. Let's find out what the real answer is, and we know it's not Raz.
It's for sure me, by the way.
So we're gonna get the actual gold graph, hopefully. Hello?
It was a pit.
Oh no!
It was an utter pit. I'm just telling you right now.
Stick with us.
Oh, here it is.
There it is.
Wait,
Wait, no, it erased our lines! Oh, there they go. Okay.
Okay.
Wait. They're back.
All right,
Okay,
Mark
hold on.
is closest.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna take a look at this, and I don't want it to confuse anybody, but ultimately, Emily was the one who was correct in that the max gold value for FlyQuest was actually hit all the way here in about 8 minutes, and you almost hit it nail on the head. That is incredible.
Yeah.
However, I think Mark gets credit for acknowledging that the bounce back came earlier on in the game, right? You notice that we're already well in favor of CLG here at this point. That's true. You gave him too big a goal lead, but I think you were kind of more correct in that it was a steady, air quotes, right? Throughout this kind of middle portion of the game. Raz, I wish we could just remove the green line.
It's very in the way.
Because it is so inaccurate. But then spikes all the way up here. So I don't know who to give this part to, because it looks like Mark, again, he got there a little too early. I think that Emily had a really good eye for the two peaks. And the peaks and valleys.
All right, Raz, who do you vote? Because you're clearly
you're
not
the
you.
tiebreaker.
You're the least biased.
Also, I just want to point this out. Literally, the X is on the edge of the cliff. Emily nailed this. I vote Emily. I'm sorry. I vote Emily.
It is clearly Emily.
I think if you combine mine and Mark's, it's like almost perfect.
Yeah, but you hit more points like directly. Her points actually hit directly.
The more I look at it, the more impressed I am.
I give CLG too much credit, I think, for like the being. I give them like steadiness that they didn't have.
I like the phrase "giving CLG too much credit" because that has been it's been an immediate. I meant that very legitimately, not as a dig, because I think it's been a conversation about how quickly we've already started to kind of backtrack on that 3-0 start. Oh, they've dropped a game. How meta dependent are they? Blah, 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 blah. Real quickly, I just want to note that in this game today against EG, their job gets even tougher, right? This is our defending champions. This is a team that has not lost domestically in 77 days. And we talked all about how there might be a come down, a fall back to earth on their return from MSI. They showed no signs of slowing down, currently at 4-0. The question is, can they push that to 5-0?
They better not have a game like yesterday. Got to be able to play clean going up against Evil Geniuses with how well they've been playing this split, period.
EG started 2-3 in their first 5 games in the spring split, ended up winning the entire split. Here they are sitting at 4-0, looking for 5-0. Now, as we head out to the arena, Vulcan had some thoughts on his fellow French-Canadian support, CLG's Poom.
Poom plays a lot of different things, and he likes to play spicy picks, as you can see this weekend. In week 1, he's played like some weird Seraphine lanes and stuff like that, so he's like willing to experiment, and that's always a bit annoying because you have to consider the weird picks that he might pick in your draft meeting, so they make your draft meeting a bit longer. But I don't think he's anything special. I think as long as we have a good draft and play the game like we don't disrespect them too much, which is the main danger when you go against a team like CLG, we should be fine.
Welcome to Champion Select. Hello, I am Freak. That is Kobe, and I always dig dueling with you. So excited to be here.
I got an idea for our intro with that 77 days since Evil Geniuses have lost in North America.
Okay.
You know how they have like the have not had an accident in 77 day marker things, and then they flip the tab?
Right.
At the end of this game, I'm either making that an 8 if they win or crossing it out.
You can tell the future, it'll be another 6 days. Because we'll see him again on Saturday.
But today, it's just 1 day.
To be fair, it has still been 77 days. But we'll see next week when it's 82. It's going to be exciting here because, by the way, this is a top-of-the-table clash between defending champions, Evil Geniuses, and our boys, CLG. I am excited. I am always excited to see teams step back up. We've got, let me count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Enchanter picks across 4 games. Personally, I think that's cool. CLG have a good understanding of the meta, Seraphine in both roles, 2 Sona games, and they're 3-1.
Yeah, I actually wanted to highlight Danny specifically in this matchup because everyone's been giving so much credit to CLG for jumping on these, enchanters and supports in the bottom lane and using so many heals and shields in the Seraphine. Guess what? Danny, I've been prepping it almost every week last spring for him to actually bring his Seraphine to the LCS. He was spamming so much of it in solo queue. He was spamming so much of it. He would play it in champions queue. And we never got to see it.
Yep.
Now is the real test, the fight over the Seraphine for the bottom lanes for both of these teams, because CLG, they've been the ones, as you said, implementing it actually in the LCS. I want to see if EG actually do it as a takeaway rather than a ban strategy.
I mean, that's the thing. I played Clash last night, and it's like, okay, wait, Seraphine's death. We got to first pick this, right? We need the champion.
Well, on live, she's even more
Oh,
proud.
yeah, it's even more busted there. But, like, we clearly know CLG want to play the champion. And, yeah, if they're willing to bring it up, like, this is one of the good times where you're not only getting a strong pick, but you're also taking away the kind of style CLG really wants. I tried to get some info out of Think Card right there. I saw him in makeup today, and I'm like, so are you more of a Seraphine team or more of a Senna team? Like, what do you think's more valuable? It's like, we're going to pick what we think is good based in the game. Like, okay, fine, you're not going to give me anything. I understand
Not telling
that
you anything. No secrets.
Which is why I shared the conversation. He's like, 100% Prio and Seraphine. I wouldn't have told you that, right? I would leave that one unspoken, but he didn't say that, so either way, it is going to be Seraphine banned away. By the way, Zeri off the table here as well. I want to know how many of the top tier duos are taken off.
Seraphine bans have not deterred CLG. We heard Vulcan talking about Poom in that video that we just had. He has gotten 2 Sona games as well, Karma game. So he's really indexing into these enchanters, into the shielding supports for the bottom side of the map. So just because Seraphine is off the table does not mean CLG have to divert that much. We do expect more bottom lane bans. Lucian, that means Nami is basically banned. Kalista, partnering with Renata, also another bottom side here. So this is, to me, is the norm. 5 bottom lane bans at least, and then Wukong following suit as that big team fight jungle.
Yeah, to me, still the premier jungler of League of Legends right now. Took some very small nerfs, has not perturbed anyone. Still a very big deal. And Danny, 3-0 on Ezreal in the first week. Took a quick misfortune game back on Ezreal. EVG's read is they want to play a relatively weak laning, but scaling safe marksman as a priority for Danny.
Okay, so with the Kai'Sa locked in on the other side, you kind of expect the default combos, the Kai'Sa Nautilus and the Ezreal Karma, but you can have some last-minute changes. E.g., one of my favorite little adjustments that they made was when they saw full dive from 100 Thieves in week 1, they actually locked in Braum instead with the Ezreal, which is not the poke, lane dominant Karma combination that we're so used to seeing, but completely stuffed the team fights. And Braum is very good versus Kai'Sa because they're going to dive, but also versus Viego, melee carries locking him up. So, yes, can I get it? Thank you.
Kobe.
Vulcan, please.
Smart man. Smart man. It's going to be Rakan, actually.
Wow.
So
at least he gave the shout out first.
Yeah. Knows it was played before. Inspired's like, no, I'm not going to be in this one. So this will still look like a relatively weak lane. I expect Kai'Sa to have wave control as long as you have a warm body for support.
A warm body for support.
I mean,
please be a sentient.
Yeah, right? Like, please be sapient. Be actually, try to kill minions. Because if you're like, oh, no, I'm River Shen. It's like, oh, well, you lose Prio, obviously, right? But for the most part, you expect to do pretty well there. Xin Zhao going to be matching up in the jungle, so early pressure here for Inspired. So this will be his first pick on Xin Zhao in the split. Had played it before. This will be number 10 for him on the year.
Xin has been regaining play rate since the little buffs that were added to him. He got hit really hard in durability patch. Fell off a bit of a cliff there because he relies so much on early skirmishes, early action. But with the little adjustments, compensation buffs has started to come back in when you want to be able to duel the Viego. Viego is the common early duel force on Rift Herald when you're level 6 and maybe you get some reset level 6, godlike fight up by Rift Herald. Xin is the champ that you take if you want to actually fight that. So I like this. This is going to be classic. Contracts versus Inspired. Neither jungler backing down. And there's our Nautilus that we're talking about with the Kai'Sa early lock.
You've called almost the entire champ select so far, Kobe. Nicely done here. We're on to the next phase of bans, and we know that, let's see. So both teams have the exact same roles, so mid and top are priority. CLG get counterpick on one role. They're going to blind the other, and saying, okay, we're going to start getting rid of things like GP. Maybe those are the safe top laners you're looking at.
Yeah, top lane's so much more volatile with considering counterpicks than mid lane right now. I know Palafox is one of the mid laners in LCS that actually indexes very heavily towards melee carries. So that might make it more spicy, and JoJo as well. But really, top lane is so much better served by these hard counterpicks. So the Gangplank and the Kayle banned out from CLG for Dokla. And response here from EG, they don't want Dokla, blind picking Fiora. He is willing to do it. It's going to be one of these carries for him.
Talia dropped as well. Already 2 picks on the split for Palafox. I think she is a very, very good mid laner, so I think wise for EG identify. Kind of things he likes to play.
Yeah, exactly. And it is played right into CLG's strategy that I identified last split. And they, last split, some of the core tenets were Palafox roaming bottom to get bottom lane prio, and then having Poom move with contracts a bunch once he was freed up from bottom lane. So Palafox has played 2 Talias and also a Twisted Fate.
Yep.
So many roaming focused champions. But
we found the only 3 people in the world who would like Ornn. I heard we want Ornn chance. We get Gnar, less spicy to be sure from Impact. No, Gragas. All right, so Gragas in the top lane. We did see, I believe, Whippo play at full. No, it was Wonder play at full AP in LEC just 2 days ago. Gonna be seeing a LeBlanc here as well. A reasonable mix of damage types here. We'll see if it's tank or
it's just
AP.
JoJo full comfort. It is JoJo specialty here. Please lock that in. You know he's confident locking that because going, oh no, Corki, all right, well, option. It gives him way better poke with the Ezreal, way better scaling options here for EG. Definitely safer, but would have loved to see it because LeBlanc, pressure mid with a Xin Zhao is so much kill pressure, and especially considering you have a Rakan roaming support, but is going to be the scaler, a lot weaker in the early lane phase there once you lock in the Corki. And it's up to Palafox here to answer. They already, as we mentioned, they're showing full dive in their first picks. You can't really divert from dive if you lock in Kai'Sa Nautilus and Viego, and so they're going to continue with that theme. Full dive it is for CLG. Back on the 2 years ago even, Bongo comp for CLG, trying to go all in here. Palafox, though, should probably get some early moves off, depending on jungle interactions early on. Silas definitely can have the earlier and quicker roams to the bottom side of the map than the Corki can.
Yep. CLG got the trades in. Looks like EG maybe facing a trade bug themselves. Xin Zhao and Rakan obviously going to be trading positions. So Kobe.
Trade bug strikes again.
Yep. Mark Z not on the cast. Apparently he is undefeated in getting right into the game. So unfortunately, he suggested, by the way, that he stands up here, but he's just off camera and his mic's muted. Just to give us the juice of like, put Mark Z, we're going to go into game.
I actually think it'd be more efficient if we just make like a Mark Z voodoo doll. Okay. That we can bring up here. Or we wear like Mark Z charms as necklaces or something so we can ward off these trade bugs.
Is it like a drop of blood in the amulet?
Okay, that's getting a little bit
that's me with
deeper
like
than I thought.
You're putting like a picture, like you can open it up, like a little heart. You got Mark Z on one side.
We should just get heart lockets that have pictures of Mark's face in them.
I think it's a great idea, Mark. Just so you know, it's not because we like you; it's because you make the show run better.
Yeah. For an unrelated reason, Mark, can I see you after the show for a quick picture?
We got him up here.
Mark
is over here. All right, good.
I guess that means the camera's gonna come to us. I had to take off my jacket because it's too hot up here.
Yeah, but that's because you showed up too late.
Hey, there's an accent over the. Oh, never mind.
No, that was yeah.
Welcome, Mark. You've shown up too late to ward off the trade bug. So honestly, I don't know what you're doing here. Kind of useless now.
Typical Mark behavior.
Let's give a round of applause for Mark, though.
Kind of useless.
Good effort.
Good effort. Good effort.
No, I was gonna say good hustle, but you were too slow, so it's actually not a good hustle.
Incomplete hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he walked casually. I didn't see any instance of running.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the first thing they tell you, like, run through the base to make sure you're gonna make it on time. And Mark just casually lumbered up here.
Yeah, the only problem with running through the base, if it's not first, you're not on the base
well,
anymore.
Well, they only tell you to do it for first.
Oh, okay. It was an incomplete story. I didn't. Yeah, making sure for those.
Fair enough.
The not baseball fans.
Yeah, which is the majority of people nowadays.
Yeah.
Turns out baseball. In the dumps. Meanwhile, we are getting into the makeup champ select, so we are well versed now in dealing with these trade bugs. Lightning quick into champ select number 2.
That's true. Kobe, would you like to like predict the picks and bans now in this second champ select that is not on air?
No,
I wouldn't mind you either. That'd be very boring content.
Yeah,
you know, I think the first pick
we did a decent try the first time around, so we don't need to mess with it.
Yeah, that's true. Why mess with perfection?
All right, I would like another game from you.
Another game?
Yeah, because the audience actually did really well in the previous game. So
you remember? So Kobe and I and all the casters took like improv classes.
True.
5-6 years ago. I think it helped a lot. I think I actually got much better at casting with you and Azale and Co.
And it was fun.
And it was a lot of fun. So you remember Mind Meld?
Okay, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so Mind Meld, for those who don't know, is a game where you count down from 3, and you both say a word. And the goal is to meet somewhere in the middle with no further context.
Say the same word. So try and you can play it at home with us too.
Yeah.
Try and say the same word.
All right.
And you just use the hints of what the previous word was.
All right, you ready?
So ready?
Yeah.
In 3, when we get down to 1, you say a word.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Red.
Pineapple. So he said red, pineapple.
We got orange from over there.
Orange. I should have changed mine to orange. I want to change my answer to orange.
All right, we got red, orange.
Red, orange. Okay. If I knew the names of the orange skins.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I know where I'm going with it. Okay. Do it.
All right.
Do the countdown.
3, 2, 1.
Forge.
Default.
Forge and default.
Yeah. Forge default. All right.
What was the default Riot Forge game?
Wait, the first one that came out. I mean, actually, now we're cheating.
Now we're cheating.
Yeah, now we're cheating. You're not supposed to describe it. So, Forge and default.
Forge and default.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Doran Shield.
I have no idea what it is, so I said 1.
1? Oh, okay.
1 Doran Shield.
1 Doran Shield.
Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
475.
Oh, no, it's 450.
I just guessed.
You get 1 potion. But because you're such a jungler, you have no idea any other item costs.
Exactly.
It's always 350.
I always buy jungle item and refill.
Okay. I think we're just circling the drain. I almost feel like we need to restart.
We've got the whole draft here, though. I see it locked in. Woo! The game served its purpose.
We filled time.
The game served its purpose.
But you can take us home with you. So now when y'all, come home or on the ride home, you can start playing in the car.
Ideally, the way that it works out, you keep saying words that are closer and closer together, and then you get it and you feel smart.
Okay, Kobe, let's start over.
Okay.
For all the marbles, we get 1 shot.
Okay.
1 opportunity. Mind Meld. 3, 2, 1. Ornn!
Boom! We got it, and every person in the crowd got it. That's the biggest mind meld that I've ever seen in my life. That's like a 100-person mind meld.
Yeah, that's impressive. Is that a world record already?
I was gonna say we need to call up Guinness.
Yeah.
Where's the world record set live on air at the LCS, baby? And it's all thanks to the Forge God Ornn.
Thank you to the Forge God Ornn.
Which we learned yesterday, if you listen to the trivia. Brothers with Volibear and Anivia, also sibling.
Yep. Good to know. Well, we are going to get ourselves Evil Geniuses versus CLG on air right now. 4th game of the day. Again, top of the table. If CLG wins, unless I'm misremembering, results would once again tie for first by taking down Evil Geniuses. Nice wildlife.
You say evil, live! Evil!
Ooh. That was nice.
That was good.
10 out of 10.
The Evil Genius players were looking for better chance, too, because they did not like the first one. I remember.
From Finals Weekend?
Yeah, from Finals Weekend that people were coming up with. Yeah, which was like... Yeah, which is...
fine. Oh, Vulcan double knockup. We got a fight. We got Dokla getting chunked but staying alive. Stun lands. Impact low. Flash follow. 1 more kill. First blood for Palafox and the Silas. Danny forced a flash away, but we've got a body slam contracts. A bit aggressive. And as long as you can buy in time, that is a Doran's ring in the inventory of Palafox.
Woo! Bring back those CLG chants. Let's go. What a start to this one. CLG with the invade and rewarded for it. First blood onto Palafox. This is a critical one, Freak, because Silas does scale Superware as well as being critical for CLG's plan of roaming towards the bottom side of the map. And here it is. They walk in, they sweep the ward. Vulcan actually goes for the 1-2 punch with impact, and they get the ignite down onto Dokla, but the rest of the team is not close enough for damage fallout. That was the big key there. And then Palafox follows the flash over. Huge stuff from him. It's actually really common to have that level 1 invade, where if you have someone who can jump this wall over Dragon Pit, you go for the pincer movement, and you get that sort of dream scenario this time around. Anybody with snares can hover over that Dragon Pit, by the way.
Yep. Whole drumline looking at the mid lane, and so far so good. Thank you.
Perfect setup for Freak is actually in a drumline.
I actually played snare. I was section leader my senior year. Shout out anyone who played a marching band. Y'all are wonderful.
Boom.
If it was any easier...
Ignite's down. Does he want it?
Yeah, big damage. Jojo Pun is on fire. Palafox, E cooldown got to be pretty far away. It gets a bit more damage. Oh! That was a nice try. Good side step by Jojo.
Yeah, the no-look walk away. He gets his level 2 first as well. JoJo's unafraid of the W. And for good reason.
Yeah. All
Good
right.
trade back.
Yeah, really good trade by JoJo. Gets a little damage. Palafox, I think, overplayed it a little bit. Cooldowns were up. By the way, Corki E does just the most damage, and gotta respect that one.
Did you catch this?
Maybe.
He was so confident in their level 1 invade. He has 2 stacks on his Dark Steel.
Yeah, he started, yeah.
I did not even catch that first time around. He actually was so confident with the refillable Dark Steel start.
It always feels good to be able to greed and just be like, no, I get to start refillable. I don't have to buy potions ever.
Greed does always feel good.
It feels, and I think you get rewarded with 2 stacks, so then you're just, Gucci the whole time.
And also, if your greed doesn't pay out, then blame teammates.
Yeah, and also it's like you have refillable, so you have to get sent back to base. Like it's okay. Oh, dump in, pretty good damage.
Flash!
That's not gonna be the kill. Flash follow for Contract, not gonna land. Good reflex from JoJo Pyun.
But it's also always worth it as a jungler to do that trade when it's a Corki mid lane. You want to just abuse this Corki early on in the game. Very happy to trade your jungle flash for the mid lane flash there.
It's not gonna be here in the bottom side as well. Aftershock is on for Poom. Not gonna do much more damage in the trade. Danny plays for one more auto attack, and it's a half HP Nautilus. Good engaged by Vulcan.
All right.
Spicy. Yeah, so 450 gold lead to CLG. It was 500 and change from the first blood. As the lanes kind of go back and forth. Dokla has a lot of early pressure. Impact missing only some of the farm. Actually gets the 2 casts at the end. 15 to 25 on the 4th or 5th wave reset.
Yeah, actually not too bad here for Evil Geniuses considering the unfortunate start from them. But we'll see if the no teleport or flash here on JoJo actually gets punished. That's what I'm looking at here. The repeat focus from CLG. If you can get Nautilus roams, one of the best supports here to try and roam towards mid. Vision around River obviously would be critical in that endeavor, and Vulcan's going to find this ward in his first roam towards mid.
Vulcan gonna go ahead and swing 105 gold. Cost 25 to buy, earned 30, even earned some XP. Wow. Killing wards really is just huge. Dokla keeps the push going 100% of the time.
And I love the double-pronged play for Vision around mid lane. When your mid laner gets summoners burned like that and has no previous existing Vision, they call support and jungle. So good reactions here from Evil Geniuses, trying to stem the bleeding around that mid lane because of the gank and no flash from the rest of the supporting members.
Yeah, Muse a bit of the damage. I actually like the direction he describes when was cast, by the way, from Contracts through into his own jungle, which might look weird, but if one of the primary warding spots that people send is over in front of the Grom. That is one of the primary early trigger wards to put down because it tracks these second clears. He's like, did someone put it down? Did we miss it? Okay, no ward there, not a problem. Damage from Palafox there, pretty good. Poom coming around as well. His, of course, own flash is down. Otherwise, that could have been a flash anchor play and maybe would have found the second kill.
I'm pretty sure we have some spectator bug and it's a hex flash because look at the cooldown draining down. So definitely think he had that one. Meanwhile, back to bottom side, Contracts will clear up the rest of that Vision. And again, this highway between mid and bottom, especially for CLG games, is so critical for them, for the way that they've liked to play. That zombie ward from Vulcan's earlier clear, though, still remains.
So going to be triple to the mid lane right now as JoJo Pyun ahead in farm. A quick, easy trade back and forth.
Contract,
Jungle is fighting level 5 each. Inspired down to 400, but thinks he likes his sustain options. They go back in though. Palafox's first move. Vulcan around. Vulcan now be spotted by this. Goes in, finds the first stun. Puma wants to get over the wall as well. Flash plant brings them both to safety. Luger wants to step up, but pushed away by Danny. It's attempt by CLG. Evil Genius is on the retreat.
The aggression continues, really trying to leverage off of the early first blood from Palafox and the constant pressure he's putting on this Corki. Again, goes for another heavy trade, allowing Contracts to start up this dragon. He just says, hey, Juan, I've got mid pressure here. Corki cannot come. Go ahead and start up.
And last I checked, I don't play Corki much anymore, but it's like a 26-second cooldown and like 100 mana cost on Valkyrie. So
it's huge.
It really hurts losing Valkyrie compared to other champions. Yeah, okay, able to Valkyrie out of base now. Looks like, 20 and change.
Yeah.
So, 22 I think is my guess right now. But yeah, that's pretty painful. Has got the Hex Drinker. Very common for Corki to rush Hex Drinker first in AP matchups. It's not necessarily just being scared, but just kind of the correct option.
Yeah, especially if you're double AP solo laners from the opponent team.
Yeah,
so it's going to have value.
Yeah, even Kai'Sa does a little bit, so very valuable item, and that's going to make it much easier for JoJo Pyun to handle all this stuff. MR functionally is more regen, so as you take less damage, your regen kind of goes farther. pretty good.
Flash coming up here for JoJo, though, so they have been able to weather the storm, even though they had to give up Dragon because of the lack of prio on mid. His Flash will be back up from that early gank, which also means, guess what? Viego's going to have his as well, and Viego approaching that level 6. One of the things that we set up in Champ Select that we can continue now is to talk about the Rift Herald fights. And it being one of the big reasons why Viego is picked so frequently in the current meta, because he's so good at skirmishing, is so good at the level 6 spike towards the 8-minute mark for Rift Herald fights. When you have your Flash, when you have your level 6, which you just acquired now, then you just need to work on the solo lanes pushing up to try and get that advantage set. Bottom lane, of course, can have an influence on it. If they push up, it's always nice to get the early recall on Roam, but
well-timed arcane shift. Flash to find the root there as well. A flash away from Danny. That's going to be those summoners traded back and forth. Indeed, you are right. It is Hex Flash there on Poom. You're seeing that cooling back down now.
Wow, they actually fixed the overlay there. Nice. Nice hot fix.
Yeah, maybe just need to go on cooldown again. Who knows? But we are in a pretty decent spot. They're looking again at the plane mid lane. Hexbreaker is in for the Corki. Still decent damage out of Palafox, though. So he loses half his health back as well. Of course, has sustained the champion. He's landing the W for it. Contracts, may find something else to do.
Yeah, already poking around the kind of decision point here between Rift Herald and mid lane gank, but because there's the Scuttle Crab, and if you go from the bottom side, it will see you. They know he's in here.
And it's going to matter. Dokla kind of keeping the wave at equilibrium, wants to be able to
Rakan's
move
coming.
if he needs to. Lowish health bar, but the impact a bit low on mana. Now Poom is there as well. Going to be there a bit before the opposing jungler, the opposing support as
Danny
well.
has teleport. Danny has teleport, but he's using it back to bottom lane.
Given.
So it is given up. Now it should be Luger just making a beeline back down to bottom. And we just see, can Danny, how quickly can he get those minions into the turret on bottom side? Because I think that Luger actually will get there to catch them. So if CLG are able to finesse this into a Rift Herald without any turret plates given up, huge value here. And we actually do get to see the setup pay off for the big Rift Herald there, forced by Viego by contracts, and CLG pick up another neutral objective. That is Dragon and the first Herald Freak. You don't have to make the choice of giving one up. CLG get to eat both of them.
If you have that much pressure, right, you can get, Dragon spawns at 5, Herald spawns at 8. You have that 3-minute window of theoretically getting both. It can really tax your timing. You have to have a lot of control, but it does feel good to get both.
Yeah, and you can kind of even connect the dots from the early gank blowing the flash on Corki and all this mid pressure on Corki as the root cause of the problem there for them. Or even if we want to go further back to the LeBlanc cover instead.
Ah, yes.
And being like, well, we don't have the early power there, but of course then you get the benefits of Corki rockets later into the game, and those have proven to be well worth it with how much scaling has gone on in the current meta. See if JoJo can eventually get to this point.
Looks like Palafox took his first ulti recently to steal Corki rockets. Used it for wave clear, actually.
Yeah,
Got rid
and
of
to get the blue over the wall without having to use his chains.
Or his Q, but yeah, also his chains. Q are chains, so it's not really any different.
Yeah,
but
everything is chains.
It kind of is. I mean, which to be fair, like if your weapon is chains, you should kind of be the entire kit, right?
True. All right. Are they actually looking bottom here? Because there is vision leading up from Evil Geniuses, and they're playing it safe. Okay, they're not showing at all. So we see contracts kind of hovering. We also have Poom hovering here. They really want to force the play because of the champions, but no opportunity given by Evil Geniuses. Good, cautious play there from Danny and Vulcan.
A small CS lead, though, to JoJo still in the mid lane. Yeah, the bot lane going to be just safe, no problem. The gold lead has swung back to Evil Genius's favor. CLG, of course, yet to summon their Herald, but no lane has enough pressure to actually make it crash for any more than 2 plates. But EG have been winning in lanes outright. What's interesting is the stat from the first week, they were actually neutral in gold at 14 minutes. They actually weren't building gigantic leads on average, but here they are definitively outlaning CLG, who are up 550 from the first blood.
Yeah, like marginal. Here we go with the play on bottom side, though. Palafox over the wall. They were on a ward.
Okay. Yep. We get a little bit of time to attack a plate, so there's one going down there. Tries it back up on the scoreboard here. Second Dragon is alive, and CLG, do they have the control to go for it? Because Inspired is on the way through. There's going to be a brush camp as Contracts may solo this.
Package picked up by Corki as well, so even though the top lane 1v1 is going on, Dragon also...
They're on the front line, though. It's going to be Rakan going in for a lot as well. Big damage, and be careful on Palafox. Boom, both very low. Trying to win for their lives. Danny gets it all, but no, the last one Inspired. Win becomes Lightning, and Boom becomes gold. And they're going to look for a little bit more now. Inspired wants to last couple of shots won't find it. Palvox walks away. The Dragon attempt results in a death for CLG.
The package is so big here from JoJo, burning off of CLG, forcing them to run through their own jungle, picking them up with the extra skill shots here. Meanwhile, back to the top lane duel, baby.
Oh, the region is going to be enough. Dokla is ulti-less, but wants the snips. W, one hit. Careful, because a body slam Q combo would kill him, so Dokla has to fall back. Impact knows he's almost out of lethal range now and gets to get the wave.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Contracts is going in on JoJo.
It does have his flash, but there's not enough damage there, I don't think. The ulti would get him to like maybe 200, and you don't have any cooldowns left afterwards, so hops away from that one. We keep our close game.
Such a big move here, the Dragon fight from Evil Geniuses. Being able to retake that control, use the package. Meanwhile,
yeah, be careful. Luger gets chunked down to below half HP, but with Danny's ulti down, now not a lot of cooldowns to burst with, so stays okay.
All right, we finally got that Rift Herald money, though, that you are looking for from CLG, so that evens out the gold, and the Dragons, of course, being evened up after that last fight. Palfox even sticking around to take another plate by hand.
Wow.
Getting more money into Sylas is one of my favorite things, because you just kind of need this early bump of cooldown reduction, and Sylas can actually just grab a bunch of the cooldown reduction parts, which you see Palfox going for, to be able to spam out his W as well as the ulti.
Yep. Yeah, Everfrost parts are pretty convenient like that. Feels pretty good. Of note for those still, playing and wanting to farm. Hold on, we got a fight going on. The replay of that bot lane 1-0.
All right, so again, JoJo comes through with the package. This is a big play. They make the hook onto the Xin, but don't have the damage there immediately. And then Xin ult plus Corki package. That's just a huge difference in frontline health bars. So once you get the frontline health bars going in your favor, all these skill shots, literally from every DPS member there on EG, Ezreal, Corki, and Xin, chasing them back through their own jungle. Punish CLG.
All right, take stock of the game once again. Equal gold, equal Drakes, and equal everything. No, how's this game going to go from here as Danny TPs once again back to the bottom lane? Unleash Teleport is in, so shorter cooldown for that one, and can target anything he wants now from here on out. Kraken Slayer also in now for the Kai'Sa, so Luger not actually itemizing for the burst of backline option, but actually for the auto-attacking frontline option. It is going to be, looks like it is going to be at least, partially AP Gragas here, cooldown boots, and he's got that blasting wand, so Everfrost seems very likely here. Sinjao only so tanky, but ultimately Luger says, no, I need to actually punch through the front line, more so than, ulting an Ezreal and Gale forcing him. Another route in the mid lane looking pretty solid there. Palafox, yes indeed, gonna find a decent trade. Corki Rock is still landing. The Jijifun lands some back, sidesteps one, hits his own. Inspired nearby, his flash is still down from getting the prior kill. And not able to chase for anything. Inspired, yeah. Not a lot of extra tools. Sinjao, the E is point and click. They have to be in range, and you get nothing.
Yeah, and the fun Sylas ultimate just keeps on being Corki Rockets going into minions. Is going to be a force on the tower, though.
They can cancel tower. They can cancel turret.
Kill it.
They need to hit it one more. There's not going to be a TP. That could be a good fight now. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question. Still hitting Inspired, and they find that kill. And they can go for a bit more. Diving into the turret. They flash away. An ult to follow. Vulcan, one hit away. They need it. He's going to flash. But he's still going to die, right? There's always going to be a kill picked up. So he trades a 1-for-1. Jijifun gets the kill credit. Here comes Gragas, will not trade in the ulti, won't matter.
This also means that you leave top lane open for Dokla pushing in. So CLG making the best of this all-in on the tower. That was a very low chance of that teleport ever working out because of how low the health on the tower was. So definitely a bit of a flip right there, and EG do get punished. Contracts is the type of player that's always going for that kill, though, Freak, at the end. He's chasing you under tower. He is a bloodthirsty player. Again, this tower only a few hits away, and so Inspired goes in to try and buy time for the tower health, but there's no way that thing is surviving, so it does go down, turns into a lot of DPS on him, and CLG are very happy. Pick up the tower, pick up the kill onto the jungler. Could have stopped there, but go for the extra 1-1 at the end. Gives up a little bit of extra gold. Meanwhile, the reset here, Impact.
Really good cast. Doka gonna be knocked into the air. Do they have the damage? 300 HP. Ulti is up. Conqueror as well. Snip, snip, but Danny takes him down in the end, 2 assists, and a 3rd kill on the board for Evil Geniuses.
Do want to point out, every time there's one of these plays, though, it's a free pushing lane on the other side of the map for CLG. So constant plays, and this one actually in the hands of Evil Geniuses, finishing up the kill onto Dokla, does mean the other CLG solo laner pushing on bottom side. Rift Herald number 2, though, means you have to answer a Rift Herald push. Otherwise, they're going to get so much gold. Secondary turrets, 800 gold. Somebody's going to have to get back there, and Dragon is available.
Ulti gets back to Jojipyun, does stay alive. Vulcan down a couple of cooldowns. Doesn't kill the ward, but yes, we do have a turret trade. Top lane is dead, bot lane is dead, but the Herald is there.
Okay, they won't get the secondary tower, and Dragon is spawning here. CLG can pick it up. It's only number 2 because Evil Geniuses were able to make use of the package to get the second one. They aren't as scared now about the stacking for Soul. They're going to buy way more time for Corki to scale up and really have significant poke. When you do have even semi-AP Gragas plus Corki plus Ezreal, that is a lot of poke setup for their team.
And it is going to be Night Harvester, actually, so it is much more poke heavy. I didn't even think about that being the option, but yeah, that's going to look really nice for him. So, you know, it's a unique cooldown per champion, so you know, Luden's without the you know, only one at a time kind of benefit. That's going to feel pretty good. On current live, it's buffed with the better build path, but this is the one with blasting on that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and right now, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we're past
he's got it anyway.
We're past the build path. I love it, though, because especially Impact with Flash available can go for that big multi-person play. Spread them out, and then you just poke down with your long-range abilities the stragglers that are closest enough to you. And so, yeah, he should be getting Night Harvester procs on multiple people, because you're always looking for the groupings as the Gragas in this this poke and kind of bowling pins style composition there from Evil Geniuses. We'll see if CLG can play their side lanes, though. Again, they have really good dive options, which is what you want when you're playing into poke at all times. You've got Nautilus, guaranteed ultimate, Palafox, and Luger as well, ready to follow up.
And even right now, I'm just going to take an angle of, hey, CLG looks really exciting because this entire split, and I've liked the way of the meta, right? It's been at least one enchanter every single game, sometimes 2. This is the first game they played without an enchanter. And they're currently winning against an undefeated defending champion.
Yes.
Like, get you a team who can do both.
Basically, right now, Evil Geniuses, by the stats, are the best team in the LCS. They won, obviously, Spring, but also the only undefeated team, as you say. Yeah. And CLG, they were nowhere even close to the top of the LCS. For a long time, Freak. It's been a long time, and the faithful are starting to believe again. Yeah. See if they can finish out in this game, though. Once again, we mentioned the split push for CLG. It's a solo laner, unanswered, so they're getting a bunch of tower damage here for Palafox. This one, in exchange for Impacts being able to push on, you see the respect from Dokla because they don't have any vision through their blue quadrant of the jungle. He was like, okay, maybe they'll set up a dive. I want to be respectful. Don't want to overextend.
True, but we're still seeing Corki and Ezreal reaching farther and farther in the game. I feel like those two scale quite well into late game. The poke becomes eventually unanswerable. Palafox going to find a slow, but not the stun. That could hurt a lot. He's taking a lot of damage here. Here comes Vulcan. Does not find the knockup. Gets the charm, though. Going to burn a stopwatch, and I don't think there's any way out for this one. Inspire going to time the W well. Oh, he steals charm. Almost gets away. Forces 2 flashes to kill him. So at least some heroics from Palafox, but it is still a 1 for 0.
Yeah, still gold in the hands of Corki, where you do not want it. And you mentioned the poke freak that we're talking about scaling so heavily. I love any champion that can build Muramana. I think that item is turbo broken on any champion that can actually, use it. Yeah. The only problem is finding your champion that fits your role. That actually is not super hindered by the build-up and the tier path. But now after they're transformed, it's so much damage. And Evil Geniuses are now finally really ready to play. Past the 20-minute mark here, they can set up towards these neutral objectives. Their main goal is, of course, to buy more time to throw out spells with the Ezreal, with the Corki. And so they're looking at, disengage angles. Grog's trying to peel for them and buy time and just more shots. The more shots you take, the more shots you're going to hit.
That's true. And they're going to see them pretty soon here. We got the 4th Dragon of the game coming up in 90 seconds. Baron's available, but not a really respectable attempt yet.
Yeah, tons of ability haste along with the ability power for the Gragas build too. So I want to see how they utilize the zone control, setting up these barrels and looking for the repeat siege. Here we go, 5 members.
Boom, gonna take some damage here. Ults backwards, Aftershock on. Here comes the re-engage. Looks pretty good on the front line, but Inspire buying a lot of time. Here, contracts the back line. He's got Ezreal. And can he do the rest now as the back line is gonna be nothing? AP Gragas just gets deleted. CLG 2-0 right in front of Barry.
They're gonna get it, Freak. CLG are in the house.
And you got Boom ready to mark the rest of it. Inspired, knows he's on a trinket. You got a recall, no TP for Jojipyun. Will it be a hero play? No flash, no smite. no hope, and it's gonna be CLG defending the Fate, the 3,000 gold lead, a little bit of a skirmish. They're gonna go kill him.
Yeah.
He walked in to stopwatch him, maybe just die. Anchor well timed, package comes in, will inspire drop, 1 for 0 silver over the wall, really beautifully done, but cannot quite find that kill. Brock is gonna be just shy, and Vulcan will drop as well. CLG take 4 straight kills, and they take the Baron.
And they don't lose anyone, Freak. This is just in time for Dragon. Keep in mind, Baron empowered recalls. There's 15 seconds on that Dragon. This will be soul points. Baron in hand, tons of gold for Counter Logic Gaming. Who's the best team in the LCS now?
Maybe FlyQuest to beat him yesterday. Who knows? But it's going to be really exciting seeing teams step up. Here we go. It's going to be Dragon being attacked. Okay, wonderfully. And yes, Danny not even with an ulti available. Cannot even attempt for the steal. CLG.
Oh my.
They ended week 1 in first place. By this scoreboard, they are about to end week 2 in first place.
All right, they still have a lot of work to do versus the defending champions here, who have had such a prolific team fight for Evil Geniuses, but this is very different for them. So I want to see some more of this comp because I actually really like the EG side with so much range and poke damage for later. If they can actually defend sieges here, you know, with some disengaged Gragas ultimates, body slams as well, maybe they can buy some more time for themselves to actually ward off Counter Logic Gaming, but CLG just have really good outs later into the game too because their dive is so strong and their split push is so strong. When you combine those two, it really lets you work with Baron like no other team. So this should be a lot of objectives taken.
As the waves get pushed out, EG going to find a couple of wards aggressively in their side of the map they would like to defend. Palafox.
Again, the Xin Zhao ult
low, stun. Do they have enough damage here? He's got the Xin Zhao ult. He's going to be safe from any dive, and indeed, just pops it, gets right back out. Not a long cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, that is the whole reason that they were able to buy time for the teleport for Dokla in the last team fight. You know, him stealing that Xin ult, engaging, getting EG grouped up, and just as expected, at least one tower down, now mid-second.
Oh, good cast, though. Palafox might have his Zonias available. He's going to go right back in for the fight, finds a stun. There's the pop, and they might just get that kill on a Xin Zhao. Contracts low, gets the no, he gets talking down in time. Shots come through, tower helps, the 1-for-1 jungler's dead. Palafox 1 hit away, just slinks away with his life. Tail between his legs, though. Baron timing out in 25 seconds. Red Bull Baron power play, 3.1 thousand gold. CLG can take the reset and count 3 minutes for Dragon Soul.
Yeah, thank God they took out the tower shot immunity from Viego when you're picking up a soul, because those were truly broken days. But the damage still going through this time around. Regardless, the objective bounties are here, Freak. The game is signaling just how far CLG are ahead. Let's take a look at how they started this one out again. We mentioned the Xin Zhao ult steal from Palafox was big in buying time for Dokla to get there. It is the full all-in, and then that Nautilus ultimate was just so juicy from Boom because Jojo just valved forward, and then that leaves Danny exposed on the bottom side. Contracts immediate beeline for that Ezreal, and it's one of the best bodies to pick up as a Viego too, because then you get 2 more jumps after picking up that soul. Then the force down here onto Baron, they get it. They look for the turn. Package makes Evil Geniuses believe they can finish it off, and just it's a heartbreaker for EG. Look at how low Luger gets here. Perfect from Jojo. He makes sure he doesn't knock Luger over the wall and keeps him pinned there, but just so close to going down. He couldn't get him with the extra poke either, and because of that, CLG, they don't lose any members, and they get all the rewards.
And now with the 5,000 gold, they're going to try to take absolute control on this side. Palafox always playing very aggressively, currently holding on to explosive Cask. Bit of poke towards contracts. Vulcan has no one to heal, though. Cask going to come down mostly for wave pool, looks like. Triple hit from Danny, and the front line's going to die. Palafox gets a stun, and he gets shut down. No, Dragon's not up. It's not going to be any more than just the kill. Looks like there was no other play to be made.
I love these ultimates, Freak. Gragas ultimates have such a wide variance because of the impact of this skill. And huge one in this defense. If he pulls out a whole bunch of more miracle, Gragas ultimates, perfect Gragas ultimates can still win you fights no matter what.
Surprisingly, EG are the ones where the Gragas ultis have impact as, well, we get more going on to get thumbs up from Kobe off camera. But, you know, it was really...
It was already done.
Yeah.
You've also stated that you hate name puns.
Yeah, well,
and yet you violated that rule, I feel like.
for years now. You know, really just for years. Okay, dive in for Contrast. Gets one picked up. And with the shutdown, gets away from True Shot. I think he took no damage. That one ulting away for Impact. Luger trying again. Not quite finding the damage. Impact finds the shutdown, a 1-for-1.
I love these teams. I love these players. They're still willing to just randomly throw down the brawls for the 2v2s in mid lane. Love it. They get out with a 1-for-1 in the end. Extra flash there from Luger, though, because he wanted to get his kill as well, going for Danny's burst. So we'll see about the flash cooldowns. Those are going to be the biggest things for these team fights coming up here, because that one actually cost CLG quite a bit with the cooldowns. Danny was the only one on EG who had to blow his contracts, and Luger now will be without.
And timing is limited. Impact does not have TP. Jojo, no TP. Only Danny does. They're all walking out of base finish right now as Impact makes his way out past the inhibitors. But Dokla can freely push top lane and TP when needed. Jojo just going to consign himself to playing the wave and hope he can run around in time as Dragon spawns.
Yeah, and this is why it's so beneficial for CLG to have such a strong split pusher. They've got Dragon Soul points, so even if they give it over to EG, they don't lose
Baron.
much.
Oh, this gets so dicey because, of course, they could credibly threaten Baron with these 4.
I mean, Dokla's on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, exactly. Like CLG, there are 3 different objectives that CLG care about. EG have 1 TP and can't cover all of them. TP to bot lane right now, and they've now started Dragon. Guess what? Corki gets the package, gets the knockback. Here comes Rakan, but that should mean Dragon Soul. Dokla's life. I've seen a CLG top laner run for his life in a 1v3 far across map, and the team gets the rest. It's gonna be Dragon Soul. And the spirit of Hotshot GG lives on. Dokla will die, but his team are the Dovahkiin as Dragon Soul is claimed, ready to go for more.
All right, even with Dokla down, don't think there's a lot EG can actually force here. The only hope they would have would be go to Baron and maybe CLG make a positioning error while there's 40 seconds left on Dokla. Because Dokla did try and teleport, so he won't be able to teleport to the Baron fight if EG force it hard.
Yeah, and they're on the pit right now. This is going to be the attempted force in a 4v5. 30 seconds to spawn, no teleport away as well. This could be everything turning all the way around.
Ult stolen.
Not willing to leave this one away. Rocket not going to land. Locket burned for nothing. That is an important cooldown missing. 3k health, cast, decent damage. True Shot barrage only clips Luger. Still in the pit is inspired. Down to 4k as you mentioned. Down to 3. When's it going to happen here? Channeling the stun, goes in, finds nothing just yet.
Are they going to flip?
They're not willing to go for it yet. A contract has ult, has smite. Here goes Boom. Stun the backline. Danny jumps to the pit, stays safe for now. Getting lower and lower. 2.5. In this pit he goes. This could be a kill. Ulti's coming across. Smite back and forth. Contracts dies. 2-for-1 EG. And a Baron gonna be claimed. One traded back, though, is Kaisa in the back line. Luger pops the ulti, kills off Danny. 3 life for EG. Baron buff still alive on those members. Walking away with a bounty, a Baron, and an equal team fight.
Ooh, some yellow pings trying to call them off as Luger and Poom were hunting. They get it. EG backs against the walls. The objective bounty shutdown on Baron is well worth it. It was the only chance they had, and they pull it off. Barely focusing down contracts here before smite range. Just look how tense this gets. Boom, goes for the hook, flashes out immediately. Danny arcane shifted into the pit to commit more damage to Baron, and that causes contracts to then also follow up on the jump in during the Zonias from Impact. Palafox then tries to finish up the kill here onto Danny, but Danny over the wall again is able to escape from him, and he doesn't even go down until Luger commits the ultimate into the back. Smite from Inspired is true. They pick up the shutdown. Keeping this one spicy, Freak, even with that Dragon Soul. EG now the ones with the push. Baron acquired. Let's see how much gold they can get. Another objective bounty shutdown.
They are, of course, still down substantially in this game, but trying to get their way back into it there. Look at the bottom river. There might be something going on. A Steel Sinjo ulti helps Palafox play frontline. He's got Death Cap done. Had it for a while, by the way. Previous fight already had his Death Cap, so a lot of healing, a lot of damage available to him. The gold lead wanes to 600 as bounties might be falling off. Dokla, don't believe he was seen on the way up if he hugged the bottom wall. But EG not sticking around in mid lane. Now he gets spotted by the ward, kills it. Level 17 on the Gwen.
Now we get to see that poke damage, Freak. It's so frustrating to deal with. Unless they can get their flank angle. Poom does have Hex Flash. Palafox, again, the Xin ult allows him to be the front line, but EG, just keep rotating. Corki has fully scaled, so you just get to siege over and over and over again. With Xin having the Guardian Angel as well, another objective bounty shutdown for the evil geniuses.
All right, gold on one side, Baron buff there as well, but the Dragon Soul and some XP belonging to CLG. Is it going to be enough now? As they poke back and forth, look a little something. No stun yet for Contracts. Clips one. Danny fires that true shot barrage. Dokla on the flank. Dokla not spotted. Dokla could be around now, goes over a ward. And EG know what's going on here. They're gonna walk the safety Palafox on that same route, but those wards, lifesavers. The blue trinket.
They're chasing so long that Impact would have an easy time teleporting and get the full time, going the rest of the team. Plus, then you take poke damage in the face, so you do not want to over chase that. Even though the scoreboard will tell you, with the Dragon Soul and the objective bounties in the favor of Evil Geniuses, I think they're actually not behind anymore in this game.
Right.
Like, this is a case of objective bounties. I don't trust you.
Sure,
EG are actually ahead because they have Corki Ezreal, massive poke here, transformed Muramana, and the rest of the team ready to peel for them.
Definitely valuing that soul very highly in the system, obviously. And, well, we have the Elder Dragon spawning in 140. Baron a full minute afterwards, so Dragon going to be the only center of attention. And any wards you put down, if they're not swept, will last until that happens. As Vulcan wants to step up, try to play for the river as best he can. Feels safe enough with the W and E available to his nearby teammates. And indeed able to get rid of some of these wards now. But we know that we are just a minute 15 away from an Elder Dragon fight. Similar graph to what we saw earlier. CLG, a gigantic lead, got walked back in the end. They dropped a comeback loss to FlyQuest yesterday. And they're looking at a similar one right now as EG, again, sitting with the gold lead, soul or not.
Exposed inhibitor still, so Dokla trying to pressure on the top side there for CLG as they want to use their split push, but these Corki rockets hit so hard. If they're not able to dodge them, Impact 2v1.
Yeah, he can't get anything done. He's full AP. Like, this man is so squishy right now. Zonius won't save him from this one, so there goes the inhibitor. Turret difference also, I believe, part of the bounties, and things like that are why. It's very easy to knock down an inhibitor when there's no defense innately. Careful here, Inspired will be on a ward. Contracts feel safe as well.
30 seconds on the arrival of this Elder Dragon, and Super Minion's gonna keep constant pressure on top side now. Package picked up just in time for this Elder Dragon by Jojo. They want to make the long chase!
On the way, 2v3, this could be really good. Dokla running away for his ulti, decent damage to the impact. And of course, if he has E, can get away from Vulcan, does so, not a problem. Corki inside of the map, TP up. 8 seconds, Elder Dragon coming up, teleports available everywhere.
And again, the macro from CLG, they are splitting on the other side as well. It's constant 1-3-1 from them, splitting the map. They get a tower out of this, out of that chase towards the top side. Now, Corki package still within Jojo's hands here, so forcing on the Elder Dragon is a way that EG have to force CLG during this package timer.
And Dokla is on the split. TP gonna be channeled now from Kaisa to join the fight. So 4v4, Poom hit, Palafox a bit low, gets away, Poom stays alive. Rest of the fight looks okay. Package burn, Contracts front line, knocked up, dangerous. Ults away, but nearly dies. Anchor comes in, stopwatch just in time for Vulcan, but Poom jumps in, Danny gonna get him. And that's gonna look pretty good as Gwen keeps the push going. Elder Dragon resets, gets a couple thousand health back, and Contracts can barely fight for this one. He's gotta keep his smite, gotta keep his flash, he's gotta be careful as well. 4K health, they're still gonna respect this one. As Palafox wants in, cannot find the charm. Where's the Zonias? Runs for his life. Chase down, Vulcan can't get him just yet though. 3K health, Contracts is stealth. Have to respect it. They go to mark him. They're gonna get him away from this pit. He's not gonna get in. He ults, he jumps and just dies.
They did it! EG now with the Elder Dragon. They can make such a hard push here. Super Minion still coming in top. And Baron on arrival as well. Only a few seconds left on the Baron. They're already heading over towards it.
This has gotta be theirs. I feel like Contracts is dead. Poom just now respawning. It's a 5v4.
Elder Dragon on a poke team, that is a death sentence, Freak. I think EG have so big of an advantage now. Elder Dragon plus a Baron, and they can go storm the CLG gates.
Gonna try right now. Yeah, 14K health on Baron, but no one's even gonna look at this one right now as CLG stepped up for the 4v4 and just could not make it happen. Well done, EG, to find the comeback. Looking for a 5-0 record to end week 2. And what does CLG get but a steal on a red buff? Bounty surprisingly still on. Another 500 gold extra goes from their pocket.
I actually really want to know how much objective bounty gold EG have gotten this game, because it is a tremendous,
2 Barons, 2 Dragons.
Tremendous, a bunch of towers. a bunch of towers as well.
2 Barons, 1 Dragon, 2 turrets.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to list them off all right now because we got the replay of the fight, but honestly, this one, because of the interrupt on the teleport, you saw it on the minimap there, Gragas just moved within a screen of Gwen, and I'm just gonna say he used the ultimates, the only long-range interrupt he has there, to stop Dokul coming in, and that was the critical stop here. CLG were going for the all-in, expecting that teleport, and without that, Evil Genius is able to just back off and poke the rest of them down. Huge stuff for them. Then Contracts goes for the hero play, trying to time it here over the back. He has no life, so he has to go, right as it's getting down to around 900. And EG now, let's see if they can finish this one up and retain their undefeated spot in #1 of the LCS in summer.
There we go. We're going to fall down. And they're going to keep that push going. 4,500 gold right now. That takes gold advantage. Looking pretty solid. Baron power play still around 3K as well. Gonna knock down more of these structures. Gwen is in mid, trying to get something done on the other side of the map.
You have
maybe
to defend right now.
Too, but yeah, this is going to be the base dying. You must 5v5. Elder timing out in 20. You'd love to wait, but they can't really. EG push the pace, push the tempo.
Yeah, it's Elder Dragon poke.
Turrets falling, and honestly, there's not a good option now for EG. Boom walks in, instantly deleted. Ulti will land on a 1, but they're not going to find that kill anytime soon. The charm is in. Stopwatch burned. Elder's still on for 5 more seconds, and the kills will keep coming through. EG going to find it. You got to believe it. A G8 down, but the burn will almost find one. Ozonia's by the second. The fountain to save. Palafox low will not drop, and now Elder is off. But is a 4v5 enough? The wave. There's a couple minions still there. Up towards Doklo. The body slam flash nearly kills him, but Impact goes in for too much. Contracts goes for broke. He gets one. There's a charm in the front line. Kaisa knocks down a jungler. Contract stays alive, running for his life. Looks to safety, and it's going to be Luger going for it all. He stopwatches, and Vulcan will be stopped as minions flood into the base as well. TP's alive on nobody. No one can join that push for CLG. They can hold their base only. The minions, I believe, will not end it by themselves, but CLG will hold on.
They're teleporting back even to make sure that tower doesn't lose any more. Hell, CLG hold on by a string, and they can't interrupt the Baron empowered recall, but they live to fight another day. That Elder Dragon just barely timing out. If they had a few more seconds of a contract still on the hunt.
Oh, he's gonna drop. No, stopwatch. Then you can tank everything else there. At this point, Danny cannot guarantee the kill. He flashes. Arcane Shift up in a couple seconds. Needs to land Qs, but it's not gonna be enough. Danny overplays his hand.
Ooh, he almost had Contracts, but that stopwatch freak right there means the 80 carry kill goes over to CLG, and now they have the extra champion on the field. We've got a banger on our hands.
Yes, we do. Now, Dragon and Baron. We'll let him talk. It's a TriCast. As the Orin fans chime in for CLG, they can't get Dragon, they can't get
Can Orin still win this game, freak?
Orin wins every game. We got Teemo chance, right? Good choice.
I'm pretty sure it was evil, but we'll give it to you.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
All right, let's get the recall here. Luger's coming out of base, does have Unleashed Teleport, so honestly, they could have Luger catch the top wave and do the AD carry split later into the game here even. This is going to be so fun on how they want to spread the map. Without the teleport there for JoJo, it's just Impact and Danny trying to answer. And of course, EG do have the advantage if they can, again, buy time to throw out their poke. More shots they can take, more shots they can weaken CLG with. It's just that CLG have done a pretty good job of utilizing both their split push and the flank angles to actually force the engage before enough poke damage has been done. Place your bets now. Late game, fully stacked Corki and Ezreal poke comp, or the split push Omega Scalar of Gwen. Dragon coming up. It's gonna be the fight. 50 seconds though. We are really early to this party, freak. That's like when you show up at the time they say the party is, which is actually, an hour before everybody else comes.
Yep. That's okay. Here we go. Gotta find the first stun. Damage onto a full AP Gragas. Relatively squishy. The knockup looks pretty good, but he has stopwatch. He has Zonia's. Burns it now. Rest of the fight. Is it gonna be good enough? Dokul on the front line. They're gonna get one. How about the rest though? 5v4. CLG are on the hunt, and they're gonna get inspired as well. Evil Geniuses have 3. The Dragon spawns in 25, and there is no Evil Geniuses jungler.
It's Elder number 2. Let's see if they can get the second one here from CLG. There's still a lot of poke damage from EG. They don't have a smite to steal with, but honestly, at this point, a big one can still get a miracle steal. Super minions
wait.
going in the top of the base. The Nexus has no turret.
TP is up for Danny and for Impact. Be careful because the Nexus could be assaulted.
Dokla's there.
They've got Dokla. I don't believe you can outrace Gwen killing you before you kill a Nexus, but this is still dangerous as the poke keep happening. And Impact is alive in 20 for the chance that double TP play.
Palafox is looking for the flank as well.
It's actually soon a triple TP. Like, a good ward is 3 EG members in the base. Palafox tries, gets the charm, gets a root, gets a lot of damage, and they're gonna delete Corki. A 1-for-1 of the support though as well. Channeling onto the Dragon is gonna be picked up there by Contracts. Rest of the fight could look good.
Danny!
Luger goes for more. Is it gonna be enough for Danny? Vulcan drops, Danny tries, loses GA. Elder Dragon claimed, and the wave's nowhere to be seen. Now Impact TP's in, just to probably drop as well. Palafox low, he's gotta respect the fact that a jungler is here. It is 2 versus 3. Luger is low on health, but he has teleport.
And Elder Dragon on CLG here, so Impact's gotta be very careful. Contracts and Dokla have minions to work with. They're pushing for the win. The flank around behind from Inspired. He's coming to cut them off. Luger can teleport in.
Yep, he can take the wave. It's gonna be a 3v2. Counter's gotta be safe. Body slam though. And he finds one. Takes the body. This is it. CLG are gonna get everything that they ever wanted. They come back again. And CLG end week 1 and end week 2 in first place in the LCS. Woo!
Wow. What a fun one.
Yes. Let them know.
Every single person in this crowd was either chanting EG or CLG. They were 0-0 middle ground people here. There was no Switzerland. Everybody chose a side in this one.
And the side of CLG are victorious. Is Swap and Dokla from Academy. CLG have found themselves an incredibly strong team. It's not just, well, we're just an enchanter team. You know, we're gonna have our control over bot lane and don't worry about it. They can play big team fights. Dokla, speaking of the big man himself, has been outstanding, playing a carry role in the side lane. It's always a damage dealer for him. His first win of the split looked great.
Honestly, his whole LCS, starting debut for seconds. Nah, never mind. I'm just kidding. It's the second iteration. The return of the big Dokes has looked good. This is such a breath of fresh air for CLG. It has been so long that even when they found success at points in the last few years, people were just waiting for it to fall off, waiting for the team to turn back into a pumpkin. When they have the bongo comp and you get a few wins during that weekend, people are like,
we're
okay,
6-10 now.
Yeah, but it was just this comp, or plus it was okay. You got a couple of wins off of some scattered teams through the middle. But they silence all doubters here, taking the game off of CLG, off of Evil Geniuses. Man, it was such a fun one, back and forth with 2 Elder Dragons too. Let's honestly get to the interview because it's going to be a good one.
It will be Contracts. We have a little bit to go until we get there. Just kidding. Contracts will be joining the analyst desk after the break. But before we go, get to know the bad boys of gaming. It's Players, streaming now on Paramount+.
11 teams, 11 dreams, with all eyes on the LCS trophy.
When most fans think about gaming, they think of one name, and that's cream cheese.
Hey, buddy.
In 2015, we started Team Fugitive together.
I've played in huge arenas, gotten a ton of girls. I bought a Porsche. We're going to the LCS. Honestly, we'll probably win 7 championships.
He never met the expectations that he set for himself.
It's just a matter of time until Cream Cheese is no longer the face of the franchise. Because fans are ready for the era of Organism.
Organism, hop up in the middle.
Into the middle?
He's gonna be the youngest pro player in North America.
I don't have that much time left. I've been here for 5 years. You've been here for 5 minutes. I can't play with him. I need to win a championship.
respawning was refreshing. Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, the LCS. We're lucky to be joined by a deservedly exhausted Contracts after a wild game. The whole weekend, honestly, for CLG, pretty wild. 1-1 on the weekend, but both games were absolute bangers. Are you... Where's the heart rate at right now?
This one was definitely, I had more adrenaline in this one than the game yesterday. Yesterday was just a snooze fest, but this one was back and forth fighting with like Elder Dragon, Barons up. For like one single mistake and just like turn a fight instantly.
We'll start with how the game ended. Because there were a million fights.
Man, I was looking at my team here and I was just hoping, I hope they win. I cannot help them whatsoever. I am just finishing this as fast as I can and I hope my team wins.
Were you giving them any sort of call-outs and comms? Like, I almost have it down or anything?
Yeah, I was saying I almost have Elder and then you guys can probably fight more aggressively, but I mean, they were already doing that. Actually, I have another good thing from this clip. So at the end here, when Xin Zhao comes, oh, we didn't show it.
That's right, still talk
when Xin Zhao comes to kill me and I go on him, I kill Xin Zhao and then Gragas, oh no, I kill Gragas first and then Xin Zhao goes on me. Dokla pushes my shoulder as I'm fighting. Like he's
so jacked up.
He's so hyped. Yeah. He pushes my shoulder and I like misclick. My mouse goes flying down.
Yo,
dude, I could have just died. He's briefing me.
I am completely prepared to get no as an answer. But if it is possible for us to go back
Check player cam.
and check player
I know.
cams,
Oh my
I
God.
would absolutely
We need to
love
find
to
that.
see the moment.
Well, you were fighting. Dokul was just on the Nexus turret. It's like, we
Yeah.
won!
I want to see the moment
His hands
where
up, just pushing me or something. I guess.
a hand comes flying into Contrax's camera. And,
I got so nervous, man. I was like, oh my
Such a brilliant little moment. Thank you for that piece of color. They're gonna see if they can find it. If they do, great. They'll show it to us. If not, no worries. You can go back on YouTube, I'm sure,
There it is.
or Twitch VODs and find it yourself. That's a ton of fun.
For people coming at the end, I know that we got to show the second Elder, but the first Elder, where you're chunked so low and you're just trying to find a way to steal it. Like, what's your perspective on that one? Because it felt like the game was slipping away, especially after they were able to pick it up.
Yeah, that one was a little bit doomed. We had some shenanigans going on with Luger top. We weren't really sure what we were doing too much. I think his comments were like, oh, I'm going to force them top. I'm going to force them top. I don't know. He's in his own head, you know? He's trying to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were not on the same page there and ended up like in a bad scenario. I should have just recalled and probably tried to go for like a Baron steal or something.
In looking at these two compositions and the way they matched up against each other, it's funny that you talk about that and like lane assignments, because looking at the other side, we're looking at EG and we're like, you have a really good poke comp, and they keep opting into fights against you. How surprised were you? And like, were you like, okay, we can win this as long as they keep going and fighting us?
Yeah, for sure. I think there was a few fights where Impact kind of overextended a bit on Gragas. I think the last game-winning fight was, well, not game-winning fight, but a fight before we before we went to Elder. Impact stepped up too far mid, and I got an EW on him, and it started like a good fight. So yeah, I mean, they didn't really respect like our engage angles too much, but yeah, I definitely think if they played more with their range, it could have been better for them.
I got good news.
Yeah.
Oh, we have
got
it?
it. All right, let's
Oh, I
go.
want to see this.
Take a look. I'm so excited.
See what we have here.
All right.
Okay.
So this is where we picked up
Watch
on the
Contract
replay.
player cam and Dokla,
Yeah.
I guess.
All right,
Two on
Poom's
your
clapping.
parlay.
He's feeling good. And like, what happened was you guys started pushing down mid, and Dokla just kind of blitzed through, and they, I think, tried to like cut the wave or something, or get on top of you.
Yeah.
So you get split from him here, and he's just like
Yeah, it's
saying
kind of
he's gonna win.
interesting.
Well, I'm
He's-
confident
he's
I
so
can beat
cute.
Xin Zhao in a 1v1 here. Yeah, I mean, actually, I 1v2'd here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
You're popping
But-
off.
All right,
No,
where's this?
where's the hand? It's coming soon, I think.
Yes! I love that so much.
Oh, that's so brilliant. Oh my goodness.
My mouse went
Big
flying.
joke.
We had a brief moment. I just wanted to talk about kind of the weekend as a whole and where you are at 2 weeks into the season, because there's been so much conversation around CLG and the hot start that you guys had with the 3-0. I think very quickly, probably due to like historical performance of CLG, after taking that loss yesterday, people were very quick to pull back and be like, okay, I don't know anymore. Like, where are you on the success that you guys have had so far, being at 4-1, as compared to your expectation, and generally how you feel you stack up against the rest of the league? Because it doesn't feel like it's as clean cut as everyone thought coming into week 1.
Yeah, I mean, we went to Korea this offseason, so I'd say after this boot camp that we had, we all came in with like really like strong mindsets and a lot of confidence, especially like the first week of scrims. We were doing really well. Especially me as a player, I felt like I gained a lot of things from Korea that I could take to NA, and you know, it's definitely showing in my play this split that I'm definitely like a level up than what I was playing last split. So yeah, I mean, I think we're a really good team, and yesterday we definitely blundered. I didn't have my best game. We were still in positions to win that game, but unfortunately we couldn't do it. But I mean, I think we definitely have a bright future for us this split, and I think we'll definitely show that we can be a top team.
Hell
Top
yeah.
5? Ooh.
Top 1.
Top 1.
Oh,
baby. Raz is the happiest person on the
I
desk
would
to
not
hear that.
have an arrow. This is what I like. And so, like, for me, because, like, coming in from last split to this split, a lot of the times the most interesting thing is kind of, like, picking the mind of players like yourself, where, like, what are your personal goals at? Because so often it can get clouded by, like, team goals, where we're at, you know, as a squad. But, like, you went to Korea, you know, basically was able to grind individually. It feels like you're playing a lot more Champions queues, so I'd love to know more, like, your perspective on that. So, like, what is a goal that you're personally coming into this split wanting to work on?
Definitely just putting in as much as I can. Right?
Yeah.
Just playing more Champions queue, playing more solo queue, putting more effort, just overall in general. Just not taking it for granted, for sure. But I think me going to Korea has really like allowed me to enjoy the game kind of more. I feel like Korea definitely like lit up a new spark in me, I guess. So definitely grateful for that.
I want to talk about one of your teammates real quick. Big Dokes.
Big Dokes.
It was awesome that you called back to that moment. He's clearly a hype man on the team. Like already the way that this guy interviews, love his confidence, talking about both himself and the whole squad. It's very clear that in the games, he's one of the major pieces of communication. I just always see his mouth moving. He's punching his teammates at just the right moments at the end of a game.
You got the kills, great.
Yeah, exactly. End the game. What's it been like to work with Doke as he steps back on to the LCS stage? This is a guy who's had, his fair share of ups and downs as well in his career, but by all accounts, he seems to be playing at his highest level that we've ever seen.
Dokla is a great teammate. He works really hard. I mean, me and him are the last ones in the office until like 12 in the morning. So, I kind of like push myself off of that as well because, just having another teammate that like puts in that amount of effort definitely helps me like load up my gameplay as well. So, I mean, yeah, he just has a lot of confidence. He brings that to the team. So, just good vibes all around for sure.
Feels like talking to your, the teammates that you have. You're never missing out in confidence. Like Luger, Palafox, like a lot of these guys, including yourself, like has a lot of innate confidence in themselves, and it kind of shows in the champ select. Like the Seraphine's one thing, the Yone's another. Like it always feels like you guys are willing and able to counterpick and feel comfortable on red side, and that feels like a conversation where you guys have like a champion pool. Like you guys have had probably the biggest change, in comparison to the other teams in terms of draft. Like, can you speak to that a little bit without obviously outing yourselves and like what your draft process is like?
Yeah, I think our team just excels. I mean, we're just really strong laners all around, and I think if they have even a slight winning matchup, they can like push that to its limits and really like abuse enemy laners. So if I have to blind pick jungle to do that, I'm okay for it.
Oh, don't say that,
Diego, the rest of the split.
Although I would really love counter pick.
There you go.
There it is.
There it is. Give him a chance.
So 5 games in, 4-1. You talk about the confidence of the players around you. I'm curious where you're at confidence-wise, or how rather. I guess I want to expand that more to like you in your career. We were able to talk to you at different points. I do remember having you on the desk following your step back into the LCS. It was quite an emotional day for you. Where is your confidence level at? Like, I don't really have a better way to phrase that question very generally, I guess. But like, do you feel like you have finally, found like your best form? Are you here to stay? Like, what's the imprint that you want to leave on the LCS?
Honestly, I think my confidence right now is like at its peak that it's been in the past like 4 years, 5 years maybe, ever since C9. I think I'm one of the best junglers in the league right now. I mean, I'm just going to keep showing it with my gameplay. That's all I got to say.
There we go.
There you have it. We have one more game ahead of us. I just want to get quick thoughts from you on our remaining teams. It's Immortals, Progressive on one side. It's a winless Dignitas on the other. Just quick thoughts on either of the teams, players, and how you think maybe the matchup will go.
I think River will probably run the game.
There it is.
From one jungler to another, watch out for River. Dig may have had a rough start in summer, but maybe a few inspirational words are all they need to get the dub here. Take a look.
All right, guys. We went 0-3 this past weekend. We just got crushed. It doesn't feel good. Those kind of weekends don't happen very often, but it feels so bad. But let me tell you something that you already know. Life is not all rainbows and sunshine. It is a mean and nasty place, and it'll beat you to your knees, and it'll keep you down there if you let it. But life ain't about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward, how much you can take and keep moving forward. That is how winning is done.
Isn't that from the Rocky movie?
Oh.
Welcome back. It has been a rocky start for Dignitas, honestly. 0-4.
Where'd that pen go?
I don't know.
Here it is.
Oh,
here it is.
you got your pen back?
Because I
Oh.
forgot the evil genius's win streak is over.
Oh, nice.
It's been 0-0. hours.
It's been 0 hours since Evil Geniuses lost a game. Hopefully, at the end of the day, it'll be 0 days since Dignitas have lost a game. Because they would love to get themselves back onto the spot. So here we go. The question is, Immortals, their one win was a big, big comeback against FlyQuest, right? It was. I don't want to say gifted to them, but like, you know, the win doesn't inspire confidence. Like, oh man, they're back, they're so ready to go. And Dignitas, of course, 0 for themselves. Have had some rough ones. So, you know, we have seen so many teams rise back up. CLG open first. TSM had a couple of good wins, like TL earlier on. I want to see which of these teams can come in and be like, okay, no. We're shaking off the week 1 jitters. We're ready to go.
Yeah, we just heard their motivational speech from Dignitas. It's about how quickly you get back up. They got hit 4 times, Freak. They're 0-4.
Yeah.
That's 4 punches to the dome. And now it's about how they return. Versus Immortals. Let's see. Already really heavy focus on jungle. This is a bit of an aberration. Not quite as much focus on bottom lane with the Volibear Wukong double ban. Contracts just said, watch out for River. He's going to run this game. And Immortals say, yes, we will double ban him at least in an era of bottom lane supremacy.
Yeah, a lot of jungler bans right here. And Eclipse is going to be gone. All right, the 3 premier farming marksmen, I would say, are off the table right now. Still really partial to Senna and comps around her, so may still be an option depending how it wants to go. We have seen Dignitas play it. We have not seen Immortals this split on that kind of a style. Actually, sorry, they have. I scrolled too far. Both have played Senna Tahm Kench. Maybe we'll see it picked up here.
Last ban, is it going to find its way here? The Fiora, the blind pickable.
Yeah.
Nowadays, Fiora banned away. Don't want to give Revenge that one. And it's going to be the poke once again. Ezreal, the most popular, grabbed up once again. Doesn't give away too much either at the opening.
This is Senna hover, which makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think anyone really wants to go for Ezreal TK. You can take a long time to wait. I'm actually really, really partial to more aggressive farmers than
Mundo today. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, Mundo was really good. I think it was a really great draft by Golden Guardians. They slotted a win there against TSM. Again, partially Yasuo that we saw in the LEC a couple days ago. There's actually a lot of really nice champions out there, so we'll wait to see. I've been told Senna Gwen is also an option. Haven't seen it, but that's what I've been told, so I'm curious if that comes out at some point here.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because when you get these melee combinations, can you actually do enough poke damage with your Ezreal Karma through a Tahm Kench setup? Because then you're working through gray health regeneration, because they're just backing off. Biscuits from both of them, as we saw last time around. Senna heals on top of that as well with the Doran Shield start for the Tahm Kench. It feels like it's not even worth it to do, it's not worth it to do the Karma Ezreal anymore, and they go with the Cat instead. Okay. Much better scaling than the Karma. Yes. So they really heavily invest in late game with these 2 picks. Immortals showing that they do not want to go early with this one. They want to take it late game and get their win versus Dig there.
Yeah, and I mean, Senna Tahm Kench not exactly an aggressive lane. She'd be happy to farm souls, cool, but yeah, I think you are scaling it really, really well in the support pick and the mid lane pick. Dignitas to say, you know what, Gamsu, right away, get you on an R. That's what we want for you here. Fair enough.
All right,
with
if you're blinding Gnar here, then it's easy mismatch solo lane picks. So what are you trying to ban to protect him, honestly? Aurelia, to me, is something you have to ban against Revenge if you're picking Gnar. It's kind of a slight if you don't, because he has already played that counter matchup previously, and they're very willing, as shown by the draft, to go top side now. You've got Corki in mid, and you've got a Yuumi on the bottom side. So jungle pressure towards top would be well invested for Immortals. So probably want to ban out, the kill threat counters to Gnar, like Aurelia instead. Meanwhile, for Immortals, some of the mid laners here, anybody who can super abuse Corki early on, of course, your goal is always going to be to scale regardless.
Right, of course. What if you can kind of play that arms race? We're not sure. Of course, Gnar makes it a little bit less likely, but it has been pretty much all carries for Revenge. 2 Gwens and a Fiora. All of those are gone. Obviously,
if they don't ban Aurelia, I want to see it thrown down.
Okay.
I really, really think they should. Since they've stated Revenge is our franchise player, we're building around him. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your champions where your mouth is.
Sure. Well, he's got 1 Aurelia game played on the year. Not so much this split, but you could certainly try. Your magic damage is high enough you can play physical damage top lane, no problem, right? Corki's there.
I think it already is,
30%, sure. Right? Like, you're fine if the armor stack. You've got no MR for the Corki magic pen build, so yeah, can work out pretty reasonably. Viego going to be a jungle ban instead.
The other acceptable top lane outcome for me would be if Immortals say, okay, now we're going to buy Disengage for our Corki Ezreal poke comp, and then actually play it safe and pokey and utilize the range. That's also acceptable, but way less cool.
Well, Yasuo, we saw it earlier and it didn't work so well, honestly, without much knockup synergy. So you have Tahm Kench and Gnar as, I would say, fairly mediocre setup. Like, Gnar can do it, but it's just so much less reliable. Gragas jungle, of course. Diana jungle, both options.
And Tahm Kench actually needs setup himself to land his own knockup. So if you don't land a Q slow or someone else slows them, then it's actually very hard to, especially late game when people have upgraded boots, to land those Ws. So I definitely agree those are less than ideal. Hey, the crowd's a winner, though. Ornn heard your cheers in the previous game and has shown up here. So this is the second route, the peel, the structure for the late game. This is just Immortal saying, you know what? Let's just agree to no fighting early game.
Right, yeah, no rush 20.
Scale,
yeah, who's played no rush 20 before? That is a very deep cut. Shout out StarCraft, the original. Lee Sin locked in as the one early game champion in this entire lineup here for Immortals. Otherwise, yes, scaling is going to be the look. Yeah, Gragas, Diana, which one do you like more? Do you want to do a bit more magic damage? Diana, do you want more frontline? Gragas, which one do you want to go for? Who knows?
I want Gragas.
Tahm Kench is farming. He can be a frontline.
Oh, actually, you know what I want is Diana, Sunfire Demonic Embrace. I've been trying to promote Diana, Sunfire Demonic Embrace so heavily.
Everyone knows.
Dang. All right, well, I did say that Gragas is the one that I want because I think it's way more repeatable and you have a lot of early access to it. Contracts just shouted out River, said he was going to run the game. Now you've got a big combination here with the Gragas Yasuo.
Alrighty, and Kobe, I would like to point out that the champions are all in the rightful spots in the correct order. So Mark had come in during the previous game. Okay. I'd like to believe that his essence remained to affect the next champion select. So thank you, Mark Z, for coming up during game 4.
Yeah.
There was going to be no champ swap bug, which means, by the way, no silly games up here.
Yeah.
Sadly.
So I would say Mark keeps his 100% bug deflection rates.
Yeah.
Because arriving just after the bug in the first game doesn't count, and it's applied to this one. I agree.
It's a long duration spell shield. It's like a 50-minute long spell shield that's been popped. Hopefully he'll come back next week for us on Saturday, but pretty well done here. So is it going to be Dignitas finding their first win of the summer split? And they would hope so. If they get this win, it would be Biofrost's 200th career LCS victory. I've brought the storyline up several times because it keeps being 199 and then never getting over the finish line. So I hope we can get this one here. It'll be Gamsu's first LCS win in an incredibly long time. But it'd be fun to see that one there as well. Immortals Progressive, of course, going to do their best to move up to 2 and 3 and be sitting around roughly a playoff position as we set up all the standings. But we are on to the Rift here. Immortals versus Dignitas. Let's see who's going to make it happen.
There we go. There's a confident fan. Dignitas looking to get their first win on the board. And Immortals saying, if you want to do it, you better do it quickly because we get turbo scaling in every lane.
Indeed. Now, earlier this week, Immortals Revenge told us exactly what he thinks of his opponent in lane. Let's hear.
I know somewhat of Gamsu's history, but I think he's definitely a weaker addition to the league. I'll just prove that this week.
And he'll prove it on Ornn. Now, last time we saw Ornn Gnar, it was spicy.
It certainly was. It was someday solo killing multiple times. I believe it was Licorice on the Gnar.
Yep.
With some fancy moves, dodging so many boomerangs. It felt like Licorice could not land any of them on that quick moving Ornn. So slender, you know, it's really
too
tanky, man.
He's lithe. That man knows how to dodge some skill shots right there. An aggressive ward. Now that will not track, well, it'll track invade routes basically. That is a defensive trinket ward to know if something's going to go on with you.
Yeah, Raptor timer is super important for Gragas ganks.
Yeah.
River here, of course, wants to get that early start. We mentioned last time how critical it is if you can burn Corki's flash early, already a weak laner, and you can actually take over a lot of the neutral objectives simply by putting that Corki on full defense.
Biofrost and Neo try to build the lane into a freeze. If you leash for too long, you lose a CS, so they have to cut it relatively early to get there in time as they fight back and forth. And it's going to be, looks like Ezreal on for 3 CS, Tom Kench only on for 2 to drop one of the melees. Not a huge deal, but worth tracking. Gamsu and Revenge are indeed dealing some damage back and forth to them. Nice 2 shots out there from Neo. Thank you for the soul. Want to note actually that it is comment on the Yuumi. So most commonly, I think you see Airy for her. It means just simply mounting back onto someone is going to give them the Airy shield because you've cast a friendly spell on them, right? It gives them Airy. It's pretty useful. That's why you'll see like dismounts and remounts as like a defensive option, even without autoing. But going for comment is very, very much the poke build. It's like, no, actually, I need to be part of an AP carry. I want to get a bunch of damage up Prowling Projectile into Q. It is on average lower win rate, but if your style really is no, we're going to win by poking and nothing else, then it fits that play style.
Hi, River. Hello.
Hello.
Junglers showing up here in our tri-lane view. Love
EQ. If you wanted to, that could have been EQ flash, decent damage. Huey probably still could have flashed away, but you can reposition the self whirlwind EQ flash if we wanted to go really hard.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to just hold on to your flash here, but I like it, Freak. I like where your head's at.
It's
go for those forces early, baby.
I mean, think about it. The earlier you burn flash, the more flashes you get in a game.
True.
So you start the cooldown sooner.
True.
It's like buying a coal when your lane starts, so you can immediately start getting the gold out of it.
And we did. That is the point where they want to attack here, forging your toss, especially early on. Again, looking for any sort of chunks or cooldowns they can burn off of Corki. 100 mana again on the Valkyrie every time you have to use it. So even when you're passing through, I always like to pass through Corki lanes when I'm going from red quadrant to blue quadrant because it doesn't take a lot of time, and even burning 100 mana, forcing them back like that is significant.
Back and forth for the waves. Blue goes in for CS basically when he has the shield. You can kind of just absorb, an auto and a Q and get your CS in a chunk and then get back out. Always keep moving, by the way. Yasuo builds flow by constantly being in action. So, make sure you are physically running around to get that shield back up. Be up soon. Ken V gonna jump into range first. When's the Windwall coming down to block anything? There we go. Gets rid of a bit more poke. Out he goes.
Yeah, nice there. Huge value from the Windwall. Doesn't have to blow his flash or anything. Knows there's no actual kill pressure. It's just about how much damage he's going to take as he's walking back to the turret. I was a little bit concerned because you could see he was hovering bottom the whole time, as you should, your jungler side on the crab. But right as River's recall finished is when the gank went through. And so that was definite 2v1 situation. Both junglers kind of evening up that mid lane pressure, though. Fair is fair.
Nice trinket ward as well, put down by, I believe, Revenge. Spotted that Krugs were being attacked. That's why I like it on the right-hand side. It helps you kind of track exactly which way Gragas is going. And so, okay, he's going back down towards Raptor. It's going to be another full clear. No big deal. I believe they saw the champion individually, so knew even his CS count. 7 camps with that one gone. Nice knockup, but Revenge could be pushed back. And we'll see how much of this farm he's allowed to get here. Would love to equalize at 38 apiece. Has more to farm, so should be able to do so. As, as our Mind Meld showed, the first forge has indeed been Doran's shield for Revenge here. He'll probably wait to get... If you really want to go defensive, you could go Warden's Mail. It is the best defensive option against Gnar. But if you don't think you need that much more, you can just simply move towards your Sunfire item.
Yeah, I definitely like the Bomby's Cinder. That's why last time around when we had this matchup, we set such a high bar. With the Bomby's Explosion is where our solo kill came from for the Ornn for Someday. Getting that extra bit of burst damage onto the Gnar.
And there he is.
All right. Now, well, he has very little mana. And has not been able to go back for like a spellbook into Ignite or anything.
No, I think that turns on, about 6 minutes, right about when ults come along. So, yeah. There's a chance, but yeah, can't even do a full combo. It's not going to be much. Mega Gnar comes through, knocks down the wave. We'll see when Gomps wants to come back to lane, but happy to lane right now on his Doran's Blade. He's going back down as well. River on 42 CS. 5 camps in a ward or so.
So if all goes according to plan for Immortals, we're going to get 20 more minutes of this level of pace.
Oh, great. Yeah. Oh. Can be around. Now, River has Body Slam Flash to set up Blue. Does not get spotted, but neither one actually does. Early spike. That's an easy take. If he wants a Body Slam Flash. No! Blue didn't follow through. Did not press R, and now that's a nice rocket. Power of Evil gets the Scuttle Crab. Advantage Immortals.
Advantage Immortals. The farming continues, baby. No flash on Gragas is actually huge for this combination. I mean, it's still definitely doable, especially when Gragas gets access to ultimate. You can still do it from range, but not going to have that threat now. And Kenby didn't have to flash. Lee Sin slipped right out of there. safeguard up the river and continue on farming. Again, Immortal's so happy with this pace of the game, but it's not really towards the mid stages where Dignitas can actually turn up the heat and start to force.
Yeah, Yasuo right now, like, he's like, okay, I'll get my farm, as long as I keep my CS good against Corki, because it's melee range matchup, like, we got a little bit to go, but, you know, once he's on about an item and a half, that's, I think, a really, like, good power spike if you're, you know, Mythic plus Zeal, or you get all the way to 2 items. That is really where it's like, this is like the peak of his power level compared to other champions, and when you're really going to start to see Dignitas turn the pace. That's why I would like to see them find a way to their first Drake. They do have some gold, but starting Drake stacking helps you ensure that you're fighting, like, climactic fights before 3 items.
Can he get the Q stop on the recall? That's my question. Look at the mini-map. He did not get it. The recall goes through. River, level 6, coming for possible combination here. Doesn't have flash, again, so definitely a lot more risky there.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm curious. Did you for sure see that the body slam did hit?
Definitely hit body slam flash.
Okay, well, just didn't follow through on the combo then, didn't press.
Yeah. I know Scuttlebull's like there as well, but I mean, there's a chance of I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure he actually hit the Lee Sin specifically.
Well, it is going to be Shelly here, so that's a way to get that money, even if Immortals are trying to farm and are not going to extend anybody to get killed. Rift Rail taken without contest, because of course, Immortals want everything calm until the late game. River will pick that one up. Kenvi, though, is level 6 too.
True, and a chance at a 2v1 on the Yasuo, but not going to happen. Of course, they know Gragas has got to be at least nearby, considering they just killed Scuttle, or they killed Herald. He's got to be around for that one, so they don't go in for too much. No real aggression. Again, no need. Immortal's happy with a pretty slow place, but Dignitas, looking at turret plates they have farmed, that count is 0. So it will just be the 300 gold charge. Money at least halfway towards the Gragas. Blue buff handoff, and still happy with a very slow-paced one. There you go.
I would also want Dig, because all the lanes are so heavily invested in scaling for Immortals, to try and force on a bit of an early dragon here. As soon as you get your recall from Yasuo, as soon as Blue comes back with his Zeal, and extra little bit of longsword damage, start getting these cooldowns going, rotating through, so you can put that pressure on Immortals.
Right.
Use every lever that you have in the game to try and force a little bit earlier. Even though you do have Senna, which technically scales infinitely, Immortals have 3 lanes of super high value. So.
Yeah, and games don't go to 97 minutes.
Aha! That sounds like a challenge.
That sounds like a challenge.
That we will fail.
Games don't tend to go to 97 minutes, so the infinite scaling, though technically true, in practice functionally never matters. And, you know, Ornn getting to craft 3 extra upgraded mythics, which is probably average for Ornn. Yeah, really good power.
All right, the heavy investment towards bottom actually going to really hurt Immortals, because Dignitas just make that push right up mid. Guess what? They're getting more than the expected value with this Herald. Meanwhile, the engage.
Yeah, looking pretty good right there. We got a bit coming through from Yuumi, able to keep them safe. Kenvi ultimately kick, flash, goes to safety. River put his own ulti down, and now Dragon being attempted, and I don't know if Immortal's going to even try, but Power People with Package may look for this.
That was a really good force from Dig, though. They only used Gragas ultimate, and they got both Lee Sin and Yuumi ultimate down. 2-for-1 ulti trade as the Dragon is up. So now they're just backing off, respecting the package.
Yeah. Gamsu briefly looked at mid and said, okay, back to top lane because Revenge is pushing it down. Maybe the TP is available, so walks away from it. But now this means Immortals will actually grab the first Drake of the game. Let's River has something to say about it. Big smites are up on both sides. Flash available for Gragas is back here. And this could be a burst attempt. He's going to claim it. Nicely done. First Drake on package across. Good damage. Neo puts on the shield. Gets shot first. Blood comes through to Blue. And a safety for loss. So far, it's a Drake. It's a 1-for-0. And Dignitas looking for their first win of the LCS Summer Split.
Your package will not save you, Immortals. Dignitas show no fear. River, that confidence. He knows with the Gragas burst. You've got Barrel fermenting under the Dragon, plus the body slam auto smite. Immediately takes the Dragon and then goes right onto Kenvi. I believe he saved his body slam from that combo, actually. It was just the Q as well as the auto. And then right after Dragon goes to the engage onto Kenvi. They pick up the extra kill for Yasuo and get their Dragon too. So true to his word, River indeed running this game early. So let's check. I'm pretty sure it's just the Q and the empowered auto, and then he uses the body slam with the flash. Yep. Oh, it's the...
I think it got auto by a loss.
There it is. Gets the body slam, flash onto Kenvi. They get that combo, and then Biofrost, all he has to do Tom Kench ultimate onto Neo. Make sure Senna's not in any danger. And Dignitas cruising right along, controlling the early objectives.
Yeah, looking good to find that first Drake. They can keep on moving forward. And of course, Herald already charged the mid lane, which means that turret can die to second Herald, I think, with just the charge. Kenvi, Cask, ulti, a lot of damage. Bodies on the follow. Exhaust is on to kick a ward hop. He wants to live. One more shot would do him in. He's still going to burn down. Thank you very much to the red smite. And it's going to be another one on the board. Dignitas 2-0.
Attaboy, River. Let them have it. Windwall going to get them safe passage right back here towards mid 2. And this tower's so low. With no jungle, you see Neo recalling actually coming mid instead. They're going to take over the red buff. Kenvi going to get punished even more.
I'm going to look into the bottom side. Is there a red buff to start camps to steal? Yes, there are. Dueling wards in the brush. PoE cannot finish that kill, but will be Raptors taken away as well. So going to take a toss. Say, okay, we're not going to get any more plates easily. PoE will wave through that. Yeah, we get 400 damage to the turret, but we'd rather steal away 200 gold from your jungle and get you even farther behind, Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, this is my most hated style of comp ever, is the, we're going to sack every lane, go turbo scaling for Immortals, all 3 lanes, and then it's up to the other team. You're like daring them, okay, you can't grab enough off of the map in time for us to get to our ascended, Ornn handing out items to our turbo poke comp. But it's Dignitas are saying, yes, we can! And they're doing just that. So it's really just a matter of how many turret plates, how many jungle camps. So you take away everything from Immortals.
And of course, the problem was this opening was left open by Immortals themselves. Immortals were like, yeah, we're going to contest the Dragon setup. Ooh, Kenvi lost ult flash and Yuumi ult. And then they went for Dragon again, and they lost the Dragon to end the fight. It's like, what happened to sacking everything? Like, why not wait? And it gave some of that room for Dignitas, because the second kill on Kenvi was because his flash was down. All that just, stepping up for too much a little bit ago. Interestingly, that Trinket Ward actually spots some of that movement out, so won't get any more there. But yeah, top lane just chilling. 11 CS difference in Revenge. I mean, I suppose a 10 CS difference against Gnar is good job. You're doing well in lane.
Yeah, pretty calm up there. Our expectations are set so high from yesterday.
Licorice and Sunday,
with 3 solo kills before 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That was definitely the most exciting ever. River, though, continues to take away jungle camp after jungle camp. This would also be a good game for some abnormal stats of how much time River spends in the opponent jungle. How many of these camps is he stealing away? Because it's most of them, as well as all the neutrals. Kenvi trying to pick up the scraps there, does get the Gromp at least, and come to huddle with Revenge.
I remember a stat from 2014 Worlds, which was Dandy, the jungler for Samsung Wipe, which was like 33% of the time when he kills a red buff, it's the enemy red buff across Worlds. It's like he's aggressive that often. That's how much he's stealing away. This is what we talked about when casting LCS games without kills, is stats from 8 years ago. And I remember that one for some reason.
All right, what about this Dragon, baby? 40 seconds.
Ooh.
And the package, you can delay and actually sync up package again. If Immortals feel like round 2, if they get package in time, and they actually have their ultis ready for the fight, Ornn now, level 11, does have teleport to join, is walking out mid lane, baby. That's a good sign, Freak.
Ooh, here
Ultimate's
we go.
ready. They want a dragon to their name. 2.4k gold lead here for Dignitas, though, and Gamsu himself charging up that Gnar bar on the top side of the map.
Current pace of the game is a 26-minute soul if Dignitas were to get them unopposed instantly every time.
Gamsu transforms a little early, but should be fine.
Now, it is Unleashed Teleport. It's a ping in the fact that his wave's been knocked into the tower, and Yuumi is in base right now, and Yuumi follows any of that, so it's going to be the Drake uncontested. Immortal saying, okay, we're going to wait for a bit longer, and again, 26 minutes is the point where it's like, you better start team fighting, or that's just going to be a Hextech Soul making it tough for you to do anything.
Yeah, that was not a joke at the beginning of the game. Like I said, they want 20 more of this, nothing happening.
Yeah.
It's exactly what they want. And Dignitas will try and take as much as they can. Take from them everything, Dig. Make them pay. Shelly on the bottom side. Tower number 1. They'd love to get number 2 here. Still have 3 members. Oh, they're already pulling off members. All right, it's just going to be left to die there as Revenge executes Shelly.
Yeah, they're valuing the charge at lower than You know, making sure they're ready to go for mid-wave and not losing any gold or damage there. So, okay, fine. Dignitas, though, sitting on a very healthy, nearly 4,000 gold lead. Honestly, the pacing here feels Dignitas favored, right? Like, this is, you know, above expectation of these comps facing.
Yeah. I would definitely say there's a large, like maybe a 2K-ish would be what you kind of expect when it's turbo scaling, all losing lanes for Immortals here if they like perfectly, you know, defend and don't give up the extra, you know, kill around dragon and extra priority that they gave there. We are going to constantly be cautioning against the timer here for Immortals as they continue to scale up. We'll see Corki now relegated up to the top side as Lost and Ignar have come mid, trying to rotate now that the bottom tower is down and keep up the scaling there of their poke.
And I gotta say, Blue, 100% KP and 12 CS a minute. Like, that is really good. So massive credit to him for just being so ahead of the curve. Item-wise, like, you kind of can't earn more gold than this without being spoon-fed just like a train of enemy champions.
And the Yasuo is critical to this composition here. This Dig composition, they have to get, you know, the all-in with this team. Yeah, it's easy with, you know, Gragas and Yasuo to make sure you can get an all-in, but not messing up one of these dives. If you do mess up one of them and give a big chunk of money over to Immortals, that accelerates their scaling and gets them to their breakpoints here. So Dig do need Blue to be a very fed member of the team, to have that threat for the all-in. And Kenby actually maybe wants to make him pay. There's no deep vision for Dignitas, so they have to be a little bit careful with their split pushing.
Oh, looking though.
And Kenby's behind him. He's got ulti, he's got flash.
Lands onto a minion, they're not going to be enough there. And Blue's like, nah, you're not going to get me. It's even the cannon at the very end there with the tornado, and mid lane under fire. Almost enough damage. Won't be quite enough as the wave goes down. Dignitas about to be 3-0 on turrets. Minutes away from their third dragon at the 21-minute mark.
Oh, they're actually calling both split pushers back here for Dig to make sure they get this mid tower without just exposing anyone. So it's an easy push. You just win wall, finish down the tower, and no blood loss.
We go 4,500 now. FTX gold advantage looking pretty good here for Dignitas. Immortals hope they can find their way back in. It's just, okay, who can play on the side lane, get their farm up. Good CS for Power People too.
Oh, here we go, Freak. We got our first breakpoint. Our 20-minute mark, double Muramana transformation. Mythics also done for Ezreal and Corki. Our 20 minutes of waiting have paid off for Immortals. 2 item power spikes for both poke champions.
Huge.
The expected pathway through this game for Immortals is starting to come to fruition. Level 13 here for Revenge, so he's about to start blinging out the rest of the team. We'll be able to get to his item shortly.
Yep. Currently on TP Ghost, 1 minute away from the third Drake of the game, and unsure if Immortals will want to play for it. For now, they're safe enough playing for these waves. I think Yuumi is going to almost every single team fight permanently be on the Corki. I think that is the primary carry of this comp. He's got the most farm, got the most XP.
Especially while you're just throwing out
Rocker, though. TP flank. This is the play. Looking for it. When's the cast coming across? A flash away to safety. Health bar's a bit low. Neo low. Into the wall they go, and Lost is going to lose his life. And how about retreating, though? What else can even happen? Because Immortals dared to look at mid lane, and Dignitas punished him for it.
Exactly. This is a Dignitas branded Summoner's Rift, okay? Immortals sold it to them at the cost of their champion select. The first 20, probably even 30 minutes of this game, and Dignitas correctly wiped them off of the Dignitas Rift. Dragon will be up here. 17 seconds with 9 seconds left on Lost, so Immortals get another chance.
Sure.
Revival of Ezreal. They can get back out here and try and poke. This time around, there won't be a flash for Gamsu or a teleport for the flank. So round 2, they can eliminate one of the flankers, but River is what you got to worry about here. Flash on Gragas is still ready, so they can make another attempt at the play. Yasuo combination is there.
No ulti on short notice. Yes, Revenge could go for an engage. Gamsu's going to take some decent damage. Here's got to respect it. Still Mininar only half a bar. This could be a push, but you got to go, I feel like, pretty fast here. River over the wall. If you get this, you delay Dragon Soul by 5 minutes.
River's just going to go for the flip steal. He's got confidence.
Okay. Cask up now. This could be a cataclysmic team fight. Smite's going to come through. No contest, no fight for Dignitas. When does it happen? Looking back and forth for the poke. Neo taking a bit of a chunk there. Good job by the Corki. Here comes the first bit from Revenge. Yumi gonna follow through as well. Windwall gonna block a lot of it. Here comes the cast. And it's a fight that Immortals picked, except they will all die. 0-4 in the team fight. Dignitas's record 0-4 no longer. They deal fatalities to Immortals as it's gonna be Ignar running for his life now.
It's a dead cat floating right there. Ignar may try and run, but he cannot hide. River's on him, and he's not letting go.
And that's going to be Baron assaulted. That's never going to be a chance. The Bud Light Ace comes through, and this is going to be Baron as well. No contest. Dignitas look to end the week finally on the scoreboard.
Yeah, man, that patience from River the whole time. Just sitting there in Gragas. Yeah, nice poke. I see. And then strikes as Immortals dare to step up. Even at the beginning, River was on vision, and he's just kind of waiting around. Immortals here, they want to use the package. I'm pretty sure that's why they force it here, because maybe they're saying the cooldown of the timer.
Right there. Look, they're lined up. Hit it.
Yeah, they've got the Yumi going through wind wall, and boom. Doesn't get anything out of it.
Did it time out?
Yeah, right as he went in, it was a regular Valkyrie. Right as he went in, it was a regular Valkyrie, and then River flashes over the wall, throws the ulti here, and it's a complete egg on your face for Immortals. Dignitas are just running it.
Even when Immortals try to fight, like, every choice has been wrong, and I feel so bad about it, but like,
I don't because I want any
You want
team
that to fail?
Yeah, I want this to fail. I want any team picking, all scaling, losing lanes to get it.
Every choice to fight has been wrong, or like mechanically blundered by hitting W too late and your ult time's out. Like, I mean, huge mistakes here for the Immortal squad. They've made nothing but bad choices, maybe even from Champ Select itself, with 0 winning lanes, seeding the entire rift, and it just blooms towards Dignitas here. You got a Drake steal, congratulations, but now a 10,000 gold lead before 24 minutes. Dignitas are gonna put in a lot of pressure here, wearing that Baron buff, 2,700 gold in the Red Bull Baron power play, and looking now at Inhibitor itself, and honestly, with about 1 item per champion, Immortals unlikely to fight for it.
River coming over, big burp in the sidelines, doesn't give away his position. Ulti on top is only gonna be a tiny bit of damage that immediately gets healed up by Yumi.
Woo! All right, well, keeps that one alive, but the turret, of course, already doing a lot of work. The mid-tier 2 dropped from Gansu's split push, and they're still gonna try on the bottom side. Neo actually gonna be the best turret siege on the team. Everyone else tends to be melee, only sometimes for Nar. Ooh, that's actually a decent rocket there, but healed partially back up by the Senna now. And they hold the line. The wave clear not too bad for Mortals. And even with a Baron are able to keep their inhibitor turret alive.
Yep, I mean this is where the bar has been moved to for Immortals. It's just, all right, now we need another 10 minutes of just defense constantly at our towers. Well, a couple more items here. Corki very far from getting the Ravenous though, so it will be a while. And Dig so happy with the pace. 11,000 gold lead, and they're not done yet. Another turret, Freak. At another 1,000.
Yes, indeed. Nicely done. Plus 800. Thank you, 11.9. As 11 CS per minute. Also, by the way, the score for Blue still holding up to a very nice mark. Not far behind is Power of Evil. Just over 10. It certainly has farm up. But, of course, a bunch of goose eggs here on the scoreboard. I want to point out, the Immortals started their season getting perfect game. 1 dragon. All that separates them right now.
We are getting another look at that timeout. Let's see. Valkyrie is on. Where does it go? Poof. He's going for the W. Oh no! It's not even.
It's like a full
second.
second.
Gone. Yeah, it's been gone, bro. Shit.
Ignar hit the button. Pee-wee's like, we can wait longer. We can wait longer. I face planted. It's a mistake. We'll get off it for now because there's plenty of other mistakes in this game, but.
Dude, that actually is some good TikTok material. We can make a clip out of that.
Ooh, okay.
There's definitely something there. Every second counts, Freak.
That's
a sponsored
segment.
segment.
Every 4 seconds counts at this point, but that's okay. 20 seconds next Dragon. At this point, Immortals maybe have learned the lesson. Maybe don't fight for Dragon when your comp isn't ready yet. Unfortunately, they've given away so much gold, their comp will never be ready unless we go 93 minutes to the Dream.
See? Never say never, Freak.
Never say never. Will this game go 93 minutes, Kobe? Over, under?
No. But do you remember? Never mind.
I do.
Let's go with the dragon pick up here for Dignitas.
They're gonna get it. River puts down the cast, gets a bit of damage to him. Ooh, we got a Tom Kent chubby cut from underneath as well.
Pharaoh gonna
bounty
explode.
available for Immortals, but they will not claim it. Dignitas find the third dragon.
Dragon Soul Point, baby. Let's get it. Dignitas, the Punishers. They're gonna recall, buy their items, get right back onto the mini map here. Let's see. That is a 3-item power spike also with a stopwatch. That's a play waiting to be made, Freak. The safety here on blue with the stopwatch. The setup from River. Beautiful.
Baron.
He's in his lane. Look at that. He's looking mid. The Ezreal Yumi in sight. He's got Predator prop.
Can't find the engage just yet. They go back over the wall.
Immortals go scurrying back inside their defenses.
Revenge spots Gamsu. They trade intense glances back and forth and decide today is not the day we fight. Soon though. We will have our honorable duel. We spent 20 minutes trading minions back and forth in top lane. Soon we will trade ultimates inside your base. Ward is slain. Neo, 30 gold richer, puts his own ward down over the wall. What has been slain will be reborn.
Did you see the newest Matrix?
I did, on the plane.
Well, what's your evaluation? What's your score? Yeah, that's what I felt like. The first part of it was pretty good. I thought they were going pretty well, and then the second half of the movie was actually just terrible.
Yeah,
it's not even like this game. It was just like this whole one was terrible, and the whole thing was pretty boring.
Oh,
from
no.
Immortals. 0-0. 0 towers taken for Immortals. 0 kills. They did get 1 dragon, though.
Yep. They paid for that Drake with a Baron and 5 kills, but they did not get perfect games, okay?
Let it be known.
Perfect games, Immortals, twice in the same split, yet.
All right, well, the Baron buff. Can they even get some Miracle Steal? Lost has his ulti. Oh, that's kind of early. I think he's blind, but no chance.
Gonna miss it, but the teleport's coming in.
Here we
Immortals
go, baby.
trying to find their way to get a Baron steal. Revenge is here. Orange does absolutely nothing, and he's gonna get right back out. Baron claimed again by Dignitas, but Power of Evil has the package. Will he let it time out again?
Actually, biggest. Okay, we got a snare under Revenge.
Blue walks back to safety. Low
Minions
on
down mid.
flow.
Are they going to come mid?
River, Neo, and the rest of the squad are ready to keep going down the mid lane. Blue Trinket spots what's going on. PoE rejoins the squad.
I'm clicking on Corki for the package. All right, he's still got plenty of time. There's a quarter of the time left on package still.
Baron buff Warren will time out exactly when the final dragon of the game spawns. If it even goes that long, we're going to find the first route. Revenge going to jump away, stay safe. Pack is still available. River on the side.
Oh, it's about to time out. It's literally going to time out.
Here's the explosive cast. The damage. He got it off. Package to safety. PoE finds W on his keyboard, but Immortals will not find a W in this game. Still killless in this battle as it's a push down the mid lane. True shot barrage hits some minions, but it will be those minions pushing in the mid lane as well. The turret shall fall. Will Immortals find something to do, or will it be Dignitas who are Immortal in this game as the bot lane waves coming in as well, and a safety gate used to come out.
Hex Tech here utilized to its fullest to reposition to the outside of the tower. Now the rest of Dig coming to finish what they started, Freak.
Missing the knock-up is Biofrost. Can be nearly drops. 100 health left on him. And despite the root from Senna, a little bit too angsty, a little bit too far forward, but now the engage comes in, the flash forward lost, nearly drops, there's the hops, will it be 1? Nothing picked up yet, but the turret could help, Gamsu is low, transforms back out, a 2-0, and Dignitas now go for the Nexus turret, Serena will dodge, will be not quite the knock-up, final turret alive, is it gonna be enough now as the Mega Nari gets into the wall, and it's gonna be this poor Orin left alone, tanky, but not a lot more he can do, health bars get low, Blue is gonna burn the stopwatch, wind wall in the way, gets off to the side, Nexus under fire, a single dragon separates the Immortals from their second perfect game loss. Biofrost, 200 wins in the LCS.
That was certainly a game of League of Legends that we watched.
We watched that game.
I want that on my t-shirt. Dignitas on the board, baby. They just got over a 15,000 gold lead for their first win of the summer split of the LCS.
Yep. Let it be known, 3 losing lanes, still not a good League of Legends competition. composition even, but Dignitas...
Or competition.
Honestly, yeah, they weren't much of one. But Dignitas came away with a win. They played aggressively. They kept the tempo going the whole time. They set up for every objective. They at least contested all of them, but yeah, 3 and 1 on Dragons, double Baron, double Herald, a lot of turret pushes. Like, Dignitas had the better early game, and they kept pushing the better early game.
All the durability in the world isn't going to save you from that.
They only made champions more durable, not turrets, Scobie. Yep. Objectives otherwise all die at the same rate, so Dignitas just took every single one of them.
That's going to do it for us for week 2 of the LCS.
Yep.
Thoroughly enjoyed this one.
Great week. A lot of really cool results.
Actually crazy, too, to think about still. Even though we just cast the game, EG and CLG tied up there at the top as well.
Yeah.
With, I believe one other team had 1 loss, right?
I think 100 Thieves? No, I think they dropped
2? They've got 2? Okay,
yeah.
it's just them, baby.
I mean, C9 got their 2-0 this time with the other roster having the subs in. It was, not the best look. So
Team Liquid.
They had the 0-3 start. Yeah, Team Liquid still pretty incredible. Of course, their 1 loss is to TSM, pretty surprisingly. So EG's 1 loss is to CLG. TL's 1 loss is to TSM. And CLG's 1 loss is to FlyQuest. So it's, it is really interesting seeing how many of these teams can punch up to the really, really strong ones, because, TSM FlyQuest sitting kind of around the middle, but, right, they've taken down otherwise undefeated teams. So I'm very excited for what the rest of the split looks like, because we do have some teams who are punching very high.
Yeah, definitely some fun stuff so far. Let's get over to the other interview. What do we got?
Belated Father's Day celebration, because BioDaddy is here for
there we
a
go.
post-game interview. That's good.
I feel like a lot of the casters were waiting to say that for quite some time and make the BioDaddy joke. So, Biofrost, I do have something to congratulate you on. 200th win in your LCS career here. How did it feel getting it in such a fashion?
It's nice. I thought I would have gotten the win earlier, but it's good to get the win nonetheless.
Now, what were your major takeaways as a team from that first week all the way here to get the victory today?
Yeah, I think our initial start definitely was not great. One thing that was puzzling us was that our disparity in scrim results versus on stage. So something wasn't quite translating, but we did have confidence that we're going to play better and that our 0-3 start wasn't everything that we showed. We're definitely on the right trajectory. A lot of cliche stuff, but I think we're okay.
Well, and sometimes it does take time too when you do have roster changes. Can you tell me a bit about playing with Gamsu there in the top lane?
Yeah, Gamsu hasn't been with us for very long, but we might be all going through some stage jitters right now. Quiet, composed guy, like a stuffed teddy bear.
Has he cooked for you all yet?
No, it's a shame actually. He hasn't cooked for us, but he should.
Shame. You should be cooking. Another thing I wanted to discuss with you, though, because we're here celebrating your 200th win, but back in spring, I was also celebrating with you your 2000th assist within your career. How do you look at your career at this point in time where you have such a history and a lot of veterancy in that way, but at the same time, you started this new chapter?
Yeah, it feels weird to be old, I guess. I've been here for a while. I remember when I first started playing in LCS, it was me as the young blood, and it feels definitely it's in a readjustment process where oh yeah, I'm old compared to everyone else now, but I don't see it as a problem. I don't think age is a problem unless you make it. So hopefully I'll be here for many years to come.
Well, we are looking forward to it. Everyone that is a Dignitas fan, thank you for joining us for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
Dignitas putting a win in the books here to end our week of gameplay. Let's go ahead and break it all down on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Tigress, and congratulations to Biofrost once again on snagging that 200th career LCS win.
We need another popper for him.
You're right.
Where was it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mark is generally, in the past, has been the one to go acquire big old poppers. So maybe we can open the show next week.
You looking for the poppers?
I was looking for the closest thing I could use.
Just to throw?
Well, there's
You can throw my
in the
pen.
air.
From Bud Light League Lounge up ahead, there's something you can shake and spray in theory, but I
Lord.
don't wanna.
Yeah, that's going to create some problems. This was a pretty clean win for Dignitas. I mean, they were a Drake away from Perfect Gaming Immortals here.
This is an insanely clean game out of them. There were a lot of mistakes by Immortals, but I think Dignitas did a good job punishing this mistake here was a big one that people on Twitter were definitely going off about. The Valken gets rooted, flashes the root on top of other people. A big oopsie right there. But Dignitas played super clean. I couldn't really point out anything they could have done better.
Yeah, I was really happy with it. The team fighting was the biggest aspect for it because it felt like watching a lot of their losses, all of their losses, I guess, that's how it was around bot-side River team fights that were just working poorly for Dignitas repeatedly. And we kept saying that Gamsu isn't the problem because a lot of those fights were regardless of him. But it really felt like they zeroed in on, of course, the team compositions that they really wanted to play, but also just recognizing fight for fight, which one did we want to take? For sure, their cleanest game so far this split, and it feels like they're only getting better.
I also think it was cool to see the Senna lane come out, again, just because of the things we talked about where we're like, okay, they definitely don't have the same identity as they did previously.
Yeah.
But obviously, that's not always going to get through. But I liked seeing it because it was a different aspect of it, right? Because this is a lot more like mid-jungle setup focus with the Yasuo Gragas.
And speaking of that, I do want to give a shout out to Blue, who, though they didn't win yesterday, had a nasty Azir performance, basically 1v9.
Oh, yeah.
And then here, I think River was the star for a lot of us, but he was the one playing follow-up on a lot of River's sick engages, and like might have been a player of the week potentially if they were actually able to get that win against Cloud9.
I'll remind you all rather again at the end of the show, but Blue is one of the people who will be joining myself on the Tigress on the Bud Light League Lounge. So you can get to know him a little bit better. But outside of that, I did want to mention, what? Sorry?
I was just saying, you turned the curse around. Before it was... on Bud Light League Lounge,
in spring, you did not want to come on the Bud Light League Lounge because it meant you lost that day. But we had CLG guys on last week. They had a perfect weekend. Now we've got the Dig guys. They get their first win. Just saying to the rest of the squads out there. But the other thing I wanted to talk about, as you brought up River in his performance in this game, is that Contracts called that out. In our pregame, when I asked him for thoughts on this game, he's like, it's going to be River from the jungle, carry performance, get ready, their win's coming. That was cool.
Yeah, and I think for River, I mean, we've kind of always known, like, oh, he's a jungler who wants to help his lanes. He, has played like this in LCS from the picks he's had. The Yasuo Gragas is really cool coming out, and hopefully this is, a building block for Dignitas to kind of figure out what they now want their team identity to be, because I think that's still very much up in the air.
Yeah, that's the key. You got the first win, most important part, but now it's about replicating that success. We talk about how important River was to the success today. It makes sense then that he picks up player of the game for his performance. But a quick reminder on how the rest of the day went. It was Licorice in game number 1 to take that honors before Bjergsen steps on stage with TL to snag that. Jensen returning to the LCS in the mid lane picks up his hog for the week, and Dokla for CLG in that end. We already mentioned River, but
nice
solo lanes, baby.
Two top laners, two mid laners in
mid
the
lane
jungler.
sandwich with Bjergsen and Jensen right there, right, just right next to it.
This is a weird sandwich.
Yes.
You've got
it's top laner, mid laners.
It's like a sandwich within a piece of cheese on top,
like a pickle.
It's like, what's going on? Yeah, what happened there? Anyone in particular that you guys want to call out from that POG list that you don't feel like was necessarily talked much about today?
Ooh, we talked about it a little bit, but Jensen, I would say, was one piece just because he had performed incredibly well within this lane. Last time we seen the Yone, he actually just didn't do too well, actually, in that previous game versus Golden Guardians. This time turned the tide, and it felt like a completely rejuvenated Cloud9.
And I'm going to call it Licorice just because, obviously, I've talked a lot about how Fiora is a broken champion, but also requires you to be paying attention to your side lanes, which I think, Golden Guardians have had really good games with Licorice in side lanes and some not so good games with Licorice going to side lanes. So this was a really good example of them improving on how they want to leverage that around taking neutral objectives. So shout out to him.
And a Blaze Olive gave him a lot of credit, too, for a lot of the macro decisions that were made.
Facts. All right, but now the top honors of the weekend. Player of the week. We talked about Jensen's performance today, but it was all about Blabber when it comes to the 2-0 undefeated week for the intended starting roster of Cloud9. So for all the turmoil that they faced in week 1, Blabber stepped up in week 2 to deliver a couple of wins.
Yeah, and this was, when I talk about the rejuvenation of Cloud9 coming into this week, sure, you look towards the bottom lane, you find confidence, but it's the person that's always been there, Blabberfish, that I felt like, even though we talked about the cloudiness of yesterday's game versus Dignitas, he was for sure the person shining the brightest on that one. And then you go into this game, that pick that he had on Abadaga, that was very much solidifying the win there for Cloud9. He was on point.
And even last week, one thing that we were kind of calling out is like, oh, it's cool to see him and Jensen working together again because it seemed kind of like, not necessarily they picked up where they left off, but they still do have really strong synergy, and I think that will only continue to improve as the weeks go on.
It's also just funny to me on the Jensen Blabber point together, seeing Jensen back on the stage interviewing and talking about Blabber. Like, I noticed you've already called him Blabberfish. Like, we stopped calling him Blabberfish, but that's back when they played, was when he was Blabberfish too, which is just kind of cool to see them reunited.
And he won in his pick. A lot of the times you think of 2 picks with Blabber, it's Olaf and Gragas.
Yep.
And so the fact that he was able to nail it on this one, especially I don't know what's happening in the scrim environment, but we're seeing now Gragas and Yasuo. This was a perfect time for him to bring out the pick that he was known for.
I will say this was a tough week for picking player of the week. All of our undefeated teams lost. There were a lot of 1-1s. The only team that did go 2-0 was C9 and Blabber, but even that one win against Dig was hard fought.
It was a grimy one.
It was a tough week, actually, to pick player of the week.
It was a struggle. That's why I'm glad to not be responsible for picking player of the week. I just get to deliver the news.
Sometimes you're a tiebreaker, and then
if I absolutely must,
all of the responsibility is on you.
Absolutely must.
Don't let this man wash his hand of this. Don't let him do it.
All right, let's talk Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the week. Just a reminder, we track all 5 lanes, different metric for each one. I'm gonna see if any numbers jump out to me. You guys do the same. Shout
out to CLG bot lane.
Hey,
right?
a 1-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn right. Also, again, I know that these are a little wonky, but like Takui, with that mythic timing, the next fastest for the week is 3 minutes essentially behind him. That's nuts. Again, I realize that that's piecemeal builds versus just like rushing for the completed mythic.
Yes.
But it's interesting to see the different approaches. And I know Fudge, in his split as a mid laner, was also kind of big proponent of like rushing to the mythic item.
Also, shout out to Huni, who I think has been kind of instrumental, in the way that TSM, even though, yes, obviously they were handed the loss today, I think their entire top side of, Maple, Spica, and Huni has been working really well together.
Yeah, and for TSM fans that are looking for a reason to love this team,
Huni's a good reason.
Huni's a great reason.
Always a good reason.
100%. And the draft today was just unlucky. It was rough. The players said it.
Everyone,
Speaking with that tweet immediately.
I mean, everyone seeing that was like, oh, God.
Exactly. But don't lose faith just because of that. This team is much better than we saw today. I think they're on a great trajectory.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, congrats to those of you who earned bonus points on the LCS Sleeper Fantasy app for having this week's top performers in your lineup. Let's take a look at the standings. We have no more undefeated teams in the LCS, so it only took us 2 weeks to get to that point. 3 teams tied in first at 4-1. CLG, Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, Honda. No winless teams either, though. And I think that's also important to recognize, as Dignitas has now tied up with Immortals Progressive at 1-4.
Where'd all the CLG doubters go? Everyone was like, oh, they're not going to stay tied for first after the first week. And now here they are, week 2, still atop the standings.
There he goes. That works for me in my top 5.
As someone who put them 10, I was sweating the whole time. Contract was on the desk. I was like, I hope he doesn't punch me in the face.
Oh, for real, though, we were both in the same boat. I think all of us on the dive had made it so it was like CLG was the last place team, and they are shutting us all up.
I would say, shout out to CLG because, again, we were like, is it team comp or is it they've actually improved in play? And I actually did, even though I wasn't still predicting them to be like stay at the top of the table. I do think it's not just the team compositions they run. I think they have actually improved.
Thank you for saying that, because I was going to ask it, right? Like, when is it time? When are we okay with finally moving past they're reliant on this, they're reliant on that?
Even their one loss that they have versus FlyQuest, they were 5K gold up. It was like not just...
This could be an undefeated CLG.
Yeah, like it's not outside the realm of possibility.
And again, I think it's important to have now seen them win in multiple fashions. A very exciting team. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, see who they've got as opponents for next week. We kick things off on Saturday with TSM versus Evil Geniuses. Follow that up with FlyQuest versus Dignitas. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid Honda. Let's go.
That's a good
Middle
one.
of the day. Golden Guardians versus Immortals Progressive. And we close things out with CLG versus Cloud9. That 5th game of the day.
Secretly.
That's sleeper OP right
that
there.
Was strong.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it because I think a lot of people are like, Cloud9 is going to be that team that secretly forces into the top 4 of the league. And right now it's CLG surprising everyone.
CLG's running the league right now.
Yeah, CLG is killing it right now. Cloud9 is online. They're finally, the players are there. Both Berserker and Sven are, really working through it. And on top of it, they just seem like they have a pretty good heads up on how they want to play the map and play the draft. So Great. That one's going to be a fun match. I'm enjoying that one.
Awesome week of LCS, League of Legends, but that's going to do it for our main broadcast. So I do want to take a moment to invite you all to join myself and Tigers, Gamsu, and Blue in the Bud Light League Lounge. And you can catch that on twitch.tv/BudLight right after the highlights, or you can just wait for the raid. We'll send you over there from this channel. But that's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you next Saturday for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night. Oh! See, you hit the prompter.
I hit the prompter.
All right, we're getting closer. We're locking in.